The story opens with a man leisurely driving, the wheels screeching as he slams on the brakes. A buzz of chatter erupts around him, with people pointing and whispering about the supercar that just screeched to a halt. The young man steps out of the car, flashing a confident smile that stuns onlookers. Someone blurts out, "Chen Yuan, the top, Cateteer second. Generation rich kid in school, got another new supercar." From inside the car, a pair of white high heels slowly emerge, followed by a girl with a very ample bosom, stepping out of the car with a smug smile. Seeing this scene, the guys on campus are seething, muttering, "He barely got on campus and already snagged a top-tier babe from the N2 flight attendant program? Chen Yuan, that lucky bastard." A few other guys, faces red with envy, chimes in. "He's a rich second gen, and handsome to boot. Naturally he gets first dibs on the ladies." He doesn't just get first dibs, he's practically monopolizing the market. "Heard a lot of freshman goddesses are into him." The main couple saunters inside, amidst the hushed whispers of the students present. The girls on the upper floors are also getting their gossip on, full of jealousy for the girl next to Chen Yuan. "Chu Wan, she's not even as hot as me, right? I just hesitated a bit and missed my chance. Ugh, so annoying. Do you think I still have a shot?" The girl next to her says, "Opportunity favors the prepared, don't lose to that Chu." Chen Yuan, oozing confidence, glances up at the gossiping girls, flashing a smile that's a total babe magnet. Afterward, they happily stroll through the mall together. But that's all just a memory from Chen Yuan's past here. He reflects, it's a pity all that generous spending and enviable life in his third year of university was ended by a disaster. Not only did the 3 tourism companies in his family go bankrupt, but they are 100 million in debt. Back in reality, Chen Yuan walks inside and shouts, "Yo, roomies! Anyone up for a late-night gaming session with Lao Zhang?" He turns around, coldly replying, "Chen Yuan, I don't think we're that close." Another guy lounged back, leisurely saying, "You think you are still the young rich man from before. If you ask, we come, and if you want us to go, we leave." Chen Yuan is speechless, swallowing his pride, and goes to the roof to take in the breeze. He thought to himself, all his old friends that partied with him left one by one, avoiding him at all costs. There's no choice. His parents and little sister have to stay in a rented place. Now, he used to rent a room out every day, but now he can only live in the school dorm. Being like this, not to mention being able to be unrestrained and extravagant like before, it's uncertain whether I can even live a good life or not. Up until the next moment, Chen Yuan was asked to a corner by Chu Wanding to have a word. When he arrives, she says with disgust, "Chen Yuan, stop it, don't contact me from now on. I hope you can find a more understanding girl." He freezes, not knowing what to say, his expression darkened, unable to believe what he heard. Chen Yuan says, bewildered, "Wan, 3 years of relationship. You say stop, and you stop. Are you that heartless?" Chu Wanding looks at him with a cold gaze, replying with a voice akin to a pure love soldier, "How much feelings do we have? Don't you know that already?" She strokes her hair, turning toward the luxurious car that has been waiting on the roadside. Before she leaves, she reminds him, "Also, don't call me Wan. It's so country when you call me that. In the future, if we ever meet again, but preferably don't meet at all." After she spoke, she opened the car that was waiting for her. Chen Yuan's heart died when he heard this, breathing a sigh. Chu Wanding says again, "I'll leave first. My friend is here to pick me up." Chen Yuan quickly pushes open the door to block her and says, "Wait, Chu Wanding." Chu Wanding got startled. Her forehead, covered in sweat, turns her head to ask, "What else do you need?" At this point, her eyes contain no love, saying in a cold tone, "All those branded bags that you bought me? I don't think I need them in the future. Why don't you return them to me?" Chu Wanding got touched on a nerve, screaming, "Chen Yuan, have some shame. I've only gotten a few torn bags from being with you for 3 years, and you want them back after breaking up?" Chen Yuan's face darkened, forcing a smile and saying, "If it really can't be done, I don't want the money anymore. Let me go back to that dream one last time." Her face turned red, speaking in a disgusted voice, "Get lost." Quote, suddenly, an aged voice echoed from the car outside. "Wan, get in the car, there's no need to get angry. Young man, where are you planning to go now? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Chen Yuan glanced at the old geezer in the car, mocking in his heart. Calling her Wan is country for me, but it's not country for him, right? Ridiculous. Here. He replied coldly, "No need. My home is really near." The old man uses a provoking tone. "Wan and I have other things to do. I am worried that you'll be too affected by this, that you can't think straight. Young man, I think I should bring you home to safety." When Chen Yuan hears those words, his heart is hurting more than eating chilies, thinking that you want to kill someone and hurt their feelings. If I don't return the strike, I'd be considered an idiot. Right after thinking, Chen Yuan lowers his head near the car's window, replying harmoniously. Big brother, you are a good person. I will take the thought. But my home really is near. Walking would only take a few steps. Chen Yuan turns to her and continues. Wandi is a good girl. I hope you can take good care of her from now on. Chu Wanding spaced out, not understanding what Chen Yuan wants to do. After she sat inside the car, the man inside the car also said smugly, don't worry, you can give Wan to me. Chen Yuan started his move at this point. We men must always give women the best things. Wan has a lot of habits. Brother should remember them. First, she likes to use Okamoto 001. Second, fishnet stockings. Don't need good quality ones because good quality ones aren't as convenient. Also, nurse and police uniforms are what she likes wearing most during sex. He sat in the car, fuming and pale, sputtering in retort. Lo, now you're just talking for the sake of it. With that, he rolled up the window and sped off. Chen Yuan watched the car speed away, able only to sigh deeply, muttering, Brother, I was just getting to the main point. Chu Wanding, perhaps your choice was right after all. The glaring sun overhead made him squint, shielding his eyes with his hand. Chen Yuan said coolly, Forget it, it's nothing to do with me anymore. Hopefully your choice will give you a perfect life. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed from nowhere. Indeed, everyone should strive to live their perfect life. Perfect life system downloading. The sun overhead vanished, replaced by a golden-orange system panel that left Chen Yuan dumbfounded. Information began to appear on it. Host, Chen Yuan, age, 21, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, net worth, 87 health value, 72 fitness value, 75 skills, none. Chen Yuan broke out in a sweat, pointing at himself, puzzled and questioning. Host is me? I wasn't even asking to live or die. Why am I hallucinating? The system panel reappeared, along with a long list of missions. Perfect life system download complete. A perfect life not only needs money as a foundation, but also requires valuing the opposite sex. Mission initiated. Spend money on an opposite-sex person of the same age nearby, with a favorability rating exceeding 60, and also gain their regard. Mission reward. Spending money on the opposite sex will be tripled in return. If the opposite sex's favorability increases by 3 points during this spending, the refund will be doubled. Note: spending can only be done using accounts or cash. Chen Yuan couldn't believe what was in front of him, repeatedly scratching his head, thinking, I've got a system? Ha! Is this for real? Hallucination, begone! Suddenly, a soft voice called out from behind Chen Yuan. A girl was looking at him with worried eyes, reminding him, a boy should act like a boy. It's just a breakup, is it really that bad? At this moment, the system also displayed information about the girl. Academic advisor, Xiao. The girl walked up to Chen Yuan and said, I saw everything just now. To put it in the words of you guys, bye-bye is bye-bye, the next one will be better, right? Chen Yuan turned to look at Xiao in a daze. Suddenly he noticed the pink number 65 above Xiao's head. Surprised in his heart. Huh? Above Teacher Li's head. The system also chimed in with a notification. Xiao. Favorability towards the host is 65. Chen Yuan was now startled, analyzing silently the number above Teacher Li's head and the explanation. That means the perfect life system from just now wasn't a hallucination, but it's real. Xiao still knew nothing, cheerfully encouraging him. Li Muyi classmate, Chen Yuan, cheer up. Chen Yuan was overjoyed, scratching his head awkwardly, replying to Teacher Li. I'm okay, Teacher Li. He thought to himself. So, I really got a cheat code. Listen to me. Xiao smiled kindly and asked, Yeah, that's right. About the tuition assistance I mentioned last time, have you thought about it? The application has been submitted early. This is one of the few things I can help you with. Chen Yuan replied honestly. A few thousand yuan is like a drop in the bucket compared to my family's debt. Maybe the tuition assistance money should go to other students who need it more. Xiao pondered for a moment and then said, Since you've said that, I won't persuade you further. The girl gave a gentle smile, reminding Chen Yuan, If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me anytime, including relationship problems. Then I'll head back first. Remember to come find me if anything comes up. She waved goodbye to Chen Yuan and then turned to leave. He observed Xiao for a moment, and then looked at the system panel in front of him. He calculated in his heart. The system's limited time mission. Can doing the system's mission really get double the return? How about I take this opportunity to test it out?
Thinking this, Chen Yuan ran up and grabbed Li Xiao's hand, saying, "Teacher Li, thank you for caring about me so much. Wait a moment, I'll buy you a cup of milk tea." Li Xiao replied in surprise. "No need to be so polite, classmate Chen Yuan."
Before she could finish her sentence, he dashed off. A moment later, Chen Yuan returned with a cup of milk tea in his hand, handing it to her, saying, "Teacher Li, here you go." Li Xiao reached out to take the milk tea, blushing, said, "Thank you." After this, Chen Yuan took out his phone and checked the notifications. It displayed, "Construction Bank, your card with the last 4 digits 0098, on May 10th at 1640, received 18 yuan, account balance 99 yuan. He read it over and calculated. Originally, the balance was 87 yuan, spent 6 yuan buying milk tea, leaving 81 yuan. Now received 18 yuan into the account. The balance became 99 yuan.
So the double refund is real.
Whoa! Chen Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, as long as Teacher Li's favorability towards me always stays above 60, wouldn't I be able to spend money on her multiple times, then continuously receive refunds from the system? Chen Yuan watched Li Xiao's retreating figure, a mix of joy and excitement in his heart, thinking, the debt in my family has a chance to be paid off. As long as I operate correctly, my family will become even richer than before. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, thinking, Chen Yuan, I must return to the past? No, I can surpass the past. He paused, calculating. But my current capital is only 99 yuan, too little. The urgent task now is to get enough capital, and at the same time find a suitable girl, then spend money on them. Chen Yuan leaned against a nearby wall, scrolling through his phone, calculating thoughtfully.
The credit limit I can get is 8,000 from JB and 20,000 from another loan. The business loan is 2,158, plus the initial 99 yuan. Currently, the total money in my hand is 49,684 yuan.
Chen Yuan smiled slyly, thinking to himself, Teacher Li, I'm just a poor student from a bankrupt family, wanting her to receive my precious gift, so I have to think of a way. A moment later, an exquisite box lay completely inside a roadside trash can. Chen Yuan looked at the bag in his hand, calculating in his heart. The bag costs 39,800. It's this year's spring model. I have to say, it's a high-quality imitation, so Teacher Li will accept it. Carrying the bag in his hand, Chen Yuan walked to Li Xiao's room. As he knocked on the door, he thought to himself, I wonder if Teacher Li has a boyfriend yet. Li Xiao came out to open the door, still wearing a tight apron. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, Chen Yuan, why is it you? Chen Yuan asked politely, Teacher Li, sorry to bother you, are you cooking? Li Xiao looked at the bag at Chen Yuan's side, asking curiously, is there something you need?
Chen Yuan didn't waste words, handing out the bag, saying carefully, Teacher Li, you've cared about me a lot during these 3 years of college. I always felt that it was something I should do, but today I finally understood the value and warmth of this help. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it.
Li Xiao looked at the bag in Chen Yuan's hand, thinking, this bag looks expensive. No way, no way. She then said, I'm a teacher, and these things are my responsibility. There's no special care involved. I treat all my students the same. It's not necessary.
Chen Yuan had anticipated this
and said, this bag is a high-end knockoff. It only costs 2 yuan. Ms. Lintz, you know my family's situation. I don't have money to throw around. You've helped me so much. If I don't do something to thank you, what kind of person would I be? Even though this bag isn't worth much, it's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it if you don't mind.
Li Xiao looked at Chen Yuan, thinking, he's said this much. If I don't accept it, I'll be looking down on him. I can't provoke him at times like this. She then took the bag from Chen Yuan's hand and said, okay, I'll keep it for now. I'll give you a gift on your birthday or during a holiday later. While they were talking, a scent suddenly wafted out of the kitchen. Li Xiao immediately ran inside, yelling, oh no, my fried meat is burning, burning. Chen Yuan took this opportunity to slip off his shoes and go inside.
Li Xiao poked her head out of the kitchen and called out, Chen Yuan, you haven't eaten, right? Stay for dinner. Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, as long as her boyfriend isn't a problem, I'm happy to stay for dinner. After all, close contact can increase favorability, which will lead to more system rewards.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
The system notification rang. Construction Bank, your card ending in 0098 received 119 yuan at 1845 on May 10th. Current balance, 12,200. Chen Yuan picked up his phone, thinking happily. It's in the account. The bag was 39,800. A triple rebate is 11,400. And after deducting the capital, I earned nearly 80,000. It's not like I have never spent 80,000 before, but this is my first time earning money. And I did it myself. This is youth. This is victory. He'd been lost in thought for so long that he didn't realize Li Xiao had finished cooking. She turned and called out, Chen Yuan, sit down and eat. Chen Yuan, why are you standing there like a statue?
He snapped out of it and asked, Yes, it's just the two of us eating? Where's your boyfriend?
Li Xiao turned her head, taking off her apron as she replied, What are you talking about? I don't have a boyfriend. Ugh, why can't I get this off?
Chen Yuan leaned on the table and walked over to Li Xiao, offering, Miss Li, let me help you.
Li Xiao refused shyly. No need. But Chen Yuan was faster, going behind her to help her take off the apron. Chen Yuan looked at the alluring scene of her figure from behind and said, It's okay. Almost done. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. What are you two doing? The figure appearing outside the door was none other than Li Meng, Li Xiao's younger sister. Chen Yuan jumped, stammering, No, nothing. Li Xiao, on the other hand, smiled brightly and asked, Why are you home so late today? Come and eat. After smiling, apron and all, Li Xiao ran to hug Li Meng's arm and introduced, This is my younger sister, Li Meng. Chen Yuan forced a smile, raised his hand, and said softly, Hello. Li Meng looked at him with a dark expression and replied coldly, I'm not good. Seeing that the situation wasn't optimistic, Chen Yuan made an excuse to leave. Li, I ate before I came. I'll go back to school now. Li Xiao watched his retreating figure, a bit surprised, thinking, he ate. But he clearly wanted to sit down and eat just now. Li Meng crossed her arms, watching Chen Yuan leave, and said coldly to Lin Zhao, Sis, I think he has bad intentions. The naive Lin Zhao immediately retorted, He's just my student. Hearing this, Li Meng got even angrier and shouted, How bold! A student wanting to hug his teacher. Lin Zhao, hearing this, turned bright red, pushed her sister to the dining table, and urged repeatedly, What nonsense are you talking about? Let's eat.
Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was pacing thoughtfully on the road. He walked and thought, Who should I spend money on next? On one hand, Ms. Lini is just my teacher. On the other hand, she's not as money-grubbing as Chu Wanding. Suddenly, a man fell straight into Chen Yuan from the front, for no apparent reason. He quickly recognized the person in front of him and asked, Lao Huang, what's wrong? The man reached out a trembling hand and a pale, lifeless face towards Chen Yuan, pleading, Yuan Ji, my goddess, Feng Minhui, went to see a movie with that damned Li Jianpeng. This withered man was none other than Chen Yuan's roommate, Huang Haibao. These words reminded Chen Yuan of Feng Minhui, the campus belle of the class of 20 in the international business program, Lao Huang's goddess. The two had never had any contact, not even a conversation. Thinking of this, he was speechless, and asked back, That's it? Huang Haibao saw Chen Yuan's indifferent expression and asked in surprise, Yuan Ji, what's with that look on your face? You're not laughing at me, are you? Chen Yuan glanced to the side and said, Don't make a fuss, look at who that is. Suddenly, Huang Haibao's eyes lit up, staring at two beauties, with hot figures walking in front of them. His face suddenly flushed red, and his complexion became rosy and full of life as he asked Chen Yuan, She just went to see a movie with Li Jianpeng. Yuan Ji, they didn't rent a room. I'm so happy. I still have a chance, right? Looking at Huang Haibao's miserably cheap appearance, Chen Yuan thought, To like a girl so much that you have to humiliate yourself like this? Lao Huang, how are you going to have sweet fruit to eat like that? But when his eyes landed on her, the number 72 floating above her head made Chen Yuan gasp. He thought to himself, Holy crap, she's got a number 2. And it's even higher than Li Xiao's. The girl next to Feng Minhui sneaked a peek at Chen Yuan and said, Minhui, did you hear? Chen Yuan got dumped by his girlfriend. Feng Minhui was surprised. Her friend rolled her eyes and went, Chen Yuan? Titsk titsk. Feng Minhui didn't seem to catch it. But as she walked past Chen Yuan, she glanced back at him, kinda checking things out. The friend went on, I shouldn't have cheered him on during military training back at the start of the semester. You took the initiative to talk to him and even gave him water. That rich kid attitude? Having money is one thing, but being cocky even after going broke? Anyone would break up with him. Yeah.
Good thing you two weren't actually in love, or else it would have wasted 3 years of your youth. Feng Minhui sighed heavily, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still staring at Feng Minhui, thinking, It's rare to find someone whose affection level can actually be beneficial. Why is the number dropping so fast?
Feng Minhui's number was slowly decreasing from 72 to 69. Chen Yuan started to panic a bit.
He thought, crap, I can't just sit here and do nothing. But still thinking about his roommate's feelings, he turned to Huang Haibao and asked, Lao Huang, let me ask you something. If Feng Minhui and I got together, would you mind?
Huang Haibao rubbed his chin, looked at Chen Yuan, and asked, the real question is, can you even win over the class beauty, you think? You think you're still that rich second-gen driving a BMW 4 Series? But to be honest, I wouldn't mind, as long as she's not with Li Jianping. Then I don't care who she's with.
That was all Chen Yuan needed to hear. He quickly turned away, leaving behind a single sentence. Good bro, that's all I needed to hear. I'm going for it. Huang Haibao called after him in shock. Yuan Ji, are you serious? Chen Yuan ran to Feng Minhui as fast as he could and seriously called out, Minhui! The girl blankly turned around, blushing as she looked at him. Her friend was startled and instinctively became defensive.
She immediately stepped forward and shouted, Chen Yuan, what do you want with our Minhui?
Chen Yuan, putting on his most sincere face, said, I wanted to ask if you're free tomorrow. I managed to get a reservation at Star Sushi Kaiseki. Would you like to go with me?
Feng Minhui blushed in surprise, wondering if Chen Yuan was asking her out for a meal. Her friend asked suspiciously, that sushi restaurant that costs over 1,000 yuan per person on average?
Do you even have the money? Chen Yuan completely ignored the friend and scratched his head, giving a super charming smile as he said, After we eat, how about we take a walk? I need your help picking out a birthday gift for my sister. Let me know by noon tomorrow, if you can. Having said what he needed to, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. I'm heading out! I'll contact you again tomorrow. Huang Haibao watched this whole scene in shock, speechless.
Feng Minhui turned to her friend, blushing, and asked, Well, I just went to the movies with Li Jianping. Is it okay if I go eat with Chen Yuan? Her friend was totally supportive and said, What's not okay about it? That's a fancy Japanese restaurant. She bluntly analyzed, Chen Yuan might be a little cocky, but at least he's good looking. Li Jianping just has some money, but if Chen Yuan's family makes a comeback, he'll definitely surpass Li Jianping.
Her friend took the phone from Feng Minhui's hand and continued, It's a waste not to go. It's just dinner and a walk. It's not like you're doing anything else. I'll reply for you tonight.
Feng Minhui still stammered blankly, Okay.
The next evening, Feng Minhui and Chen Yuan went out together. They strolled towards the restaurant that had been reserved. They sat down at the table. The server quickly brought the dishes and enthusiastically introduced them. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is the set menu for two that you ordered. Enjoy your meal.
Feng Minhui smiled and sat down next to him, saying, Chen Yuan, I heard your family's having a hard time. You didn't need to waste so much money on this.
Chen Yuan turned to reply, It's okay, the Japanese food here is super delicious. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, stiffened by Feng Minhui's ample body. Chen Yuan blushed and thought, Minhui's posture. It's only been 2 months since I stopped gambling. I need to calm down. Feng Minhui then asked, Why did you suddenly invite me to dinner, Chen Yuan? Is it really just to pick out a gift for your sister? Chen Yuan, who was taking a sip of tea to calm down, honestly replied, I've always wanted to invite you to dinner, but I just couldn't find the right opportunity.
Suddenly the number above Feng Minhui's head plummeted, dropping to 66. She lowered her eyes and pondered, not knowing what she was thinking, and just made a sound. Oh!
Chen Yuan was shocked and thought, Could it be that she's not happy with my answer? The affection level dropped again. Chen Yuan quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat a few times, and started reminiscing about the past. During military training, you often bought me water, and you even texted me at night. I've always remembered that.
The affection level immediately increased to 67. She blushed and asked, You still remember? Chen Yuan scratched his head and replied,
That? How could I forget? The number above Feng Minhui's head increased to 69, and then to 70. Only Chen Yuan was still trying to appease the demon within him. Calm down, I must calm down. Time flew by, and 40 minutes later, they finished their meal and went to the cashier to pay. The staff warmly said, Hello, sir. The total is 2,920 yuan. You are a member of the store, so after the discount, it's 2,774 yuan. Chen Yuan nodded and replied,
Okay, thank you.
The number above her head increased to 73. Feng Minhui looked at Chen Yuan and thought, My living expenses for a month are only 3,000 yuan, and this one meal is almost the equivalent of my entire month's living expenses. On the other hand, Li Jianping casually mentioned eating at the school cafeteria when going to the movies, and said they'd eat out next time. He clearly has money, but he's so stingy. After the notification sound of money being added went off, a system notification also appeared. Time-limited task. Spend money on a person of the opposite gender nearby who has a favorability rating exceeding 60 and also gain their respect. Task reward. The money spent on the person of the opposite gender will be tripled. If the person of the opposite gender's favorability increases by 3 points during this spending, the money will be doubled. Only then did Chen Yuan turn his head to look at the number 76 above Feng Minhui's head, thinking to himself, it was 72 when we first met, now it's 76, so that's how it is. This feeling of earning 10,000 just by eating a meal is freaking awesome. Feng Minhui looked at Chen Yuan, her face flushed with shyness. She gave a gentle smile and thought to herself, he's becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Maybe this is the power of money.
Thinking this, she took Chen Yuan's hand and said proactively, let's go. Chen Yuan still has to go to Guaojin to pick out a gift for his sister.
A moment later, at the Guaojin shopping center, that old geezer saw Chen Yuan and said to Chu Wanding beside him, Wanding, why is that guy here? She said in surprise. Chen Yuan? She looked at him with disgust, thinking to herself, why is he here? He just broke up with me yesterday, and today he's already brought a new girl out shopping. The old geezer scornfully wondered. That loser, a poor student, dares to come to a place like this to spend money, he thought bitterly to himself. This old man worked like a dog and bought so many bags to coax Chu Wanding before I could get her. This brat is so indebted, yet he still has girls chasing after him.
Seeing those two, Chen Yuan said to Feng Minhui, let's go to another store over there. Feng Minhui beside him nodded in agreement. Okay. Over there, Biaran couldn't swallow this insult and went to block Chen Yuan's path. Since you're already here, how about we go in and take a look? It doesn't cost money to look, anyway. That woman Wanding beside him also chimed in. Chen Yuan, what are you doing here? Who is she? Chen Yuan replied coldly.
What a coincidence. I came to stroll around and pick out a gift for my sister. That old geezer said haughtily. Ha! If you're buying a gift, you should go to the toy wholesale market and take a look. Can you afford to buy anything here? As he spoke, he pointed towards the high-end store behind him.
Chu Wanding also launched an attack, shamelessly walking straight up to Feng Minhui. She was silent, but her smile was particularly cutting. This sister, although I don't know you, I'm just kindly reminding you. Don't be deceived by this kind of person. Chen Yuan, of course, wouldn't let this go. He immediately stood in front of Feng Minhui and retorted coldly, what does it have to do with you? Furthermore, what do you mean by deceived? Who am I deceiving? That old geezer then spat out a few words.
Chen Yuan, you shouldn't talk to Wanding like that. A man should have some class. Besides, Wanding is still your ex-girlfriend. We know your family situation very well. Bankrupt and still owing money. There's no need to pretend to be a big shot. No one's laughing. Chen Yuan was provoked by his words and thought, these two are truly disgusting. They're a perfect match. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. A perfect life should not be looked down upon by others. Time-limited task. Spend money on a person of the opposite gender with a favorability rating above 60, and also create negative emotions in the person beside you. Task reward. If the value of the negative emotions of the person beside you increases because of the host will be refunded double the amount spent on the person of the opposite gender for every 5 points increase. Note: this task can be stacked with the refund when spending money on a person of the opposite gender. At this moment, the two numbers of that scum couple also appeared. 30 and 35 respectively. Chen Yuan seemed to have found their weakness. He smiled to himself. I initially wanted to save some face for you two, and didn't want you to be embarrassed in public, but you two just had to cause trouble. Now that the system has issued a task, there's even less reason not to take action. Chen Yuan gently took Feng Minhui's hand, smiled elegantly, and walked forward, saying, all right then, let's go inside and stroll around, in a brand name store. The two receptionists, who had just finished gossiping, began to pass the buck. Chen Yuan is considered an old customer. You go and greet him. The girl beside her retorted, I'm not going. What's there to serve about a bankrupt rich second generation? Last time, I was the one who fussed over that fake, and you only tried it on but didn't pay. It's your turn now. The receptionist put on a threatening face and said sternly, I told you to go, so you have to go. On this side, Chu Wanding scanned the store and then took a bag, holding it out in front of that old man, saying, honey, I've looked at it. Can you pay? All right. The receptionist said happily, coming right up, Ms. Zhu. Please wait a moment. The other receptionist looked on with envy, thinking to herself, high-quality customers with stable payments are hers, while poor customers who don't make purchases are mine.
She went to Chu Wanding's side and began to fawn over her. Ms. Zhu has great taste, perfectly matching her temperament. Unlike some customers who have no taste at all, another receptionist also took out expensive items and offered them. Ms. Zhu, this jewelry set also goes very well with the bag you just chose. Would you like to try it on? It looks great on. It's just a little expensive. About 100,000 in total. Chen Yuan, not bothering to pay attention to those two pretentious people, looked at Feng Minhui and whispered, Minhui, don't be stingy with money for me. Hearing this, Feng Minhui pointed to a bag in front of her and said, I think this bag is pretty good. The style is also very young. Your sister might like it. Hearing this, the receptionist said with a look of disdain, These two things together are more than 50,000. Very expensive. Chu Wanding's old geezer looked at her unhappily, thinking, 100,000 to waste. Originally, I could coax her with a 2,000 yuan bag today, but now she wants a whole set of 100,000. After Chu Wanding happily finalized the purchase, she seduced him and whispered, Swipe your card, honey. Chen Yuan is still watching. Hurry up and show off your boyfriend power. He thought bitterly, 100,000 is boyfriend power? I don't have that much money in my card. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's forceful voice rang out. Hey, I'll take both of these bags. And I'll also take the accessories that the girl over there just recommended. The sugar daddy couple heard this sentence as if struck by lightning, turning around to look at Chen Yuan with shocked eyes. Feng Minhui was just as flabbergasted. The sales associate who was all over Chu Wanding earlier did a complete 180, thinking, wait, he's getting the accessories too? I thought he was broke. AF. The sales associate, who was being so snooty just moments ago, was now practically vibrating with glee. Chen Ge, 2 bags plus accessories. That'll be 131,000 yuan. Chen Yuan thought to himself, how interesting. Get paid to eat and drink, and now this money comes back. Perfect. Chen Yuan pulls out a regular, Jane-looking card and says casually, Here, swipe this. The overjoyed sales associate was all smiles. Yes, sir. I'll wrap it up for you right away. She was about to cry tears of joy. She thought she was going to work for free today, but turns out he's not just buying 2 bags, but also the accessories. That's over 130,000 yuan. I never thought this dude who got dumped would be so generous. Even more so than before. Chu Wanding was burning up with envy. She couldn't handle the truth, and screamed, Chen Yuan, didn't your family go bankrupt? Where did you get so much money? The dude behind her chimed in. He probably took out a loan or something, right? Chen Yuan raises his chin, replying coolly, Believe what you want, I'm not short on cash. How about I buy another bag for Chu Wanding? It's just over 20,000 yuan. It's peanuts to me. That guy looked like he was about to explode. Chen Yuan wasn't done yet, he added. A man should be generous as well as suave. That Audi A8 of yours cost at least 600,000? Or 700,000? You wouldn't mind this little bit of money, right? Chu Wanding is being so competitive. She immediately turned around and urged him. Hao Jun, show him what you've got. Don't let him win. He was secretly fuming, thinking, that A8 is on a payment plan. I can't let Wanding know that. Ugh. This is so annoying being triggered like this. Not knowing what to do, he grabbed his phone and said, Hold on, I need to take this call. Chu Wanding was pissed and called out, Hao Jun, what are you doing? The other sales associates got a good show to gossip about. The dude walked outside, loudly faking the phone call while practically running away. Who told you to decide that? Didn't I say any project over $1 million needs my approval? Chu Wanding was grinding her teeth in anger. Chen Yuan, just you wait. Watching their pathetic figures and the increasing number on the gold diggers meter, he thought, Oh, negative emotions. This is easier than I thought. Whatever. I'm too lazy to bother with them. Just gotta finish the mission. After paying, Chen Yuan hands the bag to Feng Minhui, saying, Minhui, take this. It's a gift. She was shocked and waved her hands. No, I can't, Chen Yuan. It's too expensive. Chen Yuan hands the bag to her, with the other hand taking another bag from the sales associate. It's nothing, it's just a bag. You were laughed at and humiliated by those 2 jerks because of me. I'm a bit embarrassed, so consider it my apology. Just accept it. Please accept it. Feng Minhui hesitated for a moment and said, Well, okay. Thanks then. Chen Yuan continued happily. Don't thank me so fast. And there is this, and those. All for you. Feng Minhui asked in surprise. Huh. Isn't this for your younger sister? Chen Yuan responded casually. I don't know if she likes them, but I know you at least like this bag. He pretended like that, but in his heart he thought, Are you kidding? If I really buy it for that little devil Chen Xuan,
She won't just scold me for wasting money, she'll rat me out to mom and dad too. From the beginning I was buying those 2 bags for you. Just take it. After you take it, I can get refunded tonight.
Feng Minhui stepped back. In her heart she thought, 1 bag was already too much. But to accept all of this like this, wouldn't that make a bad impression on him? The girl blushed, embarrassed, and replied, I can't, Chen Yuan. She didn't even have the chance to finish her sentence. He already grabbed Feng Minhui's hand. Smiling, he said, It's okay, this is just the beginning, we still have a lot of time. Just accept it. If you keep refusing, I'll be sad. With the enthusiastic begging, the girl also accepted the remaining bag. Immediately, a system message rang. Congratulations, host! On completing the mission. This mission got a total of 15 negative points, and a triple refund of the money that was spent, in addition to spending money for the opposite sex, for a total of 6 times the refund. Construction bank card number with tailing digits 0098 received 786000 at 21:00 on May 11th. The current balance is 786,356 yuan. Chen Yuan held Feng Minhui's hand and thought, Right now, Minhui is my cash cow. I have to protect her well, and not let the drop in affection from just now happen again. He said gently to her, Minhui, let's go back to school, it's getting late. In Chen Yuan's heart, he thought, although I really want to go a round or two, this kind of thing can't be too hasty, it's better to let it happen naturally. Feng Minhui was also moved by this action and thought, Chen Yuan is completely different from Li Jianping, he didn't mention going to a bar, if not I really wanted to. A moment later, Chen Yuan finally arrived at the south dorm. At the same time a group of youths were coming down from upstairs, repeatedly cheering, Jianping, so enviable, so quietly you got the class beauty. All of us are still single. That's right, I didn't expect you little punk to be a step ahead. This is worth celebrating. You have to treat us no matter what. Moreover, it has to be a grand meal. The Li Jianping guy saw Chen Yuan passing by and deliberately spoke loudly so that he could hear. At that time, call the whole class to go. Let's be lively. Chen Yuan pondered and went back to his dorm room. Inside, one roommate looked bitter and opened his receiver and spoke to him. Did you hear everything? That damn Li Jianping just went to watch a movie with the class beauty and already can't wait for the whole school to know. It's very obvious that he's targeting our room 503. Chen Yuan knew everything and smiled to comfort him. He won't be jumping around for long. Feng Minhui won't be with him. The other side turned around and said to Chen Yuan, Don't talk nonsense. Feng Minhui went to watch a movie with him last night. Who knows what else they did? Moreover, didn't she not agree to a date with you today? That shows that she's really with Li Jianping. Chen Yuan simply sat down on the bed, only listened, but didn't say anything else. He turned on the computer, looked at the account balance for a moment and thought, already have new income so fast, maybe I'll go home tomorrow and check things out. Scene changed to Chen Yuan's house. A chubby man sits on a chair. Seeing Chen Yuan, he says, Xiao Yuan, you're back. That man is your uncle, Chen Yaodai. Chen Yuan walks in and coldly says, Hello, uncle, his father says softly. We're talking here. Go back to your room first. Your uncle and I are discussing something. After Chen Yuan returns to his room, his father's voice can still be heard outside. Brother, I understand your difficulties, but I still hope you can give me some more time. The stuff I have is almost enough to pay off the debt. I'll pay you a portion first then. Chen Yaodai says smugly. One portion is definitely not enough. I have to hustle every day these past 2 days. You absolutely have to pay me everything at once. Chen Yuan's mother can't hold back anymore and shouts, Chen Yaodai, no one does things like you. Who lent you 300,000 when you didn't have money for a car wash? And did they ever rush you to pay it back? Now we've only borrowed 200,000 from you, and you've come to rush us 3 or 4 times. What's your intention? Chen Yuan's father interrupts. Say less, will you? Your brother has his own difficulties. Chen Yuan's mother still hasn't stopped, and says bluntly. Whether he has difficulties or not, he knows very well in his heart. I already asked his wife. He hasn't been hustling for money these past 2 days. He is still smugly saying that debts must be paid. It is a matter of course. It's a waste that we're even family. We can still get along. If it were an outsider, you'd see what debt collection is like. Chen Yuan's mother snaps back. Haha, you still want to use violence to collect debts? Oh heavens, the Chen family are all white-eyed wolves. What was the point of treating you all so well in the beginning? Chen Yuan's father turns to say, What are you saying? Aren't there still some jewelry? Go into the room, find some, and sell it. We'll buy it back for you later when we have money. Chen Yuan's mother says irritably, Stop it. What are we buying? Let's pay off the debts in the house first. Suddenly, inside, Chen Yuan's system rings with a notification.
A perfect life shouldn't carry debt. Time-limited mission. Pay off family or personal debt. Mission reward. The amount of debt paid will be doubled for the host. The first time you pay 200,000, you will get 1 million specifically for a car.
Chen Yuan stares blankly at the notification in front of him,
Thinking to himself, this mission came at just the right time. His eyes light up, thinking to himself, even without the mission, I was planning to help old Chen ease some of the debt today. On this side, Chen Yuan's mother takes out the jewelry box, sighs, and says, all the jewelry you've given me over the years is here. No matter how difficult things get, I can't bear to sell it. It's worth several tens of thousands of yuan. Let him take it back first.
It seems like 2 gold rings were lost during the move.
Hearing his mother's sigh, Chen Yuan blushes with embarrassment inside. Ertnan needed some money to buy a bag for Wanting, so I took my mother's 2 gold rings to sell. At that time, I was really an unfilial son.
Chen Yuan thinks, and then pushes the door open forcefully, shouting clearly, Mom, Dad, I have money. Chen Yuan's father sees him and reminds him listlessly,
now is not the time to joke around. His mother also has a tired face, saying, you see the situation in the house now. You still need that little bit of money to pay for your cafeteria card, right? Don't mess around.
Chen Yuan scratches his head a little embarrassedly and says to his dad,
I really do have money, old Chen. Listen, can you hear the sound of receiving money? Mom and Dad quickly take out their phones to look at the numbers inside and shout, 200,000! Chen Yuan's father asks in surprise, kid, where did you get so much money? Chen Yuan then makes up an excuse. Mom and Dad gave me a lot of pocket money before. I invested some money in cryptocurrency with a friend. He didn't let me touch it, saying that the potential for increase was great. Only these past 2 days did he convert it into real money. He thinks to himself, maybe this excuse will work.
Anyway, the pocket money back then was really a lot.
His mother immediately becomes happy, saying, good job, son. You've helped our family solve a worry. Chen Yuan's father also reminds his mother, all right, let's pay the money first to send that plague away. Chen Yuan's father goes out to transfer the money to Chen Yaode, and then says coldly, Yaode, we've paid off the debt. Chen Yuan's mother also curses, now that you've received it, get lost. Don't ever come to our house again. Chen Yaode looks at the real number in his phone, and immediately becomes cowardly. He stammers, looking at Chen Yuan's mother, sister, Vinlaw, what are you doing? Chen Yuan's mother says sternly and loudly, don't you understand human language? I said get lost. After that, he doesn't need to leave on his own. Chen Yuan's parents kick him straight out. He looks inside in a daze, thinking to himself in confusion, my cousin owes nearly 100 million outside. I thought he would run out of money eventually, so I had to come and collect the debt early. Why could they pay off the debt so quickly? Could it be that my cousin's new business is making money? Then he's about to get rich again. He then feels regret and slaps himself. How can we ever meet again after what I did today? Damn it, why did I even come? On this side, Chen Yuan's system rings with a notification. Checking that the host has completed the first debt repayment goal, the system will immediately issue the reward. Construction bank card number, ending in 0098, has received 400,000 yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. The current balance is 1,163.56 yuan. Construction bank card number, ending in 0098, has received 1 million yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. The current balance is 26.35. Chen Yuan looks at his phone, thinking to himself, excluding the private money to buy a car from the second message, my private account already has more than 1 million. I didn't expect that coming home would not only help my parents solve a worry, but also have such a big harvest. Chen Yuan thinks. But completely solving all the debts in the house still requires a lot. So right now, even if I give all the million in my hand to old Chen, it's useless. The most beneficial thing is to use this capital to create more money. Chen Yuan looks at his parents, who are so happy that they're crying beside him, and thinks to himself,
let's calculate. I can only give old Chen 2 more 10,000.
Thinking this, he goes to his parents and says, old Chen, I actually still have a portion that hasn't been withdrawn, about 10,000. Do you need to use it urgently now? Chen Yuan's mother waves her hand and says, Mom feels like we can keep it for now. The other debts aren't urgent for the time being. Suddenly, old Chen blushes and speaks up.
Wait, give me 10,000 first,
embarrassingly says. That, Chen Yuan, give me 10,000 first. Chen Yuan responds with a smile. That's right, old Chen. This is the right feeling. He recalls himself in the past, thinking to himself, this appearance of Dad is exactly like me when I asked him for money before. This thing like inheritance is really interesting. Cut to outside Li Xiao's house. Chen Yuan standing there. He sees her and immediately says, "Teacher, you're back." Li Xiao smiles when she sees him. "Yep. No classes this afternoon." Chen Yuan leans in, all eager, and says, "Are you free tonight? I wanted to treat you to dinner. You bought me food last time, so it's my turn to return the favor." The moment he says that, sharp eyes flash behind her, making both Li Xiao and Chen Yuan sweat bullets. Li Meng, her face full of killer intent, appears behind her teacher, making Chen Yuan stutter. Li Meng, Chen Yuan freezes, thinking, this teacher's little sister is seriously my nemesis. Can't mess with her, can't mess with her. These two sisters are really different. The older one is gentle, but Li Meng is tough and always on guard. She narrows her eyes at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan gets super nervous under her gaze, then turns and stammers, "Oh, teacher, I suddenly remember I still have something at school. Might be busy tonight. We'll do the treat another time, okay? I'll go now." And he bolts. Li Meng says to Li Xiao with a serious face, "I told you that kid has ulterior motives." Li Xiao replies softly, "Maybe he really just wants to buy me a meal. Besides, even if he does have other intentions, I wouldn't agree." Chen Yuan's already outside, thinking to himself as he walks, "It's so hot." He absent-mindedly thinks back to the past, driving around in an air-conditioned car with Zhu Xiaoting that was comfortable and cool. Thinking about it still feels nice. Suddenly, he remembers something, takes out his phone, and thinks, "Wait, I actually have some money set aside to buy a car right now, but I haven't used it. Am I not giving the system enough face?" He thinks for a second, then texts Feng Minhui, "Free this afternoon, want to go car shopping with me?" Feng Minhui replies quickly, "Sure, no classes this afternoon anyway." Feng Minhui's friend reads the message and squeals to her, "Aya, you two lovebirds are already going to pick out a car together. That was fast. Are you not coming back to the dorm tonight? Tell me, tell me." Feng Minhui blushes and protests, "Don't talk nonsense. We're not even dating yet." Her friend teases, "Our Minhui is so lucky to find a rich gold, turtle, and a handsome one at that. That brat Chen Yuan got a steal." She reaches out and gives Feng Minhui's chest a playful squeeze, making her blush and exclaim, "Ah, stop it." An hour later, at a top-tier 4S dealership, an employee sees them arrive and greets them, "Welcome, what can I do for you? Are you here to see cars? What kind of car are you looking for?" Another guy walks over, face red and dazed, and asks, "Minhui, what are you doing here?" Feng Minhui turns and says softly, "Oh, Senior Qin," she thinks to herself, "Qin Yang, the upperclassman who used to chase me in high school. Why am I seeing him here?" The guy walks up to them and asks her, "Minhui, who's this?" Chen Yuan steps forward and introduces himself. "I'm her classmate." Xin Xiao asks, "Oh, are you two here to see cars? What kind of car are you interested in?" Chen Yuan points to the car next to him, without hesitation, and says, "I want to learn more about this MCH model." Xin Xiao says enthusiastically, "The car exhibits are over there. Feel free to look around. You can also sit inside." In his heart, he's clearly looking down on them, thinking, the lowest MCH is at least 500,000, and it's more than 600,000 on the ground. This kid is dressed so plainly. If you don't have money, you don't have money. What's the point of bringing a female student to the 4S store and pretending to buy something? He stares blankly at Feng Minhui, thinking to himself, Minhui is still so beautiful, worthy of being the goddess I pursued. I'm different from before. Salary of more than 10,000 a month, outstanding salesperson, drives a 200,000 Honda Accord to work. Girls are realistic now, guys like me are their top choice. He just stands there, thinking all sorts of nonsense. He then walks over to her side and says, Minhui, long time no see. If you're free tonight, how about we catch up? Feng Minhui replies awkwardly, sorry senior, I might not be free today, I have other plans tonight. Chen Yuan suddenly pipes up, hey, is it possible to arrange a test drive? He gets interrupted and thinks bitterly. I'm trying to ask Minhui out, what are you interrupting for? You can't afford it, so what do you want a test drive for? Wasting my time. He suppresses his anger and replies, sorry, the test drive vehicle has already been driven out by our boss today. No test drives today. Chen Yuan, with his history of changing cars every few days, thinks he is not someone who knows nothing about cars. He already saw the MCH in the store when he came in. If you can't arrange it, then change someone else. Without saying much, he gets off the car and shouts loudly to the front desk, excuse me, could you arrange another salesperson for me? I want to test drive immediately. A girl walks out and says softly, Hello, my name is Chen Na. I am the sales consultant of the store. How can I help you?
Chen Yuan looked at the sweet girl in front of him and praised him.
Another colleague saw this and asked the guy, "Isn't Xin Yang supposed to be handling that customer? Why did you let Chen Na take over?" He replied annoyedly, "I couldn't be bothered. Let Chen Na work for free." A student saying he wants to buy an M9 and test drive it? Isn't that just bragging?
The other colleague said.
What if he actually buys it? You'll regret it then. Xin Yang still scoffed. Buy my ass. Just a poor guy bringing a pretty girl along to show off. I've seen this a million times. Meanwhile, Chen Na was enthusiastically introducing the car.
Sir, this car mainly features intelligent driver's seat design and is equipped with a 192-line laser radar, enabling full autonomous driving.
How does it feel?
Chen Yuan quietly assessed the girl's efficiency.
Very professional. Her looks and figure aren't any less than Feng Minhui's, he thought. It's just that you often hear stories online about female car salespersons rarely closing deals with male customers. A few impure thoughts about Chen Na popped up in his head. Over there, Chen Na asked, "Do you understand all the car's configurations? What's your budget?" Chen Yuan casually asked, "Do you have a car in stock? I want to pick it up today." Chen Na's eyes lit up as she secretly thought, "Customers who buy our cars usually have to look at them several times before making a deal. This guy just test drove it and decided to buy it without even asking the price."
If he really buys it, why did Xin Yang give up on serving him?
She checked and said apologetically, "Sorry, we don't have the car in stock right now, but another store has a customer who had financial issues and canceled their order. If you need it, we can transfer it here within a week."
Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "That's fine, I'll place an order today." Chen Na was even more surprised. Looking at Chen Yuan with admiration, she thought, the car costs over 600,000 yuan to get on the road, and he's buying it just like that. Is this the legendary angel customer? Or does he have other intentions? Despite her thoughts, she remained calm and politely said, "Please come inside the store to rest for a moment. A deposit of 50,000 yuan is required up front. I'll go get the contract." After returning to the store, Xin Yang immediately started gossiping and asked Chen Na, "What did that customer say?"
Chen Na sat down to prepare the contract and slowly replied, "He bought it." The colleague who heard this exclaimed in disbelief, "What? He bought it? That was fast." Xin Yang was even more incredulous.
He put his hands on his hips and said disdainfully, "That guy's just pretending. When it's time to pay, he'll come up with all sorts of excuses to disappear. We have plenty of people like that in the store." The male colleague seemed enlightened and chimed in, Yeah, that's right. I've been selling cars for so many years, and I've never seen a customer buy so quickly."
Chen Na calmly reaffirmed, "I'm telling you, Mr. Chen bought it, and he's even going to pay the full amount." This news shocked the male colleague so much that he lost control of his words.
The colleague turned to Xin Yang and said,
"You idiot. You let such a big order slip away. You're going to regret this." He couldn't do anything about his frustration and could only clench his fists in self-anger.
After completing the paperwork, Chen Na asked with a smile,
"Mr. Chen, if you have any issues with the follow-up procedures, feel free to tell me at any time. Where would you like to go later? Would you like me to see you off?"
Feng Minhui walked over and took Chen Yuan's arm, saying,
"No need. We'll call a car ourselves." Seeing her attitude, Chen Na felt a little embarrassed and thought guiltily, "I was too eager to protect the customer and made his girlfriend unhappy. I'm screwed." Making this, she stood in place and politely said,
"All right then. I won't see you off any further." The two continued to stroll down the street. Chen Yuan looked at his phone and asked, Hui, let's go eat now, okay?" She suddenly pouted and said, "Oh," which sounded ominous.
Chen Yuan immediately realized something was up. He turned to her and asked, "Feng Minhui's unhappy. Are you jealous?" She blushed and looked away, saying, "No, I'm not." Chen Yuan smiled indulgently and said to her, "You say you're not? Your expression says otherwise. I and she are only the business relationship between a salesperson and a customer, nothing more."
Feng Minhui blushed, her voice a little sulky as she replied, "Who knows? You were talking to her so happily, and you were scrolling through her moments, for so long too."
Chen Yuan scratched his cheek and explained embarrassedly, "Haha, it's actually just a habit. I always scroll through people's moments whenever I add them as friends." She turned her face away and reminded him, "Well, don't do that next time." After saying this to Chen Yuan, Feng Minhui thought, "I clearly have nothing to do with Chen Yuan, so why am I suddenly jealous? Guys who spend money so generously are really easy to attract other women. I have to find a way to keep Chen Yuan." As if she had thought of something, she secretly encouraged herself, I have to hold on to Chen Yuan tightly. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still repeating the words from earlier. I won't do that next time. Let's go eat first. Then we'll go shopping. I'll buy you gifts for National Day. He was a little nervous in his heart, thinking, there won't be anything fishy next time. I'm really not that pure, damn it. Hearing about shopping, Feng Minhui said, but you already bought me 2 bags yesterday, she thought to herself. Although I'm a little expectant, it's not good to let Chen Yuan spend money like this. What if he thinks I'm a gold digger? Chen Yuan smiled gently and said, it's okay, it's normal for girls to have lots of bags. Anyway, there are 7 days in a week, so you won't be repeating them every day, he thought to himself. Anyway, spending money on girls can get me a 3. The more she buys, the better, so I can earn more. The two went into a cafe. Chen Yuan handed her the menu and asked, Hui Hui, would you like a cold or hot drink today? Hearing this, Feng Minhui embarrassedly thought, Chen Yuan is asking me if I want a hot or cold drink. Is he indirectly asking if I have my period? He wants to, she timidly replied. The cold one. Chen Yuan was confused. He finally realized something and blushed, thinking, what's with Hui Hui's expression? Good job. What are you thinking about? But the last time I was with Xiao Wanding was 2 months ago. But it's been accumulating so much. It's really time to release it. Let's just let this misunderstanding intensify. 3 hours later, the two had left the shopping mall. From top to bottom, she had a watch worth 12,800, a bracelet worth 20,800, and a handbag worth 5,500. The stats on her head had also increased to 81. She looked at him embarrassedly, thinking, Chen Yuan treats me so well that it feels unreal. He just bought me over 80,000 yuan worth of stuff in a little while, and almost 140,000 in 2 days. Over on this side, Chen Yuan's bank system also chimed in with a notification. Construction Bank, card ending in 0098, received 252,000 yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. Current balance, 224,216 yuan. Chen Yuan happily looked at the rising number on his phone, thinking, this double cash back from the system is legit. I gave old Chen 50,000 for the car, and boom, got it back in no time. Even though this 217,000 includes the car payment. Even after deducting nearly 60,000 for the car, that's still over 16 million yuan to blow. Chen Yuan turned to Feng Minhui with a sly grin and said, Minhui, don't go back to the dorm tonight, okay? Hearing this suggestion, she shyly nodded. Half an hour later, at the Grand Rich Hotel, room 808, Chen Yuan was leisurely taking a warm shower, washing away all the worries. Feng Minhui was lying on the bed outside, anxiously staring at her phone screen, thinking, Chen Ling asked why I haven't come back to the dorm. What do I tell her? Just say I'm with Chen Yuan? Too embarrassing. Before she could figure it out, Chen Yuan came out. His toned body was on full display. Chen Yuan, while drying his hair, asked, Minhui, are you ready? She blushed looking at Chen Yuan. In her heart she thought, sorry Ling Ling, he's giving me so much already. Finally, she sent her friend a hurried text. Ling Ling, I'm not coming back tonight. If anyone asks, just say I went to visit relatives, okay? She said shyly. Chen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. He buried his head in the hollow of her shoulder, inhaling deeply, and said, it's okay. I love your scent. He quickly pinned her down and got to work. Feng Minhui continuously blushed, letting out embarrassing moans. She gently called his name, Chen Yuan. He skillfully used his mouth to undo the zipper of her dress and said, I love every scent on your body. She was in a daze, placing her hand on Chen Yuan's chest, and gently instructed. Be gentle, he happily replied. The two of them dove into each other, lost in the moment, forgetting the world. Half an hour later they were resting. She lay in Chen Yuan's arms, thinking, this kind of thing is really not as scary as Chen Ling said. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, looked gloomy, thinking, I didn't expect Minhui to be. This feels great, but also exhausting. Looks like I haven't been working out enough. 2 months without doing it, and I've regressed this much. Before he could rest much, Feng Minhui climbed on top of Chen Yuan and gently said, Chen Yuan, how about we do it again? Chen Yuan, hearing this, startled and said, Minhui, can you wait a little longer while I rest? She, with a deadly seductive look, cooed, No, I want it now. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan returned to the dorm. He got out of bed with a refreshed spirit, thinking, the system even gives cash back on loan repayments. All my loans plus credit card debt add up to 52,000. I'll pay those off first. Chen Yuan looked at the balance in his account, pondering. There's still Li Yuheng's 100,000. Back when my family went bankrupt, All those fair-weather friends avoided me. But Li Yuheng helped me without saying a word.
Suddenly, a roommate came over and asked, "Old Third, where'd you go last night? Check the group chat. There's a friend gathering tonight at noon."
Chen Yuan opened the group chat and saw some people discussing, "The weather's pretty good this weekend, everyone should go out for a stroll." Immediately after, a photo of a car appeared. The people below were exclaiming, "Damn! Bang is getting a car! That's a Baohan Lai rolling at 280,000. Bang is really rich." Sigh. Even after 10 years of graduation, we might not be able to afford a car. Did the female sales staff at the 4S shop give birth yet? I suggest everyone get together and have a good time tonight, the roommate said again. That dog Li Jianpeng ordered a car. I suspect he asked the class president to arrange this, so he can show off. It's freaking disgusting. It left. If we don't go, we lose 200 yuan from the class fund.
Chen Yuan said, disgusted, "Li Jianpeng's pretending is really adorable. You guys go, I'm not going." Before he could finish, a message arrived. "Yuan, long time no see, Hen Yuan's. Come over for a meal tonight. Relax a little."
Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Perfect life mission. It's not just about the opposite sex's favor, but also a career foundation limited time mission. The host will receive 1 million yuan dedicated to investment within 1 week. Invest all 1 million. Mission reward. Any income earned from business activities will be doubled. Chen Yuan read the mission and happily thought, "This time, it's a career-related mission? Right on time! I was thinking I needed a reasonable source of income for all this money in my account. Li Yuheng's acoustic bar is under renovation. Maybe I can invest in his bar."
Chen Yuan stared at his phone, Li Yuheng's message in front of him. "Yuan, long time no see. Come out for a meal tonight. Relax a little." He replied, "Send the location. Tonight Daddy will show you a change of scenery."
At the South Scenery Bar, in a VIP room, Cheng Long, a young master lounging on the couch, said with a dismissive look, "Young Master Li, who are you still waiting for? I'm about to starve to death."
That guy was Lin Guangyao. Shi Haiji, sitting on the side, chimed in. "Aren't all the important brothers here already?" Xiao Zhenggang, sprawled out there, also said, "That's right, important people wouldn't be late."
Li Yuheng held a glass of wine in his hand and said affably, "What's the rush? Aren't there fruits and snacks on the table? Snack on those for a bit. Chen Yuan is coming soon." The cloud. Lin Guangyao, hearing this, jumped up and said, "Chen Yuan? Isn't his family bankrupt? He's not in the same circle as us anymore. Why call him here?"
Lin Yuheng said seriously, "I'm paying tonight. I'm not asking you to pay, so what are you complaining about?"
"Chen Yuan is my childhood friend. You can't lump him in with those guys."
Lin Guangyao said dismissively.
"If young Master Li says we wait, then we'll keep waiting." The girl next to him said, "You're such a pain, Brother Yao. You won't be my boyfriend, but you always touch me." Lin Guangyao then directed the conversation to Shi Haiji. "Isn't your cousin's girlfriend coming tonight? Why isn't she here yet?"
Shi Haiji said with a wide grin. "She's on her way, but there's traffic. It'll probably take another 10 minutes or so." Lin Guangyao scoffed inwardly. His family always depended on mine. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even qualify to be at gatherings like this. And how the heck did he stumble upon such a hot girlfriend? Especially that short, tight skirt and white shirt. No guy can resist that kind of allure. Anyway, they're not married yet, so maybe I still have a shot.
Chen Yuan finally showed up. He opened the door with a bright smile and said, "Sorry for the wait, everyone." Li Yuheng, seeing Chen Yuan arrive, gently asked, "Why are you so late?" Chen Yuan replied honestly, "Traffic. I swear, that driver took the long way, specifically through the worst traffic jams." Yukang. Li Yuheng lightly punched his shoulder, laughing, "Damn, some drivers have no morals. File a complaint." Ling Guangyao thought dismissively, "Taking a taxi? Everyone here drove their fancy cars. No wonder he got stuck in traffic." He sneered, "You're lucky we all drove ourselves. You had to call a taxi, huh?"
Suddenly, a beautiful yet familiar face walked in and said anxiously, "Sorry, the rush hour traffic was insane, so I'm late." Shi Haiqiao, blushing, stood up and introduced, "This is Chen Na, my girlfriend. She works at a 4S dealership. If any of you guys need a car, look her up." He suddenly felt a surge of superiority, thinking, "Even if I'm not as rich as these guys, my girlfriend is way hotter than theirs." Chen Na saw Chen Yuan standing there and was surprised, thinking, "That's Brother Chen. He bought a car yesterday, but he didn't say hi. I guess I should pretend this is the first time we're meeting." With that thought, she walked straight to Shi Haiqiao, her face stiff, yet still radiating charm. 40 minutes later, Li Yuheng stood up, his face flushed with alcohol, and said, "Now that everyone's stuffed, let me say a few words. That bar I'm opening, I really want to make it big. All of you here are my best bros. Anyone want to invest together and get rich? The projected capital is around 24 million. I'm putting in 30% equity, which is about 700,000.
He asked a little awkwardly. What do you guys think? The girl next to Lin Guangyao was just watching the show. While he thought to himself, Lin Xiao's family makes tens of millions in profit a year. He needs investors for a measly 700,000? He probably messed up his last investments, so his dad cut him off. Shi Haiqiao swirled the wine in his glass, thinking, I can't afford this. I'd have to save for 2 years to get 700,000, Zhao Zhengang thought. Going out to eat is fine, but why are you roping us into investing? That's not Li Xiao's style. The so-called important people were as quiet as clams, thinking, in situations like this, whoever opens their mouth first is the idiot.
Li Yuhang's face darkened, thinking, normally, these guys are always asking me to treat them, and they never hesitate to borrow money. Now that I need a little support, it's understandable with Chen Yuan being down on his luck, but the rest of them are acting like they're dead, he said coldly. What's going on, cat? Got your tongues now that you're full, you guys should say something. Lin Guangyao finally spoke up. It's like this, Li Xiao. I don't think it's at the point where you need investment. If you're just short on working capital, we can each chip in a few thousand to get the bar going. And you can pay us back later when you make money. Shi Haiqiao chimed in. Yeah. After all, we'd be adding shares halfway through, which wouldn't be fair to you. If you do it that way, you won't lose money later. Right, guys? Zhao Zhengang thought to himself. Everyone knows Li Xiao's investment skills. Remember that hot pot restaurant with the technicians? It was a disaster. Now he's opening a bar? That's like throwing money into the ocean. The nosy people around glared at Lin Guangyao, thinking, this guy could lend money privately. Why does he have to drag everyone into it? Shit, we all rely on our families. And our allowance isn't even enough. Li Yuhang was silent, thinking, I wanted to get everyone together to make money, but now it's turned into begging for loans? I overestimated these guys, especially Lin Guangyao, who never does anything right. I clearly said it was about investing and joining as partners, but he keeps bringing up borrowing money. Li Yuhang put down his glass and said sourly, we'll talk about borrowing money later. If you guys aren't interested, then forget it. Hearing that, Lin Guangyao eagerly raised his glass and said, that's the way. It's no fun when Li Xiao's trying to get us to invest. Everyone, eat and drink up. Let's keep the party going. Chen Yuan was still deep in thought. These guys disappeared when I went bankrupt. Why does Lian Yuhang still think he can count on them? These guys are all useless leeches, relying on their families for money. Lian Yuhang said disappointedly. You guys can keep partying. I'm heading out.
Chen Yuan finally spoke up. How about I invest that 700,000? The whole room went silent. Li Yuhang turned around in shock. Lin Guangyao burst out laughing. Chen Yuan, stop joking around. It's not like we just met. Yeah? Another guy echoed. Yeah, talking big doesn't mean anything. A guy sitting next to Chen Yuan patted his shoulder, advising, why don't you go wash your face in the bathroom to sober up? Li Xiao's not in a good mood right now. He doesn't have time for your BS. Shi Haiqiao added a reminder. Brother, I'm a few years older than you, and I've experienced more. You have to know your limits. This isn't just about knowing your limits. It's about bragging shamelessly. Lin Guangyao chimed in mockingly. That's right, Chen Yuan. How did you even get here, don't you know? Should I pay for a taxi for you? Chen Na, watching the mockery, was confused, thinking, Brother Chen wants to invest 30% equity. Why do they think he's talking big? He just bought a 600,000 car yesterday. For someone with money like that, investing 700,000 is totally normal. She silently lowered her head, thinking, even though I want to help Brother Chen, if an outsider like me suddenly butts in and speaks up for him, it might just cause him more trouble. What's the best thing to do? Chen Yuan, on the other hand, calmly asked Li Yuhang. I've already transferred the 700,000. Check it out. Li Yuhang looked at the huge number on his phone and stammered in shock. Chen Yuan, you. The information on the screen was crystal clear. Your industrial and commercial bank card ending in 5,854 received 700,000 at 1942 on May 13th. That Lin Guangyao guy curiously asked, Li Xiao, what's going on? Li Yuhang stammered, unable to form a sentence, and pointed his phone at Lin Guangyao, saying, You see for yourself. He saw the ridiculously long number and was shocked, thinking, what the hell? Why does Chen Yuan's transfer have so many zeros? Let me count them again carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap, it's 700,000. Chen Na, who was sitting next to him, was also surprised, and turned to look at Chen Yuan, thinking, The wind has changed so quickly.
One of the guys, seeing Lin Guangyao jump up, curiously asked, Lin Xiao, what's in the message? He trembled as he replied, Oh, something came up at my house, Miss Cow. I can't drink with you guys anymore. See you another time. Xing Haiqiao, seeing this, also stood up and asked,
Aren't you my cousin? What's going on? He angrily retorted. Don't ask. You go too. Your aunt and uncle are looking for you. Shi Haiqiao blankly replied, No way, they didn't call me. Lin Guangyao bitterly glared at Chen Yuan and thought, This cousin of mine can't read the room. Whatever, I'm too lazy to argue with him. It's that bastard Chen Yuan though. If he had this much money, why was he pretending to be a taxi driver? He stole all the attention tonight, damn it.
That noob was so confused when he questioned him earlier.
He thought, why did Lin Xiao have such a strong reaction? He went over to Li Yuhang and said, Li Xiao, what was that message? Let me see. As soon as he saw it, he opened the door and stepped outside, leaving behind only one sentence. Something came up at my house, I gotta go.
The others immediately understood and stood up, saying, Me too, Li Xiao. Let's hang out next time. Xie Haiqiao turned around, confused.
Aren't you guys? What's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Chen Na next to him said, Let's go too.
Xie Haiqiao followed Chen Na, still puzzled, and asked, What did you say? How did you know they were looking at a transfer message? You didn't even see the message. Chen Na finally revealed, Chen Yuan ordered a McLaren from me yesterday and paid for it in full. He was shocked when he heard this.
Grabbing her hand and saying, Really? Is that true? Chen Na coldly said. Why would I lie to you? I still have his car purchase contract. He got annoyed when he heard this and scolded her. Nah, I'm not blaming you, but if you know a rich young master like that, you should tell me immediately. It's your fault for not handling this properly. Next time. Chen Na coldly shook off his hand and sharply said, Next time what? Shi Haiji? I just realized what kind of person you are. Consider me having met the wrong person. Don't contact me anymore. Scene changed to inside the VIP room.
Li Yuhang sat down, put his arm around Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, If I'd known you were this rich, I wouldn't have organized this gathering today. What a waste of money. Chen Yuan poured wine into a glass and said, It's good you know now. None of those guys are trustworthy. They're good for playing around, but they can't do anything when things get serious.
Chen Yuan turned and smiled, opening his mouth and saying, Tell me about your idea for opening a quiet bar a year ago. Even though I'm just a small shareholder, I still have to participate in the planning of the future.
Li Yuhang agreed with a bright smile. Okay, I'll tell you about the plan first.
For the next half hour, Chen Yuan discussed the decoration style and operation situation with Lin Yuhang. After a brain dump, Liu Hang rubbed his head in frustration and blurted out, You son of a gun are really something. Going to university wasn't a waste. You're so insightful in business.
Chen Yuan stretched and said, This is called business genius, but I don't have time to be at the bar every day to watch over things, and it's even harder to save for you, so we still have to find a store near the school.
Li Yuhang immediately replied, Whatever you say. Whatever you say. An hour later, a message from Chen Na arrived. Brother Chen, the car you ordered is about to arrive at the store. You can come on Friday to pay the final amount for the car. Chen Yuan seemed to have an idea, and replied, No rush. Are you free tomorrow night? I have some specific questions about the car I want to ask you directly.
Chen Na thought when she saw this message. This brother Chen is Chen Yuan. She smiled secretly, thinking, Right now, Manhwa is a money-making tree, but the amount of repayment is limited. We have to expand in all directions to fully utilize this sugar daddy system to make money. Moreover, Chen Na's looks and figure are both top-notch. Spending money on such a beautiful woman isn't a loss. Thinking this, he sent the address to Chen Na. Tomorrow, tea restaurant, 4th floor, Guaojin Shopping Center.
The next day, she arrived early as scheduled.
She sat by the window, resting her chin and thought, Brother Chen hasn't arrived yet. Am I early?
Suddenly, a pot-bellied uncle walked in from outside, saw her, and thought, Chen Na? Why is she here? And she's wearing the store uniform too. I never had a chance to flirt with this little girl at the store. I finally caught her today. Thinking this, he turned around and said to the people behind him, You guys find a place to eat today. I have some business to take care of. He was the general manager of Chen Na's 4S store, named Zheng Jinyang. The people behind him immediately understood and said, President Zheng, you go ahead with your work. We'll go first then. After that group of people left, they were still discussing among themselves, Do you think Chen Na will agree to President Zheng? I don't think so. Chen Na doesn't seem like that kind of person. Another colleague said, that's not necessarily true. Would a girl come to a place like this alone to eat? The other person still didn't understand, and asked, what do you mean? The other person started to explain. Maybe Chen Na came to create a chance encounter, deliberately letting Zheng Jinyang run into her. The colleague laughed loudly when he heard this and said, Chen Na usually looks very serious. I didn't expect. At this time, Xia Haiqiao happened to overhear this conversation and wondered,
Chen Na is creating a chance encounter with whom? Zheng Jinyang then went over to her table and said, Chen Na, what a coincidence. You're here to eat too? Are you alone? Do you mind if I join you?
Chen Na frankly replied, President Zheng, I'm sorry, but I have an appointment to meet a friend. He didn't know where he got the confidence, but he thought this little girl was playing the like but pretend to refuse game. He put his hand on the table and said, Chen Na, I'm your boss, no matter what. So what if you have a friend? Let's eat together. Chen Na said uncomfortably, to be honest, I'm sorry, but please maintain a suitable distance from me. You already have a family. You shouldn't do this. This guy shamelessly sat down and said, so you're concerned about me having a family? That's easy to handle? Divorce is the way to go, Xia Haiqiao thought, frantically searching for Chen Na everywhere. He fumed. Chen Na dumped me, only to hook up with some other dude. She's looking down on me. I make 400 to 500K a year. Plus, I got a car worth over 300K. What the heck am I lacking? He stormed up to the 4th floor, only to be utterly enraged by what he saw inside. Holy crap, I lost to this pig. Xi Haiqiao charged in, pointing his finger at Zheng Jinyang and yelling, you too, face dogs, so you've been secretly having an affair behind my back. Chen Na blankly asked, what are you talking about? Zheng Jinyang, annoyed by the interruption, retorted, and who the heck are you? Without another word, Xi Haiqiao lunged forward and punched the old geezer, shouting with bitterness, I should be asking you who the heck you are. Not one to back down, Zheng Jinyang grabbed Xi Haiqiao's collar and snapped, where did this mad dog come from? You dare hit me? Chen Yuan walked in and, seeing the chaotic scene, was stunned. He thought to himself, Xia Haiqiao's here, what the heck is going on? He analyzed the situation, caught in the act. Or is this fat dude a scapegoat? Otherwise, I'd be the one lying on the floor right now. Seeing Chen Na approaching, Chen Yuan quickly pulled her away, saying, Mess, Chen, let's go, don't worry about them, let's get out of here. A while later, they were outside. Chen Na drove and began to explain, actually, Xi Haiqiao and I were only together for half a month. I only realized how awful his character was after that one meal. But luckily I broke up with him that night. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. It's good to find out what someone's really like early on. It's over now, so don't worry about it. Chen Na looked worried. It's not over though. Zheng Jinyang, the guy who got hit, is my boss. Now that he's been beaten for no reason, who knows how he'll target me in the future, Chen Yuan suggested. That kind of boss isn't worth working for. You should just find another job. She lowered her eyes and replied, it's not that easy to find a job these days. If I switched to another store, I'd have to start all over. All the customers I've built up over the years would be wasted. They drove past a flower shop by the roadside. Chen Na stared blankly out the window and said, actually, being a salesperson is exhausting after a while. I want to switch to a different job, like running a cafe or something now. If I'm in a good mood, I do a lot of business. If I'm not, I just close up shop. How great would that be? Too bad opening a cafe costs 300 to 400K. I don't know how long it would take to save up that much. Chen Yuan asked with interest. You want to open a cafe? It's okay if you don't have enough money. What if someone wanted to invest? In his heart, he thought. Besides the 700K I gave to Li Yuhang, I still have 300K, specifically for investments. Chen Na didn't take him seriously and laughed. Then I'd quit my job immediately and work for him without hesitation. Chen Yuan said seriously. Okay, then quit your job tomorrow. I'll invest 300K to open a cafe, and you can work for me from now on. Xiao Yuan's hand, which had been slapping his thigh, stopped abruptly. The number above Chen Na's head jumped straight to 64, and she gasped in surprise. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was ecstatic, thinking to himself, I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to get her affection all the way here. Here comes a money tree. Chen Na asked in disbelief. Chen Yuan, are you kidding me? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, I'm serious. What's the matter? Don't want to work for me? After we open the cafe, I'll pay you 12,000 yuan a month. Plus, there's commission. If we're open for 3 consecutive months, I'll give you a car worth 200K.
Your car is old, so you should get a new one.
Her eyes lit up, thinking in disbelief. No pressure to meet sales targets. And I get a car after working for 3 months. That would make my annual salary exceed 300K. She suddenly remembered something and thought, wait a minute. Is Chen Yuan planning to keep me as his mistress? Chen Na remembered the girl who went to buy a car with him last time and said, Chen Yuan, you don't have to do this for me. She thought honestly, even though this offer is very tempting, I don't want to be someone's caged canary, especially as a mistress. Chen Yuan crossed his arms and said, don't overthink it. I just plan to open a chain of cafes. The first one is to operate as a pilot project for TH. So we'll just be in a simple boss-employee relationship. Chen Na turned her face away, saying shyly, is that so? Then let me think about it. Suddenly, a message from Feng Minhui arrived. Chen Yuan, do you have time tonight? If you're free, let's go grab some cold drinks. Chen Yuan looked at the message and thought, cold drinks? Minhui's needs are so high. He quickly replied, those kinds of drinks are okay, but we need to moderate the frequency. After that, he said to Chen Na, Miss Chen, I have something to take care of, so I'll head out first. Think it over carefully and get back to me soon. Chen Yuan quickly went to the Dafu Hao Hotel, room 808. He went inside and quickly closed the door. Feng Minhui had been waiting for a long time. She rushed over and hugged Chen Yuan tightly, saying, Chen Yuan, I missed you. He softened and replied, Hui, I. Before he could finish, Feng Minhui spoke with suspicion. Wait, Chen Yuan, you smell like another woman's perfume. Chen Yuan was surprised. He sniffed himself and said, huh? No way. In his heart he thought, could it be because I rode in Na's car that I picked up her perfume? Feng Minhui pushed Chen Yuan away and angrily questioned, tell me, have you been seeing another woman behind my back? Chen Yuan quickly went over and hugged her, then explained in a low voice, how could that be? I only have you. It's just that I went to the 4S store to handle the car paperwork today, so I picked up the perfume smell from those girls. You know, the female staff at the 4S store all wear pretty strong perfume. Feng Minhui was finally manipulated by his sweet talk and said, okay, but if you go looking for other women next time, you have to tell me in advance. Also, you have to keep your distance from that female employee, got it? Chen Yuan laughed it off and said, of course. He smiled inwardly. This really wasn't about cheating or not. The system's mission was to spend money on the opposite sex and rely on rebates to make money. There's no way I can just stick to one tree. After giving her instructions, she turned and left, saying seductively, okay, I'm going to take a shower first. Chen Yuan grabbed her arm and said suggestively, shower later. She said in a sultry tone, can't shower, I'm wearing clothes. She was quickly stripped bare. Chen Yuan said in a perverted way, I like the smell of not showering. Feng Minhui sat on the bed, blushing, and said, then we're the same, Chen Yuan. Actually, I also like your scent. Chen Yuan also quickly took off his clothes and threw them in some corner. He pounced on the bed, greedily inhaling her scent, and said, isn't that my line, Hui, you've really completely ignited the intense fire in my heart? The two of them wrestled with each other once again. She was brought to a state of ecstasy, and said, Chen Yuan, I like you so much. 2 hours later, just as the two were about to stop, Feng Minhui spoke up again. Chen Yuan, I still want more. Chen Yuan said, a little scared, let me take a shower first. I'm all sweaty and sticky, it's uncomfortable. He walked into the bathroom with weak legs, thinking to himself, Hui's needs are even greater than Wanting's. She's having a great time, but I'm being drained dry. He glanced at the number 90 above her head and thought, isn't this kind of exercise increasing Hui's favorability so quickly? Last time it only took one night to increase to 86, and today, 2 times has already reached 90. Suddenly, the system issued a notification, detected that the host has a member of the opposite sex with a favorability above 90. The favorability mission has been completed, rewarding 1V Silk, a bonus of 1 million, a 1 million consumption card, and 1 accidental ability card. Chen Yuan was shocked and widened his eyes, thinking, 1 million? Winning the lottery isn't even this much. It's easier to explain the source of money with this thing. Moreover, it can be used to pay off debts at home. He looked at the line, 1 accidental ability card. Chen Yuan thought confusedly, wait, accidental ability? There's even this reward? Then, won't I be able to dominate everything in the future? Chen Yuan looked towards Feng Minhui lying on the bed, thinking to himself, sorry Minhui, I have to rise up now. It won't be you taking advantage of me anymore. It'll be me taking advantage of you. With that, Chen Yuan quickly chose the accidental ability card. As soon as he selected it, All the fatigue in his body almost disappeared. He thought in amazement, "Awesome! I can clearly feel that my nether region is full of energy. This reward for reaching 90 favorability is so great." Chen Yuan thought to himself. It seems that the system's reward distribution is practical, rewarding what's needed. But the favorability of the opposite sex has to reach 90.
Ha. Although Li Xiao's favorability is over 60, it's still a long and difficult road to develop to the same level as Hui Hui.
The long-legged Chen Na in black stockings has also exceeded 60. Right now it seems that I need to proceed step by step. I don't know when the next girl with a favorability of 90 will appear. Let's not think about these things for now. Quickly testing out the abilities of this system daddy is the main thing.
A moment later, he walked out aggressively and softly called out her name, Hui Hui.
She asked in surprise, "What's wrong, Chen Yuan? Weren't you going to take a shower?"
Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and said,
"No, I changed my mind." He turned around, and she adjusted her position and said, "Here, like this." He gently took her hand and got to work. A rush of pleasure overwhelmed her, causing her to jerk back and exclaim, "Chen Yuan, why is it a little?" At the same time, in another place, Chen Na was lying on the sofa, talking on the phone excitedly. Qian, there's a male student who said he wants to give me 300,000 to open a store, and said that if I work for 3 months, he'll give me a 200,000 car. Do you think this male student wants to take care of me? But he already... The girl on the other end of the line interrupted her. Nah, are you being scammed? However, Chen Na bluntly affirmed, "No way. I've met him a few times already. He bought a car for me last time." Qian asked again, "How old is he?" "I remember. The people who bought cars from you were all middle-aged men." Chen Na replied, "He's only 21 years old." Qian, who was applying a face mask, also asked in surprise, "A young kid like that is already driving a luxury car? So is he handsome?" Chen Na sat up, her face flushed red, and replied, "He's a little handsome." Chen analyzed again. "He wants to give you 300,000 to open a store, and then give you a 200,000 car. A male student who is rich, handsome, and young like this. What's there to worry about?" Chen Na went to the window to look at the city outside, and replied blankly, "But I'm 5 or 6 years older than him." Chen Jian said, "What's that? People all say that a woman older by 3 carries gold, carries silver. Right now, he's rounding up a bit, so isn't that equivalent to carrying 2 lumps of gold?" Chen Na added awkwardly, "But he has a girlfriend." Qian, who was cutting her nails on the other side, explained, "Girlfriend, not a married wife." Nah, are you stupid? This kind of condition is fine even if he has a wife. Moreover, with the current situation, you can completely snatch him. Chen Na was shocked by her friend's words and exclaimed, "What are you saying, Qian?" Qian laughed it off and said, "If you're so flustered, then push this little sugar daddy to me. I'll take all the responsibility for you." Chen Na was totally blank, like, "Didn't you say you had a boyfriend?" And Qian, being all real, was like, "Boyfriend? So what? If some sugar daddy like that was willing to take care of me, I'd drop him in a heartbeat." Qian thought about it for a sec, then went on, "Nah, I'm just messing with ya. Okay, my boyfriend's back. I'll gossip with you later." Chen Na on her end hung up the phone. Still kinda dazed, she looked out the window, and all she could see was Chen Yuan's face. She couldn't help but think about him. Meanwhile, back with Chen Yuan, 40 minutes had flown by. Feng Minhui was panting and sprawled out on the bed, all tired, and she goes, "Chen Yuan, why was this time different from before?" He casually propped himself up and was like, "Different how? Was it stronger?" She just kinda mumbled, all shy, and pulled the blanket up to cover half her face. Feng Minhui, all bashful, said, "We did it twice in those 40 minutes. Chen Yuan whispered in her ear, "Did you like it? Want to go for another round?" She sat up, all flustered, asking, "Chen Yuan, you can still keep going?" He purred, Hui, remember how you learned to dance up here? This time, how about you take the lead?" She blushed and mumbled, "Me, on top. But I don't know how." Chen Yuan smiled gently and hugged her, saying, "You can learn. Isn't it all about gaining experience in real life?" Feng Minhui just softly murmured and, like she agreed. Chen Yuan gave her a light kiss, and she immediately turned bright red, calling him a bad boy in a sweet, pre-arranged kind of way. And then, bam, Shay hopped on top of him to continue the battle. The next day, after Feng Minhui went back to school, Chen Yuan was sprawled out on the bed, all comfy, saying, "No classes this morning, I can sleep in a bit longer." Suddenly, he bolted upright, holding a piece of paper and his phone, yelling,
Wait a sec. That lottery ticket from the system? Gotta check if I'm rich?
Chen Yuan tried to calm down as he checked each number, muttering. After the red numbers 3, 4, 14, 22, 26, 27, the final blue number is 1. Got 'em all. Then he screamed, "Holy crap, 68 million!" Chen Yuan jumped out of bed. He threw the blankets in the air, shouting, "I won! 68 million! Gotta tell Dad and Mom the good news ASAP. They've been living the poor life for way too long since the company went bust." A little later, Chen Yuan was back home, excitedly yelling, "Mom, I'm home!"
Mom, Chen Yuan, with her hands on her hips, said,
You're home! You're home! Don't shout so loud! Don't disturb the neighbors!" He asked excitedly, "Where's Dad?" "Babers. Get him out here quick, Mom! I've got something important to say." Mom Chen Yuan came out too, asking him suspiciously, "What's so important that it can't wait for your dad? You little rascal, did you get into trouble again?" Chen Yuan dragged a chair over for his mom, grinning from ear to ear.
"What are you thinking, Mom? It's good news. Come on, you two sit down first."
Once everyone was settled, he held out the lottery ticket and announced, "We're rich. I 6 million won."
Mom Chen Yuan's face went blank as she asked,
"Son, have you been under too much pressure at school lately?"
Dad Chen Yuan chimed in,
"Kid, just focus on your studies. I'll take care of the family's debts. Don't worry too much, and go thinking about weird stuff."
Chen Yuan shoved the lottery ticket and his phone in front of his dad, saying, "Dad, take a good look before you say anything else."
He quickly muttered and checked each red number on the lottery ticket and on his phone. His eyes lit up as he stared at the ticket, and he yelled, "Honey, we really won!" Mom Chen Yuan gasped. "Really? Seriously?" Dad Chen Yuan, super excited, confirmed, "It really is 68 million.
Chen Yuan added,
"Even after taking out 20% for taxes, we'll still get over 5 million. With this money, we can not only pay off all our debts, but our family's life will be so much better." Mom Chen Yuan exclaimed happily, "Son, your contribution will be written in our family's history books. No lunch today. Let's go out and celebrate our lottery win."
Chen Yuan scratched his head, looking a bit shy, and said,
"Oh yeah, I'm a junior now, and I'll graduate in a year. I want to go out and start my own business to get some experience."
Dad Chen Yuan was happy to hear that and said,
"Starting a business isn't easy these days, but it's great that you have this ambition. Young people need to hustle. The prize money is yours anyway, so it's best if you spend it yourself. But my personal suggestion is that your mother and I keep some of this money to help you when you fail."
Chen Yuan said awkwardly,
"Mom, Dad, I'll only take 1 million. The rest is for you to keep. Do whatever you want with it." Dad Chen Yuan chuckled and nodded. "Okay then," Mom Chen Yuan added. "Son, go for it. Your mother and I support you." Scene changed to that dude Zheng Jinyong. After the brawl the other day, he pointed to his bruised face and said, "Chen Na, you probably know why I called you up here, right? Take a good look. This is your boyfriend's masterpiece." Chen Na replied coldly, "Director, I've already broken up with him. We don't have any relationship. You should go find him for your injuries." He was obviously not having it, saying, "Chen Na, that's not right. The debt has to be repaid to the right person. If it weren't for you, would I have been beaten up for no reason?" Zheng Jinyang looked at her body and couldn't help but have dirty thoughts, like,
"This woman is so smooth I can definitely get her by using this incident."
Chen Na was still tough, responding, "What does your fight have to do with me? Besides, yesterday, I said that I had an appointment with someone else. You were the one who insisted on sitting there," he said with a dark face. "Enough with the excuses.
Yesterday afternoon you left your post without permission, which meant no one was there to greet the customers in the lobby.
As punishment, you're suspended from greeting customers for this month. Wait until you figure things out, then come see me." Feeling wronged, Chen Na argued to the end. "Based on what? I already asked for leave yesterday." Hearing this, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, good question. Based on what, you ask? Is this your first day working in society? It's based on the fact that I'm the general manager of this store. Everything in this store is up to me." This capitalist logic made her furious but helpless. Zheng Jinyang, on the other hand, smugly thought, suspending her from greeting customers is the same as cutting off her commissions. If she only gets her base salary for a month, that's only 1,200 yuan. Not even enough to pay for her rent. Chen Na finally saw through it all. She resolutely turned around, leaving behind only the words, "Acting all high and mighty just because you're a lousy general manager? It's just a job. At worst, I just won't do it anymore." Hearing this, he panicked so much that he jumped up and called out, Chen Na, don't leave so quickly. I advise you to think it over carefully."
Chen Na was thinking too, but she was thinking about something else. Chen Yuan doesn't look that old, but he doesn't seem like a normal person, and he gets things done now. Not to mention what Chen Yuan wants to do, but just working part-time for him is a way out for me now.
This time she made up her mind. She said bluntly, "No need to think anymore. Not doing it means not doing it." Half an hour later, Chen Na's message rang. "I've prepared in advance. Do you still mean what you said yesterday?" Chen Yuan quickly replied. "Congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering and choosing a bright path. You can go take a look at the shops whenever you have time. If there's a suitable location, we'll lock it down." On the other side, Chen Yuan was strutting down the street, and seeing the message, he happily thought, "Great. It seems that the remaining 30,000 from the investment mission don't need to find another project anymore." He also arrived at the place he needed to go. As soon as he entered, he politely greeted, "Hi Li Xiao. I'm here." Li Xiao was still carrying several boxes on the ground. She turned her head and said, "Chen Yuan, sorry to bother you. I have to move my office, but there are too many things. I can't move them all myself. I originally wanted to call the class monitor, but she had something to do, so she took leave." Chen Yuan looked up at the shelf and replied, "It's okay. I don't have classes this morning. My family doesn't have anything going on right now. Do all of these things need to be moved?" Lin Xiao wiped her sweat and said with a smile, "Yeah, if it was just moving books and documents I could do it, but this table and the filing cabinet are too heavy."
She walked to a cabinet. "But I can't reach it," she said as she worked. "Let's take all the books off the shelf first, otherwise they'll fall when we move it." With her limited height, she had no choice but to stand on tiptoe. But then, a strong hand appeared behind her to help. Chen Yuan took the stack of paper from up there. The close distance made her butt touch Chen Yuan's little bird. The two rubbed against each other, causing Li Xiao to blush shyly. Her heart thumped wildly. She thought, "Chen Yuan right now." She remembered the previous incident and reasoned, "This time is even closer than last time. Chen Yuan really has intentions towards me."
Li Xiao's face turned red, and she asked hesitantly, Is it done?" Chen Yuan honestly took down the pile of documents, and replied with a smile, "Yes, it's done." Suddenly, a lively voice sounded from outside. "Teacher, we're here to help you."
The group went in and caught sight of the scene, and thought, "Hey, why is Teacher Li Xiao's face so red?"
Chen Yuan went over to urge the kids, "Come over here and move things. You guys move this filing cabinet to the next room." The group quickly rolled up their sleeves, each doing their part. Li Xiao walked to a corner, gently brushing her smooth hair. In her heart, she thought, "It's a good thing these two students came a few seconds late, or they would have seen it. That would have been really embarrassing. Chen Yuan is getting bolder and bolder. It's fine at home, but he dares to mess around in the office too." Li Xiao put her hand on her chest, blushing as she thought, "But what the heck? I felt a little stimulated just now. No way, no way. Chen Yuan is my student. Absolutely not." On the other side, Chen Yuan looked at the teacher
and said in surprise, "Why did the teacher's favorability increase to 71? Could it be that the slight touch just now increased the favorability?" He smiled and rubbed his chin, recalling, "It's not that I'm too long, it's that the teacher's butt is too big. If it were a thinner girl, it wouldn't be possible. But I didn't expect the teacher's favorability to increase. Maybe I can go to her place more often to cultivate our relationship."
Cut to Saturday, 800 meters from the south gate of the school, in a dreamy pink cafe.
Several beautiful girls inside excitedly asked,
"Zan Peng, I heard that you paid 280,000 for that car all at once? You're driving a BBA before you even graduated. You've surpassed 9,999 of your classmates." Li Zhanpeng, acting all high and mighty, thought, "Screw it. Feng Minhui is pretending to be pure and rejecting me. With my conditions, I don't lack women kneeling down to lick my balls." He burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, some people even look down on BBA." The long-haired girl heard that and said, "No way! You're still complaining? Look at how well off your family is." The girl next to her chimed in, "Right, some people don't know the situation. Even if they work for 3 to 5 years, they probably still can't afford this car." Li Zhanpeng was feeling himself. Then he looked outside and froze. His face flushed red, and he even spat out his tea. In his heart he blurted, "Holy crap, that girl is gorgeous!" That girl was none other than Chen Na, and she was leisurely sitting outside.
Li Zhanpeng kept looking at her from inside and commenting, "Those legs are amazing now. I'd give up 10 years of my life for them. I wonder what kind of person could get a perfect girl like that." Suddenly, a girl looked down at a car below and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, That driverless car is so high, penned. What kind of car is that? Li Jianpeng looked down. He replied calmly.
It's a top Mayline M9. Suddenly, Chen Yuan appeared next to the car, startling everyone. The long-haired girl looked down and asked, "Hey, isn't that Chen Yuan?" Li Jianpeng blankly thought to himself, that's weird. Why is he driving this car? Didn't his family go bankrupt? Chen Na saw him from afar and waved, calling out, "Chen Yuan, over here, over here!" The loud call made Li Jianpeng turn his head quickly, hoping to get a glimpse. He stood up in surprise and thought to himself, this beautiful girl is waiting for Chen Yuan. Chen Na smiled gently and asked, "The boss just sent me a message. She'll be here soon. How is the car to drive?" Chen Yuan sat down, took a sip of his drink, and said, "Not bad." The long-haired girl leaned over to Li Jianpeng and whispered,
Li Jianpeng, look. It seems like Chen Yuan and her have something going on. Li Jianpeng gritted his teeth in jealousy, thinking, that damn Chen Yuan, he just broke up with that senior, and now he's already hooking up with a hot girl from outside the school.
At this moment, a slender hand touched their table.
A beautiful girl with green hair walked over and said, "Hello, Miss Chen. I was picking up my child, so I'm a bit late."
This was the cafe owner, Lin Yuchang.
Chen Yuan stood up and politely shook Lin Yuchang's hand. She also smiled politely and praised, "Mr. Chen looks very young." Chen Yuan replied, "Actually, we're all about the same age, all in our early 20s. Miss Lin, let's sit down and talk." Lin Yuchang calmly sat down and got straight to the point. "I'll keep it brief. My cafe is doing okay and it's pretty good for catering to the students from the school. But mainly, my family has too much going on right now. Too many things to handle. There's no other way, so I can only transfer the shop. The transfer fee is 300,000. Chen Yuan smiled as he listened, calculating in his mind. Although I have 300,000 for investment, after deducting the transfer fee, I still need to keep 50,000 as initial funding, and Chen Na's first month's salary. More. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "How about this? I won't haggle with you anymore. Let's settle at 250,000. Lin Yuchang pondered. The price he offered was indeed a bit lower than her expected 270,000. But if she didn't transfer it this time, there might not be someone so decisive again. All right. She thought for a moment and asked, "If it's this price, can we sign the contract and pay the transfer fee today?" Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, we can. After signing the contract, I'll transfer 250,000 to you." After receiving a definite confirmation, Lin Yuchang called the staff member next to her, Xiao. "From now on, this Mr. Chen is your new boss. Later, take him around to get familiar with the situation in the shop." Xiao quickly walked up to him and bowed politely. "Boss, hello."
Chen Yuan pointed to Chen Na and said to the employee, "Just take Miss Chen Na around to get acquainted. I don't come to the shop often, so she's in charge of everything in the shop." The blonde girl at Li Jianpeng's table overheard the whole conversation and said to her friend, "Did you hear that? This is so unbelievable." In just a few minutes, a 250,000 deal was directly settled. Her friend added, "Moreover, it's obvious that Chen Yuan is buying this shop for the girl next to him." Li Jianpeng felt jealous when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Lin Yuchang's phone rang. She said apologetically as she took her phone and walked away, "Mr. Chen, Miss Chen, I'm sorry, I'll take this call outside." Chen Na leaned over to Chen Yuan and whispered, "It seems like this Ms. Lin is Zheng Xiang's wife. Zheng Xianyong is the guy who fought with Xie Haiji at the Guojin shopping center, the boss of the 4S store." Chen Yuan was surprised to learn this and asked, "What a coincidence," he thought to himself, "with such a beautiful wife at home, and he still wants to use his power to cheat, using the unspoken rules on female employees? How despicable." "Chen Yuan is the first to disagree," Chen Na said quietly. "I still have Zheng Xianyong's conversations harassing and threatening me. I want to use my salary to expose him, to let people in the car industry see his true colors." Should Chen Yuan tell Miss Lin, "Miss Lin is also a very good person. I'm afraid it will hurt her," Chen Yuan said nonchalantly. "I don't think it's appropriate," Chen Na asked in surprise. "Why?" Chen Yuan analyzed cleverly. "Once the chat history is posted, Zheng Xianyong will know who did it. A middle-aged man in his 40s, after losing his job, still has a wife and children to support. I'm afraid he will do something detrimental to you. How about this? Leave this matter to me. I promise to bring him down, and it won't affect you." Chen Na felt relieved when she heard this, and said, "Chen Yuan, thank you." Chen Yuan took out his phone and said, "I've already transferred 250,000 to Ms. Lin,
and I've also transferred 50,000 to you, including 24,000 as your first 2 months' salary, and the rest is capital to run the shop."
At the same time, the system rang with a notification. Detected that the host has used up all 1 million dedicated investment funds, completed the investment task, investment level upgraded from novice to primary investor, activating a serial task, a perfect life should have more assets, the host will obtain 10 million dedicated investment funds to continue expanding investment. Mission 1. The income from investments will all be tripled as a Mission 2 reward. After completing the investment, you will acquire a mysterious property. Chen Yuan, staring at each line of the notification, thought in surprise. Didn't expect the system to give me another surprise. This time, the investment principal is directly 10 times. I can use 10 million to invest. And there is also a mysterious property. I'm already getting curious.
Lin Yusheng, after finishing her phone call, walked in and happily said, "Brother Chen, I've received the money. Happy cooperation. I'll go first. Hope to see you again."
Chen Yuan shook her hand, his face turning red as he secretly commented, "Miss Lin's hand is so soft, boneless even, and doesn't lose any of the charm. This is the allure of another man's wife, huh?"
Suddenly, an inappropriate thought flashed across his mind. Chen Yuan smiled gently and affirmed, "Sure, we'll meet again."
Half an hour later, at a high-end restaurant, Chen Na sat opposite him, hesitatingly asking, "Chen Yuan, this restaurant is so expensive. Do you come here often?" Chen Yuan calmly replied, "Not that often. Today is a good day, celebrating our happy cooperation."
The girl over there was already flushed red, secretly reassuring herself, "Chen Na, this is really a tough nut to crack. For sure an upright man wouldn't be able to handle it."
Chen Yuan then finally spoke up. "Chen Na, how about you sit next to me?" She let out an "oh" and obediently went over. As soon as she sat down, Chen Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Scoots over a little closer." In his heart, he thought, closing down the cafe costs 300K, and then every month I have to pay 12K in salary. Time to recoup some of that investment. Chen Na blushed and thought to herself, in this world there isn't love and giving without a reason. Could it be that he plans to make money from the cafe? Lin Yusheng has said, maintaining a break-even is already good, and the only thing I have to offer him is this. Chen Yuan's arm kept groping and kneading her full breasts.
Chen Na shyly reminded him, "The waiter is about to come in."
"Chen Yuan, don't be like this." Chen Yuan smiled slyly and said, "The food here takes a long time to arrive."
Just like that, Chen Yuan began to caress her all over, causing Chen Na to involuntarily let out moans full of ambiguity.
Only 10 minutes later did someone knock and announce, "Mr. Chen, the food is ready to be served."
Chen Na startled and whispered to him, "Someone's coming."
Chen Yuan and both separated at this moment. Chen Yuan happily called out, "Come in." After the dishes were served, Chen Yuan picked up a piece of food for her and said, "Try this, it's the restaurant's specialty." Watching him diligently picking up food, Chen Na thought, actually, Chen Yuan is very handsome, the only flaw is that he's a bit bad. Clearly he already has such a beautiful girl by his side, yet he's still messing around outside like this. She sighed, her face red, thinking, too bad, I'm already on the pirate ship now, thinking about these things is useless.
Time flew by. 40 minutes later they had both finished eating. The cashier announced, "Mr. Chen, the total is 2,652 yuan. Please scan the code here."
Chen Yuan, while scanning the code, thought, although this meal costs 2,652 yuan, but the system triples the refund, equivalent to earning 5,304 yuan, making money is as easy as flipping your hand. Chen Na, on the other hand, thought, one meal is equal to the commission from selling a car. People with money spend 2,000 yuan like I spend 20 yuan. The two strolled along the road, when she suddenly opened up to him. Chen Yuan, I want to go back to the cafe, to understand the situation with Xiao. I'll go there to work tomorrow. I want to understand the situation as soon as possible. Chen Yuan turned around and said, it's already 8:30, Xiao gets off work at 9, if you go you'll miss her quitting time, she'll hold a grudge. Go home and rest and recharge. Go tomorrow instead.
The girl, hearing this, blushed shyly and said, all right, then sorry to trouble you a bit more, take me home. Chen Yuan once again happily smiled brightly and agreed.
After arriving, Chen Na got out of the car, smiling and saying, you worked hard today. After I go to work tomorrow, I'll report the work to you. Goodbye. Chen Yuan then also got out and asked, I'm a little thirsty. Would it be a problem to go upstairs for a glass of water? The girl shyly responded, it's not really convenient. Chen Na was a little nervous in her heart. Is this progressing too fast? What happened in the private room just now was already my limit. Chen Yuan then rubbed his chin and said, oh, Is there another man in the house? The girl immediately turned around to correct him. How is that possible? I and Shiheiji have already broken up. Chen Yuan, hearing this, smiled and said, Then no more beating around the bush. I'm just going up for a glass of water. What's not convenient? Chen Na was still doubtful, and asked, You really will just drink water and leave? Chen Yuan smiled brightly and said, Of course. But if you want to keep me overnight, that's fine too, hee. Chen Na looked at him, her face clearly writing the words, You wish on it. A moment later, as soon as the door was opened, Chen Yuan had already wrapped an arm around her waist and braced a hand against the door, taking the upper hand. The girl, her face red, pushed him away with her weak arm and said, Didn't you say you were just drinking water? Chen Yuan's mischievous hand lifted her skirt and said with delight, Indeed, drinking water, but not the water you're thinking about. The two quickly began a passionate foreplay. At this time, downstairs, a black car was parked in front of the door. The person in the car thought to himself, Nana must have resigned because of me. I have to get her forgiveness first, even if it's just to be normal friends, and then try to pursue Nana again. Standing below the building, Xiao looked up and thought, Nana's lights off, she's probably not home. I'll leave the flowers by her door then. Those roses mean I'll love you forever. My feelings won't change. She's so smart, she'll definitely know they're from me. But as soon as he got to her door, he froze, hearing those, intimate sounds. Xiao stammered in disbelief. This is Nana's voice. The actual F? She said she had nothing going on with Zhang Xianyang. But she's literally doing him? Meh? He totally lost it. He pounded on the door and yelled, Zhang Xianyang, get your ass out here. Chen Yuan, currently busy enjoying himself, heard the yelling and thought, Sounds like Xiao, that idiot. He's already been dumped. Why is he being such a busybody? Is he nuts? Chen Na also heard the noise, and said, I think I hear something outside. Who's knocking? Chen Yuan didn't want to stop, so he said, You're hearing things. It's just someone knocking on the next door. He picked Chen Na up, saying as he walked, Come on, let's go into the bedroom. In his arms, Chen Na whispered, Chen Yuan, I'm still not really ready. Be gentle, okay? Chen Yuan responded tenderly. Xiao's bouquet of roses finally fell to the ground. Crushed, Xiao slumped down in front of Chen Na's door, thinking, Looks like Nana's been completely devoured. I've totally missed my chance. He sobbed quietly. Wah. Make sure he uses protection. An hour later, inside Chen Na's room, the labor was still going strong. She gasped. Huff, this kind of thing is comfy, but it's also kind of tiring. Suddenly, Chen Yuan flipped her over, making Chen Na yelp. What are you doing? He answered softly. If you lie still like this, it won't be tiring anymore. Chen Yuan happily thought, Maybe I can accidentally use a little bit of my overflowing stellar energy, but Chen Na looks outgoing but is so conservative in reality, which makes me like her even more. After the passionate night, Chen Yuan finally woke up groggily. He inhaled deeply, thinking, Smells amazing. It's the smell of toast and fried eggs from outside. Chen Na was leisurely making breakfast for the two of them, the morning sun shining in, creating a warm scene. Chen Yuan sat in the room, looking out, thinking, Chen Na is so thoughtful. It's completely different from the feeling of being in a hotel with Hui. This kind of thing can only happen at home. Hotels don't have this warmth. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, the system's voice echoed. A perfect life should have its own home to create favorable conditions for oneself and the girls. Time limited mission. Buy a house of no less than 100 square meters for Chen members. Mission reward 1. The money for the house can be doubled as a refund. Mission reward 2. After purchasing the house, the host will receive a secret house. Note: the mission reward 1 can have its refund stacked based on the level of favorability. Chen Yuan exclaimed in his mind, Damn! One thought just popped into my head, and the system lord has already arranged it. With the system's generosity, this house definitely won't be bad. Grandiose thoughts began to form in his head. Maybe the mysterious house is a huge villa, and there will be frequent pool parties. Looks like I'll still have to find some high-to-quality girls in the future. This surprise rate will be even higher. At this moment, Chen Na turned her head to look at Chen Yuan sitting on the bed and said, Oh, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes. Chen Yuan got up and walked outside, leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and thought to himself, I wonder what kind of rewards I can get if Chen Na's favorability reaches 90. He smiled slyly and asked, Could it be that today's breakfast only has breakfast? Seeing Chen Yuan come over and start groping, Chen Na blushed and exclaimed, Huh? It was so many times last night, isn't that enough? Moreover, it's broad daylight, Chen Yuan said with pleasure. You make your breakfast? I'll eat my breakfast.
The cooking utensil in Chen Na's hand fell straight to the ground.
Chen Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, If you don't have anything else to do later, let's go buy a house. I'll give it to you as a gift. Chen Na was shocked by this answer and exclaimed. Chen Na was stunned by Chen Yuan's offer, thinking to herself, he already spent 300,000 on helping me open my cafe, and now he wants to buy me a house? Even though Xingcheng isn't a top-tier city, a house here still costs over $1 million. Plus, I've already given him everything. What's he planning? Maybe I made him really happy last night? Chen Yuan, still holding her close, asked, You're not saying anything. What's wrong? You don't want it? Chen Na stammered. It's not that, it's just so sudden and too precious. Your money doesn't grow on trees, you know? Chen Yuan was secretly overjoyed, thinking, Actually, it kinda does. The money in my card that I can use to buy a house is over 35 million if I use it all. The system will reward me with a cumulative 5 times cash back, and my balance will instantly exceed 17 million. He held Chen Na tighter, whispering, Don't save money for me. What's wrong with buying a house for my woman? Choose a place that's 120 square meters or bigger. I don't want to treat my woman badly.
Chen Na was moved to tears, exclaiming, Chen Yuan.
Seeing her tears, Chen Yuan gently wiped them away and said, Look, last night we made such a big commotion. The soundproofing here isn't great. The neighbors on both sides probably heard everything. We can't keep renting this place. Hearing this, she pouted and said, It's all your fault. He grinned, slyly saying, I admit I'm partly to blame, but your moans were really loud. Chen Na turned her head away, incredibly embarrassed, and said, Jerk. Suddenly, Chen Na looked up, seriously saying, Oh shoot, Chen Yuan, I almost forgot. 2 of my besties want to check out the cafe. I told them to come at 10 a.m. How about we go house hunting later? Chen Yuan nonchalantly replied. Buying a house isn't like buying veggies. Choosing the right one and doing all the paperwork takes time. One afternoon might not be enough. We should give ourselves more time. Chen Na nodded, stepping out of his embrace, and said, Well, okay, let me tell them. She quickly grabbed her phone and texted, Jian Qian, something came up, I can't make it to the cafe. How about we reschedule for tonight? What do you think? Jian Qian quickly replied. What's up? Menglu and I are already at the cafe. Jian Qian, sitting in the car, read the message and said, Lulu, Nasana said something came up, and she can't make it. Lulu asked confusedly. Huh, why? This girl is Chen Na's best friend, a top fitness trainer, Liu Menglu. Jian Qian looked at her phone and said, I feel like the cafe thing is a lie. Nami Na is probably lying. Men aren't that easy to fool. How could he spend 300,000 on her just like that? Lulu nonchalantly replied, Na isn't the type to blabber nonsense. I feel like she's not lying. Why don't you ask her for the reason? She thought to herself. It's been years since I met a man who's young and rich. I didn't expect Chen Na to get one first. No matter what, I have to meet him once. Jian Qian looked at the phone, constantly typing on the keyboard, and said, Okay, let me ask more. Suddenly, Lulu's brake pedal was suddenly stepped on hard, followed by a loud shout of surprise. Oh my God, is that real? He said that the man wants to take her to buy a house. Lulu's steering wheel quickly swerved. She was extremely shocked, and blurted out, What? Liu Menglu, with a surprised face, secretly thought. It's not a bag or cosmetics that can be bought. It's a house. Just a 40 square meter apartment costs 50 to 60,000, plus the cafe. The man has only known each other for less than half a month, and is willing to spend 80 to 90,000 for her. I must meet this man. Even if Na follows him, there must be more than one woman for this kind of man. If it comes to the ability to make men happy, I am much better than Na. Sisters are just stepping stones for each other, Liu Menglu thought, and then said, Jian Qian, you ask them which building they are going to, and tell her that we will go there to help her. After all, we have nothing to do today. It is better for another person to help her choose than for her to choose herself. As she spoke, she thought, Nana, I'm sorry for this time. Instead of letting those female goblins outside benefit, it's better to let our sisters benefit. Jian Qian quickly did the same. Okay, let me ask. 40 minutes later, at the Songhu Tiandi sales center, Liu Menglu got out of the car and was immediately surprised, secretly thinking, Oh, Songhu Tiandi. The smallest house in this building costs more than 1 million. It directly gives a house of more than 1 million to keep a mistress. When will this wealth fall on my head? Jian Qian looked around for a while and waved forward and said, Nana, long time no see. Chen Na quickly replied, That's right, I miss you so much. Qian walked over to take her hand and asked, "Nana, who is the handsome guy next to you? Why don't you introduce him?" Chen Na happily walked to his side and enthusiastically introduced, "Chen Yuan, these are my two best friends. Her name is Liu Menglu. She is a fitness teacher. And she is Hao Qian, a sales clerk at Farala." Menglu, Qian. He is Chen Yuan. The two girls were also very enthusiastic about their friend's man. Menglu ignored her image and went over. She put her hand on Chen Yuan's chest and flirted, "Hello, Chen Yuan. Your body looks a little thin. You need to gain muscle. If you have time, you can come to my GM gym to train." She secretly thought, "I didn't expect that Nana's young gold owner, who looks less than 25 years old, is rich, young, and handsome. It really makes people jealous." Chen Yuan smiled and replied coldly, "Forget it. I am afraid that I cannot concentrate if I practice in your GM gym." Liu Menglu sized up the situation and thought, if he doesn't resist my teasing in front of Nana, they probably aren't dating. Nana's bruised knees already tell the story. Last night must have been wild. Probably pleased his sugar mama, so she bought him a house. Hao Qian chimed in cheerfully. "Hello, Chen Yuan. When you're thinking about getting a new car, you should check out Farala." Chen Yuan replied gently, "Sure. If I want to change cars, I'll look for you." Chen Yuan glanced at the affection points above the two girls' heads. Liu Menglu's was 68, and Hao Qian's was 67. Chen Yuan smiled inwardly, thinking, we just met for less than 5 minutes, and these two women are already interested in me? Nana, are you sure these two are your besties? But this is only beneficial to me. The more women with affection scores above 60, the more money I can make. After a moment of thought, the group quickly went to buy a house. A middle-aged man saw Chen Yuan and thought jealously, buying a house with 3 top tier beauties, HMPH, showing off to who? The saleswoman came out from inside, introducing enthusiastically, "This gentleman, we're selling Building 3 and Building 9 with an average price of around 105,000. Would you like to see the model first?" Chen Yuan said bluntly, "No need. My budget is 3 million. Just introduce me to an apartment and floor that fits that amount." The saleswoman said cheerfully, "Oh, is that so? Then please come into the negotiation room, sir. I'll give you a more detailed introduction." Liu Menglu was shocked by the money display and thought, OMG, what kind of big shot is Chen Yuan? Just casually waving his hand is 3 million gone. I have to find a way to cling to such a big sugar daddy, she thought as she followed behind Chen Yuan. The staff member sat down and reported enthusiastically, "Based on your budget, I recommend this 165 square meter apartment, facing south with a northern aspect. The whole building is priced at a preferential rate of 2,840,000. Chen Nana, with a worried face, nudged Chen Yuan's waist and whispered, "Chen Yuan, it's too expensive." Chen Yuan put his hand on her thigh, smiling, "It's okay, don't feel bad about the money. A bigger house is more comfortable to live in." Liu Menglu and Hao Qian were speechless at the scene, thinking, she wants to save him money, but he doesn't care. He only wants to give women the best. He's really a legendary, sentimental sugar daddy. You couldn't find a man like this even with a lantern. Chen Yuan thought to himself, I still have to negotiate the price, or people will think I'm an idiot. Then he said, "Give me the best deal, beautiful. I know you guys can still lower the price." The saleswoman said enthusiastically, "Can you make a decision today? If you can, I'll immediately help you apply for a bigger discount." Chen Yuan said generously, "We don't need the other discounts. Just change it to 2 parking spaces. Actually, the price is about the same anyway." This lavish shopping spree made Liu Menglu secretly determined. I must get this man, she thought, gently flicking her hair. Chen Yuan looked at the showing off and wondered, what the heck is Liu Menglu doing? He looked around and thought, seriously, if you look closely, this girl is really top tier. If something could really happen with her, the feeling of bliss would be unimaginable. The more he thought, the redder his face became. The seductive image of Liu Menglu appeared in his mind. Chen Yuan covered his face and muttered to himself, now's not the time to get distracted. I should still focus on finishing the house thing first. Cut to half an hour later, the salesperson handed Chen Yuan a pen and paper, saying, all the discounts have been applied. Mr. Chen, the total payment is 298 million. This is the contract. Please sign. He casually picked up the pen and signed decisively. Liu Menglu was shocked and thought to herself, casually buying Chen Na a 3 million house, and more importantly, writing it solely in Chen Na's name? When will this kind of wealth ever come my way? Just as he finished paying, a notification popped up on Chen Yuan's phone from Construction Bank. Card ending in 0098 received 149 million yuan at 11:40 on May 22. Errand. Current balance is 153 million yuan. He smiled to himself, thinking, the money in my card has exceeded 150 million. Even when old Chen was at his peak, the family's wealth never reached this number. System Daddy is really the best. If it weren't for Nana triggering the mission, there's no way I could have jumped straight to being a rich dude. Looks like expanding the NPC wifus is the way to go. The system chimed in again. Preparing reward 2, congratulations host, on acquiring a green bamboo lake villa in Lu City. Please go to the real estate office at 9 a.m. tomorrow to collect. Chen Yuan was surprised and expectant, thinking, holy crap, a huge villa, and one of the top houses in Xing City. Awesome. The real estate agent was now looking at Chen Yuan like he was a god of wealth, thinking, the real estate market is down right now, yet Mr. Chen can buy a house, pay in full, and gift it to Miss Chen. Plus, they're not even married, maybe not even boyfriend and girlfriend. I gotta latch onto this golden goose. She adjusted her glasses slightly and said, Mr. Chen, the contract has been signed. I'll contact Ms. Chen about the other procedures. Do you think we should add each other on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, you can always find me.
Chen Yuan readily pulled out his phone, saying, sure, I'll scan you.
Liu Menglu watched the two add each other on WeChat, feeling irritated in her heart, thinking, where did this fox spirit come from, daring to touch my pie? She immediately stood up and said, Chen Yuan, I've been thinking about buying a small apartment recently. When the time comes, I'll still need someone with rich experience like you to help me out a little. Plus, if you need to go to the gym in the future, you can also look for me. She happily brought her phone over to Chen Yuan. He was also very relaxed, saying, no problem. Chen Yuan stood up, patted the girl's head, and said with a smile, Nana, I have things to do this afternoon, so I won't be joining you all. Just so happens to not bother you three gathering. You can go have lunch, or go to a cafe.
Chen Na smiled and replied, all right.
Liu Menglu stood there blankly, thinking, leaving now? Not even eating together? I've already given so many green lights. Why? Chen Na turned to her two scheming friends and said, Menglu, Tianqian, let's find a place to eat first, then I'll take you to a cafe. How? Tianqian said excitedly. We have to treat you to a meal today. Your net worth is 3 million now. We're both so envious. Liu Menglu echoed, that's right, that's right. Cut to half an hour later, at the school cafeteria, Chen Yuan was carrying a plate of rice, looking for a seat, when he saw Li Xiao's figure in the distance. He thought to himself, the teacher is alone today. Other female students passing by were all secretly looking at her and whispering. Li Xiao picked up her phone and said softly, I understand. I'll prepare the documents later. I can probably finish the report tomorrow. Of course. I've already inquired. The University of Science, the Agricultural University, and the Business School all have this base now. Tomorrow evening? I don't have time tomorrow evening. Secretary Lu. I'm really sorry. I really have something to do this time. Yes, goodbye. She seemed flustered, glanced at Chen Yuan who was walking over. He quickly sat in front of Li Xiao and asked curiously, What's wrong, teacher? She calmly replied, Our school is about to establish a startup base for students. I'm a member of the group, and I was just talking about this. Chen Yuan asked curiously. Startup base, Li Xiao enthusiastically explained. The school plans to provide support for students with startup ideas, which can provide investment, locations, and startup guidance. But there are some difficulties at present. The investment funds are not enough, and we must cooperate with other enterprises outside the school. Chen Yuan sensed an opportunity and asked, What conditions can our school offer to the enterprise? Li Xiao replied, All the school can do is provide talents, and every year it will regularly transfer outstanding graduates to the enterprise. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, Our school doesn't have any advantages in this matter? How can the quality of our graduates compare with the talents of top universities? Li Xiao also said wearily and embarrassedly, That's right. If the enterprise doesn't get what they want, they certainly won't come to invest. Recalling what happened before, Li Xiao blushed shyly, thinking, A university teacher like me was even called out by Secretary Lu to drink with the CEO of the enterprise. Just thinking about it, Chen Yuan observed Li Xiao for a while and thought, Looking at the teacher's distressed appearance, although I have 10 million yuan dedicated to investment, I also have to consider the profit situation. For this kind of project to make money, the talent success rate must reach 33%.
Zhang Ming is afraid that even 20% has not been achieved.
He then spoke, In fact, I also heard it here. Li Xiao thought Chen Yuan wanted to start and said, "You are interested." Chen Yuan thought to himself. "In fact, it is the Gold Master Daddy," he said calmly. "A little bit, but not much," Li Xiao said with a smile. "It is good to have this idea, but the project is not yet determined. It may be difficult." At the same time, the system also showed a new task notification. A perfect life. Not only must accumulate wealth, but also have enough reputation, and be able to create influence for all walks of life in society. Because the host is currently a university student, the influence needs to be expanded starting from the university. Task. Gain reputation through investing in the school's project. Task reward. Every time you accumulate 500 reputation points, you get a chance to draw a reward, with a chance to get attribute points and special abilities. Note: reputation points refer to the reputation of being worshipped by people, representing the recognition and respect of others for the host. Reputation points. This time, only teachers and students in the university are counted. Chen Yuan nodded, thinking to himself, this can also trigger a task. Anyway, the initial investment is provided by the system. It's just that if you get reputation points without thinking about profit, then this start base is very suitable. And it just helps the teacher solve her immediate worries. Chen Yuan realized a huge business opportunity. His eyes lit up, thinking to himself, that's right, I'm the investor. Who I invest in, and how much I invest is all up to me, so wouldn't it be investing in those pretty upperclassmen and underclassmen to open stores, both to get reputation points, and to improve their favorability? That shines. I'd be raking in so much dough my hands would cramp. He cheerfully asked the teacher, if a person or a company wants to invest, will the investors evaluate the students who receive the investment? Or will the school evaluate them? He thought to himself, I still have to decide in advance. Don't let the money I invest be taken by the school. Li Xiao replied honestly. In theory, the school evaluates them, but the current situation is that we can't attract investment, so there's a lot of room for negotiation. Why are you suddenly asking this? Chen Yuan went straight to the point. I want to invest, but I have a condition. I must be the one to evaluate the students who receive the investment. List. Li Xiao thought he was joking and said, Chen Yuan, don't joke around. Didn't your family go bankrupt? You even have to apply for financial aid. He quickly held his phone in front of Li Xiao and said, this is my account balance, teacher. Count how many zeros there are here. He thought to himself, now there's no need to be humble at all. This is the only way to get reputation points. Li Xiao was surprised and counted. 1, 2, 3, 9 zeros, more than 15 million. She exclaimed, Chen Yuan, how do you have so much money? He made up a reason and said, when my family was still doing well, I invested in Bitcoin and Forex trading myself. This is all the money I earned. Li Xiao was sweating, thinking to herself, this is too unbelievable. My student is actually a multi-millionaire? Chen Yuan looked at her for a while and said, teacher, maybe you don't know. He said something that surprised her. What? Chen Yuan stood up and offered, come with me, we'll travel the world together in the future. I guarantee you'll eat and drink your fill. The scene of the two of them being happy flashed in Chen Yuan's mind. Li Xiao shyly brushed her hair and replied, blushing, don't talk nonsense. Are you sure you want to invest in this project? As far as I know, very few school startup bases are profitable. I suggest you think carefully. This is not a small amount of money. Chen Yuan said seriously, I have my own plans for this, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is that I want to contribute to the development of the school. Looking at his face, Li Xiao thought Chen Yuan was very serious. She suddenly imagined a series of different scenarios, but then she quickly shook her head repeatedly to get rid of the dark thoughts in her head. Li Xiao thought to herself, could it be that what he said just now about me going with him was also serious? Li Xiao, he's your student. What are you thinking? She shyly stood up quickly and said, I'll talk to Secretary Loop about this when I get back. I'll go first. You take your time eating. We'll talk again later. Seeing her hurriedly turn away, Chen Yuan called after her. Hey teacher, think about the eating and drinking luxuriously thing too. Cut to 4 p.m. Chen Na took a picture and texted Chen Yuan. This is the coffee I made myself. Come over and try it if you're free. Chen Yuan quickly replied. Just looking at it, I can tell it's not made right. Let me come over and train you. Chen Yuan looked at the second photo, rubbed his chin, and thought to himself, the coffee is terrible, but this outfit, it looks very sexy. A moment later, a girl named Song Xiaoyi appeared. She was a classmate from the international business class next door. In the same grade as Chen Yuan, another voice rang out. Xiaoyi, Chen Yuan is no longer a rich second generation. He's become a penniless pauper. Why do you think about him every day? He might even have to work part-time to earn tuition now. That's yupping talking. Hey hey. But why do you want to date Huang Hai, who shares a room with Chen Yuan? A spoiled girl said. Don't mention it. I've refused him so many times, but he's still shamelessly clinging to me. That's right. You guys have to come with me when he invites me to dinner, the spoiled girl said. Well, even if it's Huang Hai's invitation, at least we can get a free meal. But if we go with Chen Yuan, we'll only have to spend more money. Xiao Yi, you really have to think carefully before you do anything. The short-haired girl glanced behind her and whispered. Shh, keep it down. Look over there, Chen Yuan is coming over. The spoiled girl saw him and said, What were we just talking about? Look, isn't he really working part-time? It's after 3 o'clock now. Just in time for the restaurant's preparation time. The short-haired girl giggled and said, Hee hee. How about we go see which restaurant he's working at? If you guys don't dare to ask, I'll go ask. Own Xiao Yi. Song Xiao Yi anxiously said, That's not very good. We're all friends. There's no need to do that. The spoiled girl looked down with a superior air and said loudly, Chen Yuan, why haven't we seen you lately? Are you busy working part-time? Which restaurant is it at? We'll go visit you too. Chen Yuan looked up at her like a country bumpkin. He thought to himself, what is she asking? Part-time? Me have to work part-time? Forget it. For the sake of old Huang pursuing Tian Yuping, I won't bother with them. But this anger has to be vented. Let's tease them a bit. He smiled and said, That's right. I work part-time at a coffee shop. You guys want to go? Then let's go together. I'll make coffee for you. The group quickly went to the coffee shop near Chen Na's school. Liu Menglu was also talking happily with her at this time. The spoiled girl was stunned when she saw this scene and thought to herself, Wow, that tall, flaxen-haired girl in the short skirt, is it really possible for someone to have legs like in a manga? Is that a bit too much? Song Xiaoyi blushed and thought, The two older sisters are so beautiful, so classy. The short-haired girl was also stunned, thinking, The other one's figure is too good. Does that hourglass figure still exist? Chen Na and Liu Menglu walked up to him. Chen Na cheerfully said, Chen Yuan is here. Liu Menglu also spoke. Didn't Chen Yuan say he had something to do in the afternoon? HMPH. Is it taking these 3 female friends out to play? Chen Yuan turned around to look at the girls behind him and replied to Chen Na, I just happened to run into them on the street, and they wanted to grab some coffee. Seeing this, Liu Menglu said warmly, Oh, is that so? Hello everyone. Chen Yuan walked inside and said to the server, Xiao Chiwai, ask what these 3 ladies would like. It's on me. The server responded enthusiastically, Yes, boss. Xiao Qiu quickly approached Zheng Xiaoyi's group and said politely, Beautiful ladies, please have a seat. There's a QR code on the table. Let me know when you've made your choices. The short-haired girl in the back witnessed this and thought in surprise, What the heck? She called Chen Yuan boss. The spoiled miss was equally surprised and wondered, Could it be that Chen Yuan isn't an employee but the owner of this cafe? Zheng Xiaoyi, standing behind, said awkwardly, Maybe we shouldn't drink anything. The other 2 girls also forced a smile and added, Yeah, Xiaoyi is right. We're not thirsty anymore. The spoiled miss and Zheng Xiaoyi ran away with red faces. I thought to myself, Chen Yuan is really something. He clearly has so much money and even runs a cafe with such hot girls. Yet he says he's just working a side job. It's so embarrassing. Liu Menglu went to his side, puzzled, and asked, Why did your classmates leave? Chen Yuan tilted his head and replied, Maybe they were too intimidated by how beautiful you 2 are. Hearing this, Liu Menglu started striking some suggestive poses and said, Of course I'm beautiful. You need to try your best to resist the temptation. Don't get any funny ideas, okay? Chen Yuan didn't respond but just looked at her with a very critical gaze. A moment later, Chen Na came out with a cup of coffee and said, The coffee is ready. I didn't know how sweet you like it, so I made it half sweet for you, okay? Chen Yuan grinned and replied, Anything you make is sweet. Liu Menglu covered her mouth and chuckled. Who still uses such cheesy pickup lines in this day and age? She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Chen Yuan intently, thinking, But cheesy pickup lines coming from the mouth of a rich hottie sound pretty sweet. Liu Menglu obviously didn't come here just for fun. She moved closer to him and started chatting him up. How tall are you and how much do you weigh? I'll calculate your BMI for you. He leisurely replied, 182 centimeters, 72 kilograms. But I think I've lost a bit of weight lately. Liu Menglu was puzzled and pretended to be innocent and asked, Why are you losing weight? Chen Yuan looked toward Chen Na and said with a meaningful tone, Too much consumption. The girl immediately blushed shyly, thinking, "Oh my, what is Chen Yuan doing? How dare he say that in front of my best friend?" Liu Menglu rested her chin on her hand, as if watching a play, and said, "Oh, no wonder."
She took out her phone and started typing, saying, "Then you need to exercise more. Your body has too little fat, you need to bulk up, at least gain 7 to 10 kilos, Chen Yuan said frankly. "To put it bluntly, you just want to persuade me to get a membership at your gym."
Liu Menglu leaned close to Chen Yuan and said playfully, Hey, it's the end of the month, and I need to meet my KPI. I won't let you suffer any losses." He took a sip of coffee and said, "Let me think about it." Suddenly, Liu Menglu stood up and said to Chen Na, "Oh dear, it's already past 4, Na. I have to go. I have a class at 5. Let's hang out again next time." Before leaving, she didn't forget to strike a pose and wink at Chen Yuan, which he found amusing, thinking,
"You're so bold in front of your best friend. Sooner or later, I'm going to teach you a lesson, you little minx."
Chen Yuan took Chen Na's hand and said, "Let's go, Na. I'll teach you upstairs." The girl asked blankly, "Huh? Teach me what?" Chen Yuan softly replied, "You'll know when we get up there." After going upstairs, Chen Yuan placed Chen Na on the table, gently lifted her chin, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Your business skills aren't very good. You need some training." Chen Na shyly reminded him in a low voice, "We can't do it here. Xiao Qiu is still here." Chen Yuan gently lifted Chen Na's leg and said ambiguously, "Telling a man that you can't do it here will only speed up his attack." With that, he tore open Chen Na's thin stockings, and so they began their battle.
Xiao Qi, who was sitting downstairs, was startled by the noise upstairs and looked up, wondering, what's going on?
Listening closely, the ambiguous sounds made Xiao Qi blush. She thought to herself, "Boss, I'm an understanding employee."
Xiao Qi quickly closed the door and waited.
Just then, Liu Menglu rushed in from outside, anxiously saying, "Xiao Qiwa, why is the door closed? Open it a bit, I forgot my bag just now." Xiao Qiwa awkwardly let out a loud, "Huh?" Liu Menglu stood outside, hands on her hips, and asked, "What are you huhing?" "Open the door," Xiao Shuai sheepishly replied. "Oh," and opened the door. As soon as she went inside to grab her bag, the amorous sounds of the two reached her ears, along with Chen Na's whimpering voice. "Ah, Chen Yuan, gently, please be gentle." Liu Menglu was surprised, and thought to herself, "Doing it so passionately in broad daylight, huh?" Scene cuts to 10 minutes later. Liu Menglu was still waiting there, exclaiming, "That's so weird. He looks so skinny, how does he have so much stamina?" She licked her lips slightly, full of desire, and muttered, "That Chen Yuan." Liu Menglu intentionally spoke loudly, "Xiao Qi, I'm leaving first. See you next time." Chen Na, who was in the middle of it upstairs, heard her friend's voice and anxiously thought, "Crap. He ran into us while we're doing this." Chen Yuan, of course, knew what was happening. He smiled and thought, "A special tutorial needs an audience to be authentic, that guide." That little fox spirit Liu Menglu has been listening downstairs for at least 10 minutes. Is this the kind of paid program that can be listened to for free? I'll have to charge next time. Scene cuts to another location. Secretary Liu, with his potbelly, sat on his chair, his face doubtful as he asked, "You're saying this student named Chen Yuan wants to invest in the startup?" Li Xiao seriously replied, "That's right." He asked again, "Does he have the means? Has the capital been verified?" Li Xiao calmly replied, "I didn't believe it at first, but I saw his account balance, and it's 10 million. Secretary Liu exclaimed in shock, "How much did you say? 10 million? Are you sure the money doesn't belong to his parents? Does he have the authority to use it?" Li Xiao nodded and replied, "It's his, he can use it freely." Secretary Liu said excitedly, "That's great! If that's the case, we don't need to cooperate with a third party anymore." Shamelessly, he ordered Li Xiao, "Tell this Chen Yuan to come to my office for a visit. I want to hear his report in person." Feeling that something wasn't right, she asked the secretary, "Although Chen Yuan is a student, if we want him to be an investor, shouldn't we be a little more courteous?" He said smugly, "Don't worry about it, just do as I say." He thought to himself, "He's a student from our school, we can't let him get out of line. No matter what, we have to suppress his arrogance first." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still in action. When he saw a phone call coming in, he picked it up and said to Chen Na, "It's Teacher Lai's phone, wait a moment." Chen Yuan answered the phone and said, "Yes, teacher, what's up?" "I see." After hearing what Li Xiao said, he thought that the school's current attitude towards investors was not right, and they were trying to find fault with him. Moreover, even if he conceded this time, it would be difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't take advantage next time. Of course, he wouldn't let himself suffer losses, and directly said, Teacher, turn on the speakerphone. I have a few words to say to Secretary Liu. After turning on the speakerphone, Chen Yuan's serious yet slightly arrogant voice sounded, Hello, Secretary Liu, can you hear me? I've been quite busy lately. I have several investment projects to evaluate. Let's schedule a time when I'm free. I'll have Teacher Lai give you my phone number. He stood up abruptly, not expecting this.
Hey wait, Xiao, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in her mind, he actually dared to hang up on the secretary. Unexpectedly, he's so decisive. After the phone slammed down, Secretary Luca's office was quieter than a graveyard.
The dude was grinding his teeth, thinking, he hung up on me. Every student official trips over themselves bowing to me. Is it just 'cause of some measly cash? Whatever. This project can't be delayed any longer. If there's no progress for too long, Secretary Kong will definitely come after me.
Secretary Lugi rubbed his forehead, waving his hand at Xiao, if Chen Yuan really has the funds to invest, invite him out for a meal.
Xiao, all nervous and eager, replied, Got it. I'll text him right away.
Chen Yuan, fresh off his Harem workout, saw the teacher's text and smirked to himself. Wants to take me out to eat, huh? The bargaining chips are in my hands now. Gotta get total control of this investment. First, I'll test the waters with Lu Zhaojiang, then figure out the next move. Chen Na stood up, getting dressed. Chen Yuan, if you have something to do, go ahead. We can always grab a meal together another time. He casually leaned back in his chair, watching Chen Na from behind, thinking approvingly, Na really thinks of everything for me.
Such a great woman.
Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Yuan answered. Hui Min. The girl on the other end chirped. Chen Yuan, what are you up to? Free to take a walk on the track.
Chen Yuan smoothly replied. Just a walk. I thought you wanted to get a cold drink together. Feng Minhui snapped back. No way, I'm coming straight over.
He mused to himself. No wonder Hui Min hasn't been looking for me these last couple of days, so that's what's up, Feng Minhui shyly added. But, if you want to, it's not like I'm against it. Chen Yuan grabbed his pants, replying to Feng Minhui in a gentle tone. Health is important. Don't say things like that again. Okay, Hui Min, I'll pick you up downstairs at the dorms.
A few minutes later, he was at the track. Minhui wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan, greedily inhaling his scent. Chen Yuan kindly reminded her, Be careful these next few days, okay? I can wait. You gotta take care of yourself.
Feng Minhui affectionately pecked Chen Yuan on the cheek, saying,
Chen Yuan, you're so good to me. She finally worked up the courage to ask. Let me ask you something. What's our relationship right now? Hui Min thought to herself. I have to get this straight today. We've done what we should have done, and what we shouldn't have done. What girl doesn't want a title? Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, This is a make-or-break question, but Minhui's affection for me has gone up a point. Seems like she's really into me. He answered without hesitation. Of course we're lovers.
She happily hugged Chen Yuan's neck, asking again. Really? He indulgently replied. Really?
Feng Minhui nuzzled his cheek, excitedly asking, Chen Yuan, am I your only girlfriend? Chen Yuan just absent-mindedly hummed in agreement. In his mind, he was thinking, The others just don't have girlfriend in their names, sweetheart. I love you. Feng Minhui grinned widely. If you're this good, I'll give you a reward in a couple of days, Chen Yuan generously asked. Silly girl. Want to go shopping this weekend? Want to buy a car or a house? Feng Minhui gasped. You want to buy me a car and a house? That's too expensive. A bag or some makeup is fine. Chen Yuan smiled gently. No need to save money for me, but I feel like you're at school every day, so you wouldn't use it now. Maybe we can buy an apartment first, and I'll buy you a car later if you need it, alright? Feng Minhui was mentally manipulated by these sweet words.
She hugged Chen Yuan and whispered back. Okay, I'll listen to you, he indulgently said. It's getting late. I'll take you back to the dorms. You need to rest more during this time. In his mind, he thought, tomorrow, I still have to go to Green Bamboo Lake to pick up the house.
Scene changed to the next day. Liu Menglu video called Chen Yuan and said, Little brat, are you up yet? Come to the gym if you're free. Chen Yuan frowned and asked her, When was I ever scrawny? Is this video of yours appropriate? Liu Menglu on the other end replied, HMPH, only indecent men think this is indecent. Tell me, are you having indecent thoughts? She looked at the phone, thinking to herself, This tone of his, it doesn't sound like he's treating me like an outsider. Let's see how many more days you can hold out. Suddenly, a voice pipes up from behind. Hey, Mess! Liu Menglu! Turns around and smiles at the girl with the red hair walking up to her. Hey, Xiao Zhu, you're here.
Chu Wanding, being all nosy, asks, What's got you so smiley this early in the morning? Liu Menglu just giggles. Nothing much, just thinking about a really interesting friend.
Chu Wanding plops down in a chair, drawling, Spill the tea. Class hasn't started yet anyway, so Liu Menglu starts her story. I have this girlfriend, right? She managed to snag herself a sugar daddy, and get this, the guy's a total baller. Bought her a 3 million yuan house. Chu Wanding gasps. 3 million? Just like that, her. A mahem? Price tag must be at least tens of millions. Then, Liu Menglu rests her chin on her hand, sighing. Totally. That's why I'm so jealous.
Chu Wanding starts scheming. Someone with that kind of cash. The sugar daddy must be ancient, right? Thinking to herself, even an old geezer is better than that cheapskate Hao Jun. He wants the benefits without the spending. Time to find myself a better sugar daddy.
Liu Menglu shakes her head. Nope. He's in his early 20s, even younger than my girlfriend. Chu Wanding is even more curious now. So what does he look like? Gotta be ugly, right? Liu Menglu gets all excited. He's super handsome. Tall too, Chu Wanding exclaims. Damn, Liu. So your girlfriend must be drop-dead gorgeous to snag a guy like that. She must be an absolute goddess.
Images of two hot girls instantly flash through Liu Menglu's mind.
After a beat, she says, actually, we're pretty similar, just different advantages, you know. Chu Wanding nods thoughtfully. To be on par with McKen's, Liu, no wonder she can make men fall head over heels.
Chen Yuan on the other side also sends a text. No more small talk, I have to go to Green Bamboo Lake to pick up the house. Liu Menglu asked immediately, so you go alone? Do you need a little sister to accompany you? Chen Yuan replied bluntly, I'm going alone, if you're free you can come along. She texted back, well then you have to pick me up. I'm at the training room now, I've sent you the location, I'll wait for you.
She just couldn't stop smiling while texting.
Chu Wanding sees her acting all weird and asks, girl, what's got you so giddy? You're grinning like a Cheshire cat. Liu Menglu jumps up, sorry Xiao Zhu, gotta ditch you today. I'll double your lesson fee, okay? My, sugar daddy is going to Green Bamboo Lake in Lu City to pick up a house and wants me to go with him. So sorry.
Chu Wanding thinks. Green Bamboo Lake. That's like super fancy. One of the top rich people neighborhoods. Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be her friend's sugar daddy? Why is she going to pick up his house? Watching Liu Menglu walk away, Chu Wanding thinks, I get it now. Leave it to Mez, Liu, to be so ruthless, stealing your friend's man. But if I met a guy like that, I don't know if I'd hesitate either. Suddenly, a young guy comes up to Liu Menglu, looking all excited. Menglu, where are you going? Aren't you supposed to have class soon? This dude is Han Lihai, the fitness instructor. Liu Menglu just rolls her eyes, doesn't even acknowledge him, and keeps walking.
10 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrives, and Liu Menglu is already outside waiting.
Han Lihai watches from the training room, muttering, can driving an M9 get you, Menglu? Even that last member who drove a Mercedes didn't get her. Chu Wanding, standing next to him, says, don't just look at the car, honey. The guy can casually buy his girlfriend a 3 million yuan house. Han Lihai is shocked. 3 million? How many years would I have to grind to make 3 million? Chu Wanding suddenly gasps. Wait a sec, that guy looks familiar.
Watching the young man get out of the car, she exclaims in disbelief,
Chen Yuan. It really is Chen Yuan. She can't believe it. Thinking, the tall, handsome sugar daddy that McSee, Liu was talking about, is Chen Yuan. Watching the two of them being all lovey-dovey, she's stunned, realizing her ex-boyfriend is a millionaire, and she dumped him just 2 weeks ago. She just stands there, frozen, unable to process what's happening.
Chen Wanting clutched her head, face darkening, and thought to herself, I actually dumped Chen Yuan for Hao Jun. Was I out of my mind? Han Lihai, clueless as ever, asked, Miss Chen, why are you crying? Is everything all right?
Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a text.
The text was from a dude. Ting, you're off today, right? Want to come over to my place tonight?
Chen Wanting saw the message and fumed internally, cursing. Who does he think he is? Always skipping the foreplay and going straight for the goods. Does he think I'm that cheap? She then typed back a blunt reply. Piss off, you moron.
The guy on the other end was stunned and texted back, is this the real you? Chen Wanting replied in a rage, I'm your mom. The guy sent another message, clearly disbelieving this situation. However, a cold system notification popped up. Message sent but recipient declined. The guy in shock texted again, Ting, what happened to you?
Hao Jun stared at the cold system notification on his screen and exploded. WTF. Blocked.
What in the world is going on? Chen Wanting was trying her best to calm down, thinking, I wonder if Chen Yuan and I still have a chance. We had something, right? The problem now is whether Chen Yuan has too many girls around him. She mentally calculated. There's that Bei Liu schoolmate from Guojin, plus BT Liu's bestie, and then there's me. Is that too many? Scene change. Over at Liu Menglu's side, she sat in Chen Yuan's car, looking around with interest. Chen Yuan, this car of yours is so big, I'm so jealous you have such a cool car, you can even go off-roading, she thought to herself. Off-roading, with a curvy babe sitting in the passenger seat, there's no way you can resist having dirty thoughts. Chen Yuan seemed to be enjoying himself, replying leisurely, "Oh, off-roading's not bad. I'll take Nay along next time."
Liu Menglu turned to Chen Yuan and said, "You're not playing by the book, are you?" Chen Yuan innocently asked back. "How should I be playing it then?"
Liu Menglu propped her chin up, looking away as if thinking up a brilliant plan. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spoke up. "How about this?"
He looked over, grinned, and said with a hint of teasing, "BT Liu, I want to polish you up."
Liu Menglu smiled widely, playfully slapped Chen Yuan's shoulder, and said, "Aya, you're such a tease." 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan and Liu Menglu finally arrived.
As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan politely greeted, "Hello, I'm here to pick up my house. I'm Chen Yuan." The property consultant, Guan Shusu, quickly approached, beaming,
"Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm your property consultant, Guan Shusu. Would you like to see the house first, or go through the contract?" Chen Yuan said boldly. "Let's just sign the contract. We'll check out the house after that." Guan Shusu replied with a bright smile. "Okay." After signing the contract, Guan Shusu sat in the back of Chen Yuan's car on the way to see the house. She glanced at Liu Menglu in the passenger seat, mentally observing and judging. Mr. Chen and this girl definitely aren't dating, but this girl's figure is seriously unfair.
Indeed, Liu Menglu's body was smoking hot, with curves in all the right places. Guan Shusu lowered her head, anxiously thinking, "Why are women so different? These kinds of women don't need skills, they can just rely on their face and sexy body to make men obsessed and willing to buy them houses. So envious. Too bad I'm just ordinary, with no such luck." A while later, the three of them arrived at the house that Li Mu had won as a system reward. Liu Menglu exclaimed as soon as she got out of the car, "Wow, Chen Yuan, this place is amazing."
She walked behind Chen Yuan, thinking to herself, "The life of a rich person is just too good. If only I could live in a place like this too. That's why I have to get my hands on Chen Yuan."
Guan Shusu began to introduce, "Mr. Chen, the ownership area of this villa is 610 square meters, but with the garden, the actual usable area can reach up to 2,000 square meters. It's currently an unfinished product, so you can design and renovate it as you like." Liu Menglu kept gushing in the back. "It's so huge." At that moment, Chen Yuan's system chimed, "Congratulations to the host on acquiring his first house in life. Life is incomplete without real estate. The interior design also needs a unique style. The host will receive 20 million specifically for renovations."
Chen Yuan was shocked and muttered to himself,
"Holy crap, you're serious, system dad. A house worth over 10 million, and you're giving me 20 million for renovations." But then he tilted his head, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, thinking, "Well, if the big boss dad's giving orders, guess I gotta follow them."
He turned to ask Manager Guan, "Hey, Manager Guan, you know any good home renovation companies?" She perked right up.
"Why yes, Cheng Yi. There are several high-end renovation companies in Xingcheng. They've got great reputations and designs. I'll send you their contact info when I get back."
Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Okay, it's just a bare shell anyway. Nothing much to see. Let's leave it at that." Liu Menglu, still buzzing with excitement, piped up, "Chen Yuan, can I take some photos and videos to post on Douyin?"
Chen Yuan replied generously, "Sure, just don't show my face." Liu Menglu gave him a playful wink. "Like I'd dare post a Tang Sanzang like you online for all the demons out there to drool over." Tang Sanzang is the monk from Journey to the West, meaning she thinks he's too tempting, lol. Chen Yuan walked towards the driver's seat, asking as he went, "How many followers do you have on KU?" Liu Menglu quickly responded, "Over 50,000. He kept the questions rolling. "Are a lot of your followers in the same city?" Liu Menglu tilted her head. "Mostly local fans." "Why, you sneaky guy want to secretly watch my videos on KU."
Chen Yuan got in the car, fastened his seatbelt and grinned.
50,000 guys have already seen them. What's the harm in me watching?"
She leaned over, giving him a knowing look. "You're different from them. They only get the regular version. You get the special edition."
Chen Yuan smiled back. "Send me your Kisu account. When you get back, I've got some videos of exploring chill bars. If you're interested, you can give it a try."
Liu Menglu looked surprised, but also super excited. "Really? You own a chill bar? I'll send it to you now."
Chen Yuan started the car, casually asking, "Where to now, PT Liu?" "Back to the gym," Liu Menglu replied. "Yeah, where else would I go?" "What, you got other ideas?" he retorted, with a bit of sarcasm. "I thought you might want to go bowling," Liu Menglu pouted. "In your dreams, you men are all the same. You bullied my friend there yesterday. I still want to settle accounts with you." Hearing that, Chen Yuan slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop caused Liu Menglu to lurch forward, catching her off guard.
Chen Yuan said coldly,
You dare bring up yesterday. You were listening down there for so long I haven't even charged you for listening in yet, so you feel sorry for Nakana, huh? Liu Menglu glanced at Chen Yuan, then spoke in a low voice. Don't even think about it. After she finished speaking, she laughed secretly in her heart. Giving yourself to a man too soon makes you cheap, and men won't cherish you. The more Chen Yuan can't get me, the more he will crave me, and at the same time the more he will give. So now I have to lead Chen Yuan, giving him a little taste each day, after experiencing endless hardships. Then he will cherish it, and he will submit to me. As she thought, obscene images appeared in her mind. After returning to the gym, Liu Menglu got out of the car and said gently to Chen Yuan, "Bye-bye, Chen Yuan. Come to our gym to train when you're free." Sitting in the car, Chen Yuan replied, "Bye-bye, PT Liu. If I'm free, then let's go bowling." Liu Menglu walked inside with a happy mood. Gym manager Gong Mingba was waiting at the door with a stern face and asked, "Menglu, what are you doing? I heard you skipped your members' class this morning. Do you know this is a violation of contract?" Liu Menglu responded a bit flustered. "I had something urgent to deal with, and I've already told Ms. Xiao that I will refund her double the lesson fee for today." Gong Mingba immediately retorted, "Although you agreed to refund Memsi Xiao double the private lesson fee, she is still angry, but I have already handled this matter for you." Liu Menglu didn't understand. She frowned, and thought to herself, why did Ms. Xiao suddenly cause her trouble? Oh, now Gong Mingba has got a handle on her. He used his position as a manager to criticize her first, then used the tone of an experienced person to advise her. Just like that he wants to conquer me, what a joke. The person who can really conquer me is not someone like you. After thinking, Liu Menglu brushed past him and said, "Thank you, Manager Gong. If there's nothing else, I'll go to work first." Gong Mingba anxiously asked her, "It's almost 12 o'clock. What else do you have to do at this hour? How about we have a meal together?" Liu Menglu turned around and replied in a loud voice, "I'm sorry. I brought my own diet food, and I don't eat food with too much heat." Several ambiguous images and thoughts appeared in her mind. I'm the best performing PT in the gym, and an employee that the boss values very much. What can you do to me? As she walked, she snorted coldly, thinking, I am a woman who must live in a large villa in Qingzhou Lake. How can I let garbage get in the way? Inside the office, voices echoed. So, what you're saying is, this student named Chen Yuan wants to invest in the startup incubator? Secretary Liu nodded vigorously. That's right. The one who inquired was the secretary of the school's Communist Youth League Committee, Kong Zongping. Kong Zongping frowned slightly. This is a good thing. Have you been in contact with him yet? Lu Kong immediately responded. Not yet. I asked Li Xiao to invite him for a meal, but he hasn't agreed yet. Kong Zongping frowned, reminding him. If we're the ones receiving the investment, then we have to show the proper attitude. We can't just dismiss him because he's a student. Secretary Liu bowed slightly. You're absolutely right, Secretary Kong. I was negligent. Then, how about I go to his dorm in the afternoon and invite him personally? What do you think? Kong Zongping raised his hand, calmly saying, No, that still doesn't show enough respect from the school's side. I'll go with you in the afternoon. Call Li Xiao along too. Secretary Liu asked in surprise. Does the secretary need to personally meet him? Chen Yuan is just a student at our school. Isn't this a bit too much fanfare? Scene change, 5 p.m. at the South Dormitory. A male student shoved his phone in front of Chen Yuan's face, pleading, Lao-san, I've been chatting with Tian Yuping on WeChat for so long. Can you help me see how much longer it'll take to win her over? The general content of the messages seemed very superficial. One side messaged, Good morning. Do you need me to bring you breakfast? Quote, the other coldly replied, No need. Messages of concern kept coming. It's raining today? Remember to bring an umbrella to school? Those messages of concern just kept going on. Good night. Don't set the air conditioning too low. Remember to cover your legs properly. Where do you want to go this weekend? How about Yuelu Mountain? You don't seem well today. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Do you need me to buy medicine for you? The reply was always short and concise until that point. No need. Chen Yuan was speechless looking at those messages, thinking, Lao Huang has been so warm for more than 3 years but hasn't made a single step forward. Lao Huang asked Chen Yuan leisurely, Lao-san, what do you think? She replies to every one of my messages, completely unlike the class beauty from before. It's a huge leap. I can feel the progress is very steady. He sat up, handing the phone back to him, silently spitting out a few complaints in his heart. Lao Huang, if you really understand it that way, what else can I say? As long as you're happy. Chen Yuan smiled, saying, You should still ask Lao Cao to come up with a plan for you. Lao Huang turned to look at his brother and made an assessment. Lao Cao is a true person. What does he know? Lao-san, you're the most experienced in our dorm. Being poked, Lao Cao immediately turned back to question him. Lao Huang, I haven't offended you today. Finally, he bowed down and asked for Chen Yuan's opinion. At least she's willing to reply to my messages. And even agreed to go out with me this weekend. Isn't that proof that Tian Yuping has feelings for me? What do you say, Lao-san? Not knowing how to explain, he could only smile wryly and say, "Oh, right, indeed." Hearing that, he screamed excitedly, "Oh damn, Lao-san thinks so too. Then it must be true, ni."
Yu helplessly thought to himself, damn, a simping dog in heat is so scary.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lao Huang went to open the door while muttering, "Who the hell is it knocking so loudly?" As soon as the door opened, Lao Huang was stunned, looking at the two secretaries and the teacher in front of him and asked, "Secretary Kong, Secretary Lu, teacher, why are you all here?" Li Xiao asked gently. "Is Chen Yuan here?" Lao Huang hesitated and replied, Yes he is. Please come in, teachers," he thought in panic. Oh damn, these three came to find Lao-san. Could he have committed some big crime? Other students, seeing this, also started to make a fuss and discuss. Why are the two leaders here at the dormitory? What's going on? They're here to find Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's family has gone bankrupt, but he still bought a car. Has he done something illegal? Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Definitely. Otherwise, where did Chen Yuan get so much money? There must be something wrong. A student heard this and asked, "Brother Bang, what's the specific matter? Do you know something? Tell us quickly." Li Jianbang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Chen Yuan's money came from an improper source. It's normal for the leaders to come to the door. Maybe they're controlling Chen Yuan first, waiting for the police to come. Lao Huang couldn't stand it anymore and roared angrily, "Li Jianbang, you bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Jianbang replied confidently, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, everyone will know when they wait."
Li Xiao walked in and introduced seriously, "Chen Yuan, these two are Secretary Kong and Secretary Lu of the school's league committee."
Chen Yuan stood up and went to Kong Zongping, opening his mouth warmly. "Hello, Secretary Kong," he said amiably. "Student Chen Yuan, I'm Kong Zongping of the school's league committee. Are you free tonight? Would you like to have a meal together?"
Chen Yuan happily replied, "Tonight? Sure." Receiving his agreement, he immediately said happily, "Okay, I'll book a restaurant immediately. It's getting late. Let's go together now." Then, discuss the incubator properly, and so the three Kong Zongping surrounded Chen Yuan and left. That was what the gossiping students heard. Looking at Chen Yuan leaving, they said suspiciously, "Looking at the way these three are, it doesn't look like they're controlling Chen Yuan, but a bit like they're meeting a leader who came to inspect the work." Li Jianbang naturally didn't agree. He said uncomfortably, "I guess it's to save face for Chen Yuan." Everyone watched the news. Don't they have to cover the head of the prisoner during the escort? Lao Huang came out of the room, feeling itchy when he heard these words, and contributed information. "Just say you're talking nonsense. The two secretaries found our Lao-san to invite him to dinner." Unexpectedly, the student next to him exclaimed in surprise, "What? The two secretaries came to invite Chen Yuan to dinner? How big must his face be?" Lao Huang, with a punchable face, muttered in Li Jianbang's ear, "That's right. What big thing did Chen Yuan do? The school leaders have to lower themselves to invite him like that." He couldn't say anything. Those curious students couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Yuan is too scary. He's not in the same class as us anymore." Scene change. A restaurant named Nanjing. Kong Zongping spoke first. "Chen Yuan, what requirements do you have for your plan? Tell me. I want to fully understand your expectations." Chen Yuan calmly said, "Secretary Kong wants me to invest. Then he has to meet my two conditions." "Of course, this won't cause any loss to the school's interests," Secretary Kong heartily replied. "No need to be so polite. Just speak your mind." Chen Yuan started to make his demands. "Secretary, I want complete autonomy, meaning I get to decide who the startup incubator invests in, and how much. The school can't interfere." Secretary Lang immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "What are you saying? There's no such rule." Kong Zongping had to remind him, "Lao Lang, quiet down." He turned to Chen Yuan, gently saying, "Chen Yuan, the university's startup incubator involves many parties, especially the Ministry of Education, which will ask questions. If we just follow the investors' wishes, it'll be hard to explain. Besides, no matter what, the school has to consider the success rate of the students being supported." Chen Yuan remained unhurried, saying, "Secretary, without money, things like success rate are just empty words. You can think of me as the person in charge of the incubator. The success rate is whether the supported students can make money, and the money I invest definitely hopes they can make money. Our requirements are the same." Chen Yuan finished speaking, and took a sip of his wine. Feeling refreshed, he thought to himself, "I'm just telling the truth. System's mission is to have me accumulate wealth and reputation, and then gradually become a tycoon. In the future, I'll definitely need a lot of professional talent to manage this matrix of industries for me. Instead of going out to find them then, I might as well use this startup incubator to try and cultivate direct relationships now. And more importantly, System's mission. A large number of female NPCs. Those women out in society aren't as easy to conquer as university girls. And the quality of the girls at our school in Xing City
is the most famous.
Kong Zongping raised his glass, tactfully saying, I'll have to hold a conference with the leaders of the Ministry of Education regarding your request before I can give you an answer, Chen Yuan casually replied. All right, secretary. Amidst the toasting and polite conversation, the meal came to an end. Late at night, the group quickly departed. As he got into the car, Kong Zongping reminded Li Xiao, who was standing outside, Mems, Li Jia, Chen Yuan can't drive after drinking. You take him home. We'll head back first. Li Xiao got into Chen Yuan's car, buckling her seatbelt, and said, Chen Yuan, this new car of yours is really spacious.
Chen Yuan leisurely replied, I was used to driving sedans before, so I wanted to try an SUV this time.
Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Xiao quickly answered, asking, Li Meng, what's wrong?
Oh, you switched shifts so you can't help with the move? It's okay, I'll contact a moving company myself. Okay, don't worry, I still have some things to do. I'll hang up now. Chen Yuan curiously asked, Teacher, are you moving? Li Xiao nodded, replying, That's right, I'm moving in 2 days. The lease on my previous apartment is up, so I'm preparing to move in with my sister. Chen Yuan offered. Do you need me to help you move? She hesitated, replying, That wouldn't be too good. Your car is newly bought. Helping me move wouldn't be appropriate. I should still call a moving company, he casually said. It's okay, a car is just a tool, a consumable. Besides, it's only right for a student to help a teacher. Li Xiao waved her hands, refusing. No need to trouble you. 2 women have quite a lot of stuff. He still smiled, trying to persuade her. All right, teacher, don't refuse anymore. I'm your student. What's so much trouble about helping you move?
Finally, Li Xiao had to agree. She hesitantly said, All right then. She blushed as she looked at Chen Yuan, secretly assessing him in her heart. Chen Yuan's face is a little thin, with distinct features. If I remove his identity as a student and look at him from the perspective of someone of the opposite sex, he's actually quite handsome. Suddenly realizing something, she covered her mouth and shyly thought, Wait, he's so eager to help me move. And there was that bag he gave me before. Maybe Li Meng is right, he has feelings for me? Speaking of that bag, he said it was a high-end fake before, but with his real financial strength, maybe it's real. She immediately turned to him, asking, Chen Yuan, that bag you gave me before, do you remember it? Chen Yuan nodded, replying, I remember. What's wrong? She hesitantly said, You said last time it was a high-end fake. He blurted out without hesitation. Actually, it's real, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, your student isn't short on money to give to the teacher he likes. No, I mean, it's okay to give it to a teacher you respect. Chen Yuan suddenly became flustered, causing Li Xiao to also blush slightly. She shyly thought to herself, As expected, but it's not appropriate. First, there's the age difference. I'm older than him. Moreover, we have a teacher-student relationship. She thought for a long time, then opened her mouth. Chen Yuan, but he quickly interrupted. Shh. Okay, drive, teacher. No need to say any words of refusal anyway, I won't give up. A while later, Li Xiao and Chen Yuan arrived. Getting out of the car, Li Xiao immediately asked, Are you going home to sleep tonight? Chen Yuan calmly said, I'm not going back. There's no room for me up there. I'm going back to the dorm. Li Xiao shyly said, Then I'll park the car here. You can come here tomorrow to drive it back. Here, the keys. Chen Yuan walked over, leaned close to her face, and softly replied. Li Xiao clutched her cheek, her face flushed as she thought, He's getting bolder and bolder. Last time it was a meal at home, and now he dares to kiss me in the office, you bad guy. With that, she immediately turned and ran away, her face burning red. She yelled, Chen Yuan, you're a naughty student. Just as Li Xiao left, Chen Na called, sounding flustered, Chen Yuan, are you at school, mess? Lin Yusheng left something at the cafe, can you help her open up? She's almost there, and Xiao Chu and I are too far away to make it in time, Chen Yuan replied leisurely. Sure. A little later, Chen Yuan arrived at the cafe to open the door. Lin Yusheng said somewhat apologetically, Sorry, Chen Yuan, I left some kids' toys at the cafe, forgot to take them last time. Li Mu politely opened the door for her, saying, It's no problem, just a small thing. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Yuan turned on the lights to make it easier for her to find her things. Lin Yusheng picked up toys while complaining. Just a bunch of toys the kids played with before and then forgot. This one and that one. Standing behind her, Chen Yuan enjoyed the view of the People's Police and said cheerfully, No rush, take your time. How old is your child? As she stuffed the toys into her bag, she replied, 3.5. Quite the little rascal. Noticing the bottle of wine in her hand, he thought in surprise, Wine? Could it be that Lin Yusheng often comes to the cafe alone to get drunk? After a while, Lin Yusheng looked around and said, All done cleaning up? Seeing her emotional state, he asked, What's wrong? Feeling reluctant, Lin Yusheng glided her hand across the table, gently touching it as she replied,
It's not exactly reluctance, it's just remembering the days it was here with me, spending every night and day together.
Chen Yuan shrewdly thought. This sudden reminiscing must be related to Zhang Xianyong. If she wasn't feeling down, she wouldn't be at the cafe alone, drinking and brooding like this. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Can you visit often?" Lin Yusheng shook her head in response. "Probably won't be back." Seeing her about to leave, Chen Yuan called her back and offered, "Miss Lin, if you don't mind, would you like to have a few drinks with me?"
Lin Yusheng turned her head and asked him, "Is that appropriate?" Chen Yuan replied casually. "What's not appropriate?" Receiving each other's signals, they both sat down at a nearby table and grabbed the bottle of wine she'd had earlier, pouring a glass for each of them. As Chen Yuan poured the wine, he asked, "Feeling down? I'm guessing it's related to family, right?" Lin Yusheng asked back in a low voice. "How did you know?"
Chen Yuan poured wine into his glass and said leisurely, "Actually, I know your husband, Zhang Xianyong. He is the director of the 4S shop, right? I have heard about what he did before. Sister Chen Na is his employee. She left because of your husband, right?" Lin Yusheng was surprised.
A trace of confusion flashed across her face, and she said, "Don't they have ever—"
Chen Yuan clinked glasses with Lin Yusheng and then recounted the past. "Actually, there is nothing. Zhang Xianyong just often harasses her." Sister Chen could not bear it and left. Lin Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, otherwise he would have added another crime."
The girl took a sip of wine and began to tell, "Actually, I am preparing to divorce him recently, and I have collected a lot of evidence about his cheating, and read a lot of his conversations when he forced and threatened his subordinates."
Speaking of this, she hugged her head and painfully recounted, "I got married to him. I really did not expect him to be such a person. But thinking that he is the father of my child, I hesitate, worrying about how my child will develop when growing up in a single-parent family, and whether they will have any psychological problems."
At this time, Chen Yuan sternly gave her advice. "When you need to make a decision, you must be decisive. Children are of course important, but if you let this situation continue in front of your children, the harm they will suffer will be even greater. Therefore, whether it is for yourself or for your children, you must make the right decision."
Lin Yusheng said as if enlightened, "You are right, very reasonable." She stared blankly at Chen Yuan, thinking in her heart, "I used to think that he was young and generous, but now I think about it, he is more mature than I thought, and even exudes a special charm. These are all things that Zhang Xianyong does not have." She stared at him drinking wine in front of her, and thought comfortably in her heart, "The old saying goes that you can't just look at the appearance of a man, but being with handsome men, at least the mood is much better." Her face flushed because of the wine and shyness. Lin Yusheng said softly, "Chen Yuan, thank you." Chen Yuan humbly replied, "You're welcome." After drinking that glass of wine, Lin Yusheng stood up and said, "Let's go." Chen Yuan also stood up and said, "Okay."
Suddenly, perhaps because of the alcohol, Lin Yusheng's feet did not listen to her and stumbled to one side. Chen Yuan quickly ran over to support the girl and said anxiously, "Be careful."
Lin Yucheng looked up at him, shyly saying, "Sorry," Chen Yuan politely replied.
"What are you apologizing for, Megas, Lin?" In his heart he felt a flutter and secretly thought, "She smells so good."
Suddenly, Lin Yucheng went on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Chen Yuan's cheek, catching him completely off guard. Afterwards, she grabbed her stuff and headed home. He just stood there dumbfounded, staring at Lin Yucheng's retreating figure, thinking, what was that kiss about? Shouldn't there have been a full-on battle?
Lin Yucheng, on the other hand, was super embarrassed. She hurried along the street, patting her own cheeks, thinking, "It must be the alcohol talking. I've been such a good girl all these years, never crossed the line. The only slightly wild thing I've done is, well, you know.
And it's all Zhang Xianyong's fault.
What a useless weakling. But seriously, what possessed me just now?"
Chen Yuan, feeling all giddy and happy, picked up his phone and called Chen Na. "Hey Nana, the dorms are locked up, can't get back in. Can I crash at your place tonight? Renting a room? No need to waste money like that. Don't worry, I won't do anything, just cuddle." 20 minutes later, Chen Na quickly opened the door in her thin pajamas, took one look at Chen Yuan's state, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, how much did you drink?"
Chen Yuan leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head. "Leadership banquet at school? No choice?" Chen Na quickly helped Chen Yuan inside.
Anxiously, she instructed, "Sit and rest for 10 minutes before you shower. I'll make you some hangover tea." She barely took a few steps before Chen Yuan hugged her from behind, murmuring, "Wait, let me hug you first. Want a hug? Hug?"
Chen Yuan's hands started getting a little too friendly, and Chen Na said shyly, "Is this your just cuddling?" Chen Yuan said like a rascal, "I'm just cuddling, not doing anything, Na. You know my character." Old memories of them flashed back, and Chen Na thought, the first time, he used drinking water as an excuse. The second time it was training, and this time the reason is even more ridiculous. He even said that, "I will just cuddle and do nothing." She said speechlessly, "Your character. Do you even have any?" Chen Yuan said innocently, "Nah. Do we not even have a little bit of trust between us?" Chen Na blushed and said. You said it. Then you sleep with that blanket, even if we just cuddle. We can cuddle without sharing a blanket.
Chen Yuan looked at Chen Na buried in the blanket and couldn't help but smile, thinking, even though it was a bit forced the last 2 times, I thought Na had accepted it in her heart. I didn't expect she's still keeping her distance. However, the night is long, and there are still many methods. No sooner thought than done. Chen Yuan's sneeze made Chen Na wake up worriedly. He curled up in the blanket, muttering, cold, so cold, Na. Chen Na asked worriedly, what's wrong, Chen Yuan? He said weakly. The air conditioner is too cold. She hurriedly got out of bed, saying anxiously, let me adjust it.
Like a fish taking the bait, Chen Yuan grabbed Chen Na's fair arm, and then said, no need to bother. He pulled Chen Na into his arms body to body and said suggestively, no need to adjust it, we won't be cold if we share a blanket. She was then attacked by Chen Yuan from behind, and could only endure silently, while he said happily, see, not cold anymore. After a passionate night. The next morning, Chen Yuan woke up and didn't find Chen Na beside him, but a letter left by her. I'm going to the coffee shop, you pervert. I've washed your clothes for you, but they're not dry yet, so I bought you a new set. Breakfast is in the steamer. Reheat it if it's cold. Reading the note, Chen Yuan felt so warm and happy, thinking, damn, where can you find such a good girl? I have to reward her, I must reward her, find time to buy her a car. Suddenly, the phone rang. Liu Menglu appeared on the screen, with her hot body and energetic voice. Little Yuan, when are you coming to the GM's office with me? I'm waiting for you. Chen Yuan quickly put the phone aside, closed his eyes tightly, and thought to himself, watching this thing in the early morning, isn't this Na's bestie? No see? No see? Liu Menglu saw this. Then she pressed her big boobs against the phone and said in a charming tone, why are you holding the phone so far away? What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Chen Yuan squinted at Liu Menglu, cursing in his heart, damn it, this girl is clearly provoking me. While Chen Yuan was talking to Liu Menglu, his phone suddenly rang. He muttered in surprise. She actually called. He had to tell her. I'm busy right now, I'll call you back later. Liu Menglu winked and replied. Okay, you go ahead. Chen Yuan answered the phone casually. Guidance counselor, what's up? Li Xiao happily said, your request has been approved by the school board and the education bureau. They'll draft the documents and start promoting it in the next 2 days. Once the school receives applications and business plans from the students, they'll send them to you for evaluation and approval. Chen Yuan asked curiously, do the applications need to include height, weight, and a portrait photo? She was confused and asked, why? You want to include that information? What does entrepreneurial ambition have to do with height and weight? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, of course it does. A person qualified to start a business needs to have an attractive appearance. I can judge whether a student is disciplined based on their looks. I have high standards, you know. Li Xiao was surprised, feeling like something was off, and asked, really? There's that opinion too? But then she agreed, saying, okay, I'll add that section for you. Secretary Liu has arranged for student cadres from the Youth League Committee to contact you later tonight. Chen Yuan threw off the blanket and got out of bed, replying calmly, then I don't have any problems on my end for now. Li Xiao suddenly changed her tone, her face turning red with embarrassment. She stammered, okay, right, Chen Yuan. My sister and I are moving tomorrow morning. Are you free? Chen Yuan immediately replied, of course, I'll see you tomorrow. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan had finished breakfast and was about to go out when his phone rang again. Catching his attention, Chen Yuan muttered, why is Liu Menglu calling again? As soon as he answered, Liu Menglu started complaining. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd come to find me later? It's been over half an hour. Are you still not done? I can't believe it, Chen Yuan replied indifferently. Busy getting ready to go out, I have appointments with 2 interior design companies to discuss villa design plans. Hearing this, Liu Menglu put on an excited expression and asked, then do you need a tail to follow you? Chen Yuan was putting on his coat as he spoke. She even knows she's a tail, why would I bring her along? But if she really wants to go, she can come along. In his heart, he thought, even though Liu Menglu is a bit of a green tea BTCH, she knows how to provide emotional value. When discussing plans, having a beautiful woman cheering you on will definitely be much more effective. Liu Menglu winked, her face beaming, and said, okay, then come pick me up, I'll wait for you in the gym. Chen Yuan simply replied with a simple okay and hung up. A while later, Chen Yuan arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, a man walked over and asked, bro, are you waiting for someone too? Let me guess. Waiting for a girl. Chen Yuan looked at the man in front of him and nodded. Yeah, that's right. The man sized up Chen Yuan and started commenting. Your car isn't bad, but it's just passable for chasing girls. If you want to chase high-quality goods, it's not enough. If you want to catch a goddess, you have to drive something like mine. You still have to work harder, kid. As he spoke, he leaned against his luxury car and smiled smugly. Chen Yuan leisurely smiled and said, Is that so? Just then, Liu Menglu walked over in a sexy outfit and with a rosy face. The man's voice immediately changed when he saw her. He said flatteringly, "Menglu, you're finally off work? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat?" Liu Menglu tilted her head and gave a professional smile, saying, "President Farn, I'm sorry, I have a date with a friend. I already said it in the message I sent you." In her heart, she thought, President Farn is indeed very rich. But all that money was given to him by his parents. He himself has very limited control over the money. But Chen Yuan is different, so he can only be in second place for now. He didn't give up, saying, "It's okay, I can go with you too. I'll treat you to lunch if your friend doesn't mind." Chen Yuan politely opened the car door for Liu Menglu and said to the man surnamed Fan, "Sorry bro, I don't like eating with people who drive G-classes." After getting into the car, Liu Menglu closed the door and smiled brightly, urging Chen Yuan, "Let's go, Chen Yuan." He took the opportunity to pass the man surnamed Fan, mocking him casually. The man gnashed his teeth in disbelief, thinking, Menglu got into this kid's car, what's going on? I drive a G-class and still can't win her over, but I was defeated by a guy who drives an M9. A while later on the road, Liu Menglu leisurely said in the car, "President Fan, that guy just now is a high-end member of our store. He's spent a lot of money, and his family is quite well off." "That car cost over 2 million, Chen Yuan asked casually. "And then?" Literally, Menglu continued. "He's been pursuing me for a long time, but I haven't agreed to him once." Chen Yuan just casually said, "Oh," as a formality. Seeing his indifferent state, Liu Menglu was a little unhappy. She pouted and asked, "Why are you so quiet today? It's not like you at all." Chen Yuan asked her in return. "What do you want me to say?" Liu Menglu replied silently. "I don't know, but I always feel like you're not very enthusiastic today." Chen Yuan saw her turn her face away and pretend to be angry, and laughed inwardly. "Of course I understand your thoughts. It's not just that I'm the only choice. But there are other pursuers. You want to give me a sense of crisis." He said leisurely. "Men are only really active when they're exercising or about to exercise. But you don't play ball with me, so how can I be active?" Liu Menglu immediately whipped her head around to look at him and blurted out, "Chen Yuan, Chen Yuan." She grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and said, "Are all men as horny as you are?" Chen Yuan chuckled and retorted, "Why are you calling me horny? I was talking about playing basketball." Liu Menglu, her face flushed crimson, huffed, "Ugh, don't even go there. Last time at the cafe, the moment I left, you rushed upstairs to coax Nana. You know what you were thinking?" Chen Yuan thought to himself. "Looks like Liu Menglu's gonna hold this against me forever." Not wanting to argue, Chen Yuan changed the subject. "Why are you so free these past 2 days? You have time to follow me around," Liu Menglu stated bluntly. "It's not that I'm free, it's just that I pushed back all my tutoring sessions for you." Chen Yuan sighed dramatically. "Well, now I feel a little bad." Liu Menglu gave him a meaningful look and said, "If you feel bad, treat me to a few nice meals as compensation." Chen Yuan grinned. "No problem, I've got plenty for you to eat," Liu Menglu blushed and retorted. "What, Chen Yuan? You're always trying to take advantage of me." He burst out laughing, then said, All right, I'm just kidding. Let's go eat first. After that, we'll head to the interior design company." Scene changes to the interior design company in the afternoon. Chief designer Fu Zhengmei came out, all smiles, to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Fu Zhengmei, the chief designer of Quanding. Let's sit down and chat." Chen Yuan cut to the chase, reminding her, "Let's keep it brief. I already went over my requirements with you guys online yesterday. I'm just here today to see the proposals." Fu Zhengmei sat down and presented the designs clearly. "Based on your budget and needs, we've come up with 3 styles. Light and luxurious European design and modern Chinese style. You can take a look and see which one you like. If there are any issues, we can adjust them." Liu Menglu, sitting on the side with her arms crossed, exclaimed, "Wow, all 3 proposals are gorgeous." She asked Chen Yuan curiously, "What's your budget?" Chen Yuan casually dropped, 20 million. Liu Menglu gasped in shock. "What did you say?" She started calculating. A villa of over 1,000 square meters, with 20 million yuan for decoration, and he can just throw around 30 million yuan like that. Then his assets must be at least over 100 million yuan. Looks like I underestimated him. No, the previous tactics are still not enough. I have to intensify it. While thinking, she tugged on her dress, showing her curves completely. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan stood up and said seriously, "Then let's go with the modern Chinese style, and add what I just said. Once you've made the adjustments, we can talk again. But I also have an appointment with another design company. I need to compare the final proposals from both sides before I can decide." Fu Zhengmei also stood up and said with a smile, "No problem, it doesn't hurt to compare all 3. "Oh. Right, Mr. Chen, are you free tonight?" "Wanzong, we would like to invite you to dinner. Whether the contract is signed or not, he just wants to get to know you." Chen Yuan took out his phone and pondered. "I haven't signed a contract with you guys yet. Isn't it a little inappropriate to have dinner?" Fu Zhengmei replied with a bright smile. "Mr. Chen, Don't worry, Wanzong simply wants to make friends with you. Chen Yuan finally agreed. Seeing this, Fu Zhengmei happily said,
Then I'll add your WeChat and send you the restaurant address so we can easily exchange ideas about the proposals later.
Chen Yuan nodded. Okay, then we'll head out first.
As he left, Fu Zhengmei waved goodbye with an adoring and admiring look. She thought to herself, 20 million yuan for interior decoration is even more expensive than the villa itself. This order alone is enough to support the whole company. This kind of big boss isn't your average rich kid. We have to treat him with the utmost care. After seeing Chen Yuan off, Fu Zhengmei went back inside. She stood in front of a man and announced cheerfully, Wanzong, Mr. Chen has agreed to dinner tonight.
Wanzong is the general manager of Quanding, named Wan Renduo. He tilted his head and analyzed seriously, then asked Fu Zhengmei,
If we can have a meal together, the chances of closing the deal will be much higher. We absolutely can't let such a big client fall into the hands of our competitors. Is he going alone? Fu Zhengmei immediately replied, No, he's with a girl. But she doesn't look like his girlfriend. Wan Renduo pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, It's good that she's not his girlfriend. Remember to call Su Juewei to entertain the client tonight. A big client like Chen, worthy of our company to launch the trump card. Switching to Liu Menglu and Chen Yuan, she blushed, pulling her clothes and said with meaning, Chen Yuan, is the air conditioner on in the car? It's too hot, Chen Yuan asked leisurely. Really?
Why, I don't feel it's hot at all. She showed flirtatious look and asked, Really? By the way, where are we going next?
Chen Yuan said calmly, Aren't you going back to work? Or do you want to stick to me for a free dinner? Liu Menglu leaned over to Chen Yuan and said, Anyway, it's good to follow you and do nothing. Today I want to be your tail all day. Chen Yuan laughed and said,
My tails are very well behaved. If you follow, you must follow one day and one night. How can you only follow during the day? This sentence of him made her head appear with an ambiguous scene immediately. Liu Menglu covered her face and shouted shyly, One day and one night, what are you talking about, you pervert? I don't care, I must go with you, I won't get out of the car. The phone rang in the car, Liu Menglu answered. And the person on the other end asked cheerfully, Lu Bao, what are you up to? Liu Menglu replied happily, Qianqian, I'm in the car. Hao Qianqian on the other end asked curiously, Whose car? Is it Fanzong's glass car? While putting on her clothes, she thought, Although Fanzong isn't like Chen Yuan, spending 3 million to buy a house, it's no problem for him to buy Menglu bags and cosmetics. Liu Menglu replied calmly, No, I'm in Chen Yuan's car. Hao Qianqian was shocked and frowned. Who, Chen Yuan? When did you two meet? Liu Menglu smirked and recounted, No, I went out with him today to look at the decoration plan. You don't know. He bought a villa for over 10 million, and he's spending another 20 million on the decorations. Hao Qianqian gasped, barely able to breathe. What? This is too extravagant. Just spent 3 million, and in the blink of an eye, another 30 million. Hao Qianqian couldn't help but think, Chen Na's luck is too good, isn't it, finding such a rich sugar daddy? We said we'd suffer together, but she secretly got ashore. No. Menglu seems to have boarded this luxury yacht too. Hao Qianqian gripped her phone and cried, One bestie is fine, but now another one is better than me. Is it because their boobs are bigger than mine? Scene change. Afternoon at Nanying restaurant. A young man walked over to greet. Wan Shushu, are you eating here too? Wanzong walked over and said warmly, Xiao Hui. What a coincidence, I'm waiting for a guest here. Xiao Hui walked over to shake his hand and said, I also have a dinner invitation here. I'll come over to toast you later, he thought. It seems this guest is very important, otherwise Uncle Wan wouldn't be waiting here in person. When leaving, he noticed the naive girl following behind Wanzong. He wondered, Since when did Uncle Wan have such a beautiful girl by his side? If Wan Shushu wasn't my future father-in-law, I would have found a way to ask for her number. A moment later, Chen Yuan arrived. His employee came out respectfully and introduced, Wanzong, this is Chen Xiansheng. Wanzong walked over warmly and said, Hello Chen Zong, you're indeed young and promising. Chen Yuan walked over and politely shook hands with Wan Renmin, saying, Hello Wanzong. He glanced at Liu Menglu and asked, This is probably your girlfriend. Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand and explained, Please don't misunderstand, we're just normal friends. She just happened to come with me today, her surname is Liu. After confirming the information, he politely greeted her. Hello, Liu Xiaoji. Liu Menglu also replied, Hello, Wanzong. Liu Menglu pouted and glanced at Chen Yuan with some discomfort, thinking, Damn Chen Yuan, why so agitated? If you're not my boyfriend, what are you? No one forced you to say no. Annoying. Wan Renmin then said, Chen Xiansheng, please, let's go upstairs. He also said magnanimously, Please, Wanzong. A moment later they entered the private room. Wan Renmin opened his mouth and pointed to the orange-haired girl next to him and said, Chen Zong, I forgot to introduce you. This is our company's design assistant. Su Juewei.
the girl said shyly and softly. Hello, Chenzong. Chen Yuan reached out his hand politely and said, hello. In his heart, he thought, her skin is so soft and full, and her jade-like hands seem boneless. Especially her pure and innocent nature. Su Shuiwei's temperament is completely different from the girls he knew. Seeing Chen Yuan's attitude, Wan Renmin raised his glass and thought, very good, it seems. Su Shuiwei has left a good impression on Chenzong, so the distance has been shortened. He said happily, Chenzong, today we won't talk about business, just about making friends. I'll toast you first. Fu Zhengmei frowned and reminded Su Shuiwei, who was sitting still. What are you spacing out for? Quickly toast Chenzong.
Finally, Su Shuiwei awkwardly picked up her wineglass and said shyly, Chenzong, I'll toast you.
Chen Yuan raised his glass and happily accepted. Liu Menglu leaned close to Chen Yuan jealously and said, little Chenzong, let's drink together, let's have a glass too. Chen Yuan held Liu Menglu's glass and said with a smile, you still shouldn't drink, or who will drive back later.
Liu Menglu felt happy all over and replied softly, okay, I'll listen to you. In her heart she thought, I wonder if Chen Yuan will take the opportunity to take advantage of me. But this feeling of us being together is really great.
Su Shuiwei walked to Chen Yuan's side and said softly, Chenzong, I'll toast you again.
Chen Yuan smiled gently and said to her, have some tea, it's okay. His words stunned Su Shuiwei. At this time, Wan Renmin also spoke to Su Shuiwei. Listen to Chenzong, he cares about you so he won't let you drink.
Shuiwei comes from Nanzhong University. She is a senior and has not yet graduated. You are both young, you probably have similar hobbies, so please communicate more.
That old fox is at it again, telling Su Shuiwei to friend Chenzong on WeChat. A catch like him, never a bad thing to network.
Liu Menglu, sitting next to her, frowned, thinking, the old fox is finally showing his tail. He says it's not about business, but everything is business. This girl is clearly still a virgin. Forcing her to connect is basically pimping.
That Xiao Hui guy, holding a glass, stumbled into the room shouting, Wanzong, I'm here to toast you, Wan Rendan happily said. Xiao Miao, you're too kind.
He took the chance to introduce him. This is my nephew, Ling Guangyao. Wan Rendan told his nephew, this is Chenzong, actually about the same age as you. Why don't you go toast him and get to know him? Ling Guangyao nodded. Okay.
He thought to himself, Uncle Wan is introducing this VIP to me, he must think highly of me, and for Uncle Wan to personally wait on him, he must have a ton of money, definitely someone worth getting to know. He might be useless in reality, but he loves to show off at parties. He went up, all smiles, hello Chen. He was cut off by Chen Yuan's face, shocked. Chen Yuan, what the hell is he doing here? Chen Yuan smiled, raised his glass and said, come on, let's have a drink. Lin Guangyao stuttered, confused. Why is Chen Yuan Uncle Wan's VIP? Uncle Wan wants me to toast him. Isn't that like telling me to lick Chen Yuan's stinky feet? No way, absolutely not. Wan Rendan noticed their odd expressions and asked, Chenzong, Xiao Miao, do you two know each other? Chen Yuan calmly replied, we've met, I guess. Wan Rendan patted Lin Guangyao's shoulder, laughing. What a coincidence, Xiao Miao. You probably don't know this, but your friend here bought a Qingzhou Lake villa in Lu City and spent another 20 million to renovate it with us. This info made Lin Guangyao's face twitch. What? He couldn't believe it. That country bumpkin bought a villa and spent 20 million on renovations. How much money does Chen Yuan have? Does his family mine diamonds in Africa?
Chen Yuan was now a big shot in his eyes, and he was just an ant, Ling Guangyao thought. Uncle Wan, who I'm trying so hard to please, is actually trying to please Chen Yuan. In an instant, the gap between Chen Yuan and me has become so huge. Realizing the situation, he thought, forget it, I'll lick. If Uncle Wan wants to lick, I'll lick too. What's the big deal? With that, he bowed and said obsequiously to Chen Yuan, what a coincidence. Congrats. Oh no, I should call you Chenzong now. 3 hours later, Wan Rendan suggested, Chenzong, would you like to hit a bar or do some karaoke? Chen Yuan cheerfully turned to Liu Menglu and asked, Coach Liu, are you coming?
Liu Menglu hesitated, thinking, I got this figure from discipline. I've never had a habit of staying up late or drinking. Seeing Liu Menglu's hesitation, Chen Yuan said, you probably shouldn't go. Early to bed, early to rise, good for your health.
Liu Menglu looked at Su Shuiwei, thinking, if I don't go, Chen Yuan might get seduced by those other vixens. If more foxes come to share the meat, I'll get less to eat. After all, if she wasn't around Chen Yuan, and knowing Wanzong's personality, the next step would be to get Chen Yuan drunk, then send Su Shuiwei and Chen Yuan to a hotel. Besides, it was obvious during the meal that Chen Yuan had feelings for Su Shuiwei.
In his drunken stupor, Chen Yuan definitely wouldn't be able to control himself.
Amorous scenarios flashed through Liu Menglu's mind.
Just thinking about it, her eyes steeled, and she thought, no way, if they go that far, I'll get nothing. With that, she stood up abruptly, raised her hand high, and declared, I'm going, I definitely have to go. After a while, at the technician's place, Wanzong had taken Chen Yuan out for a few hours of fun.
Su Shuivi sat to one side, shyly taking a glass of wine, face flushed, looking towards Chen Yuan, ready to offer a toast.
As soon as Chen Yuan saw her action, he gently stopped her and said, "No drinking. You've had a bit too much tonight. You don't usually come to places like this, right? If you don't want to come in the future, just don't. It's just part of the job anyway."
Su Shuivi smiled bashfully upon hearing his words and replied, "Thank you, Chen Zong." Chen Yuan sensed Su Shuivi's helplessness and offered some advice. For a girl from an ordinary family to be able to intern at a big company like Wanting is already very difficult. You can't just give up easily. Liu Menglu, sitting next to him, nudged Chen Yuan's shoulder and asked, "Chen Yuan, why don't you care if I want to leave or not?" Without a second thought, Chen Yuan replied, "Does Coach Liu even need me to worry? You've got too many fish in your pond? Has Big Shot Fan Zong already sent you a WeChat message or something?"
Hearing this, Liu Menglu guiltily tucked her hair back and retorted, oblivious to the timing, she thought with some annoyance, "All my usual tricks are ineffective attacks. Chen Yuan doesn't care at all.
I was originally planning on catching him, but now he's caught me instead." Su Shuivi, who was sitting next to them, also turned to him and asked, "Chen Zong, what song do you want to sing? Do you need me to help you pick one?" Chen Yuan happily replied, "Anything is fine, go ahead and sing. You can choose any song you want." Liu Menglu nudged Chen Yuan again and said, "You're acting differently. That little girl's got quite the captivating gaze." Chen Yuan turned and casually replied, "Really? I think your eyes are looking at me the same way. Also pretty captivating." Liu Menglu blushed and retorted, "No, your eyes looking at me only have desire, not affection." Chen Yuan tilted his head and said, "That's your advantage, isn't it? No matter how women attract men, the end result is still the same." Liu Menglu asked curiously, "What's the end result?" Without hesitation, Chen Yuan leaned in and whispered in Liu Menglu's ear, "Of course, it's getting into bed." That one sentence caused her face to turn bright red, and her favorability rating shot up to 68. Liu Menglu thought to herself, "How annoying. This man always traps me whenever I talk to him. But Chen Yuan is also honest, unlike some men who clearly want my body but call it love." Having said that, Chen Yuan reached out and fondled Liu Menglu's thigh, causing her to flinch and whisper, "Enough. There are people around." Wan Renmin, having finished his song, turned around and handed the microphone to Chen Yuan, saying, "Chen Zong, Shuivi has chosen another song for you. Come on up." Finally, the whole group sang until 11 o'clock. When they went outside and stood in front of the car, Wan Renmin warmly shook Chen Yuan's hand and said, "Chen Zong, Chen Laodi, I never thought I could make a friend of your age. Let's get together often in the future." After a pause, he continued, "That's right. Guanting's decoration will definitely be professional. I hope we can cooperate. As your older brother, I'll arrange the best service for you." Chen Yuan also replied warmly, "I'm only looking at 2 companies. Your design is very professional. At the same price, I'll definitely give you priority." At the same time, Fu Zhengmei supported a tipsy Su Shuivi as she walked over and said, "Chen Zong, we'll head back first. See you next time." Chen Yuan pointed to Su Shuivi and said, "Then she." Fu Zhengmei gave a professional smile and replied, "Shuivi is my student. I'll take her home safely." Watching the group leave, Chen Yuan turned to Liu Menglu and asked, "Should I call a car for you?" she asked. "What about you?" Chen Yuan looked in another direction and replied, "I'll rent a room here. Just get some sleep." Liu Menglu asked in surprise, "Why rent a room? Don't you have a place to sleep?" He tilted his head and stared at her, asking, "So, are you taking me in?" This question made Liu Menglu blush. She thought to herself awkwardly, "I wasn't planning on giving myself away so quickly, but my intuition tells me that if I don't act, this Tang Sanzang meet Chen Yuan will be split up by everyone else." Thinking this, she took Chen Yuan's arm and said, "Don't think that. I don't easily take men home. I'm a proper girl." Saying this, her favorability rating steadily rose to 75 points. Chen Yuan was surprised and exclaimed, "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "I don't think I did anything special tonight. How did Liu Menglu's fondness for me increase so much?" Chen Yuan didn't overthink it. He pulled out his phone and said, "So where are you? I'll call you a ride." Li Xiao immediately protested, "I don't want to go home." He frowned and asked, "Not going home? Then where are you going to sleep?" Li Xiao's face turned completely red as she flailed her hands around, saying, "You're so dense. I've been this forward, and you're still acting like this." Chen Yuan stopped teasing her. He opened the car door, ruffled Li Xiao's hair, and said, "Let's go. We'll switch to a different hotel." They both quickly got into the car. Drunk and dazed, she leaned on Chen Yuan, feeling a bit nervous, thinking to herself, "I wonder if Chen Yuan will be gentler, and not as rough as he was with Nam at the cafe." The driver, seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, thought, "That figure, that face, this fancy car, damn, being rich must be awesome." A while later, at the most luxurious Junyu hotel in Xincheng,
Chen Yuan stood at the reception desk and calmly said, "I want a presidential suite, and I'd like to book it for a month."
The receptionist quickly completed the procedures and announced, "Sir, the presidential suite is 368 per night, so a month will be 110,640.
Li Xiao blankly tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve and asked, "Booking for a month?"
Chen Yuan didn't waste any time, immediately telling the receptionist, "It's just 110,000. Swipe the card. I want room 1 on the 52nd floor." He thought to himself, Li Xiao's affection level is over 60 now, plus there's the triple cash back, so I'm still making a profit. No loss at all.
Li Xiao's face flushed when she heard the room number, thinking, 521. Chen Yuan is really something.
They both quickly entered the room. She happily walked to the window, looked outside, and exclaimed,
"The night view is so beautiful, Chen Yuan, look."
She felt nervous in her heart, secretly thinking,
"This situation is a bit unfair to Naba, but I genuinely hope to have a good start with Chen Yuan."
He also quickly got down to business. Chen Yuan gently bit Li Xiao's neck and said, "I can only see you in my eyes right now. Can we start playing badminton now?" Seeing how eager he was, Li Xiao said, "Chen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. Let's wait until after I shower."
Before she could finish, Chen Yuan had already pulled down her panties and said, "If we wait, we'll have to shower again later." Li Xiao's face turned red as she worriedly said, "Chen Yuan, you haven't drawn the curtains yet." Chen Yuan started to get busy while analyzing. "This is one-way glass, and it's the 52nd floor. There aren't any buildings around that are taller, so even if they see, it's fine. Let them watch. What's the big deal?"
In a gecko-like position against the glass,
Li Xiao trembled and scolded softly, "You're such a bad person." And so, the two of them went through all kinds of poses and positions in one night.
The next morning,
Chen Yuan opened his eyes, woke up, and looked at his phone, thinking, "Damn, it's hot. I slept until 12 o'clock. He sat up, looked at the girl next to him, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect Li Xiao's body to be so sensitive. I was afraid she'd get dehydrated last night."
Just as Chen Yuan's arm started to wander, Li Xiao also woke up, whining, "Chen Yuan, why do you want more again? We only went to sleep after 4 a.m. Don't you feel sorry for me at all?" She thought to herself. Maybe I need to train more specifically in the future. How can a dignified fitness coach be controlled by a puppy like this? Chen Yuan hugged her tightly and said, "Lulu, how could I not feel sorry for you? I can usually go all night, but I held back for you."
Li Xiao blushed and replied, "You're amazing. Let me sleep a little longer. I'll give it to you when I'm awake. Also, don't call me Lulu. I don't want to be like that, nah.
Chen Yuan gently stroked her cheek and replied, Okay. Li Xiao figured she performed so well yesterday. Let her sleep a little longer. When she wakes up, I will take her to buy a car within 3 million. She can choose whatever she wants."
Hearing this, Li Xiao was so shocked that she jumped up and exclaimed, "What did you just say?"
Liu Menglu couldn't contain her excitement, hugging Chen Yuan tightly, pecking him on the cheek, and blurting out, "A car worth 3 million, and I get to pick it out myself. Chen Yuan, I freaking love you." Chen Yuan just chuckled, looking at the fish he'd caught, and thought, even though the more I spend, the more I get back, buying Nana a house only costs 3 million. If I buy Liu Menglu a car for over 3 million, I wonder what Na will think. Liu Menglu paused, looking at Chen Yuan with stars in her eyes, and asked, "Awesome, I've been crushing on Porsches for ages, and I think they're around 2 million. Is that okay, babe?" Hearing that, he said generously. "Sure thing," Liu Menglu mused, recalling, I even talked about it with Nana, but she's more into Maseratis. I checked those out too, they're gorgeous. Chen Yuan latched onto that detail, and immediately asked, "Nana likes Maseratis, huh?" Hearing that, she curiously asked, "Oh, are you planning to buy Nana a car too?" Chen Yuan replied calmly, "I'm a straightforward kind of guy, no beating around the bush. Yeah, I'm thinking about it." Chen Yuan's words made Liu Menglu sink into her thought. Na is so lucky. A house and a car, that's gotta be at least 5 million altogether. No, Liu Menglu. Why are you comparing? You're just starting out with Chen Yuan. Gotta learn to be happy with what you've got. Suddenly, a message from Hao Qianqian popped up. "Menglu, my friend said she saw you at Junyu last night. Did you stay over at Junyu?" Liu Menglu didn't hide a thing and replied, "Yep, I got taken last night." Hao Qianqian asked in surprise, "Huh? With who?" Liu Menglu happily replied, "Who else but Chen Yuan?" I'm such a sucker, I went all soft and followed him. Liu Menglu's message made Hao Qianqian furrow her brows, Lulu's being so extra, as if she didn't want it too. Acting like she was forced into it or something. Knowing her, she definitely made the first move on Chen Yuan. Suddenly, Hu Qianqian realized something. She froze, thinking, wait a sec, does this mean another one of my besties is living the high life on a luxury yacht? How come I'm the only one in our trio who's still struggling? This is outrageous. Over on Chen Yuan's side, he got up, putting on his shirt, and said, "Coach Liu, go buy it yourself and send me the account number when you're done. I'll transfer the money." This simple gesture made Liu Menglu's favorability towards him jump up to 86. She replied gently, "Okay." Chen Yuan glanced at the number above her head, thinking happily. The highest it got during the sports session last night was 82, and now it's already 86. Looks like I'm getting closer to that 90 affection bonus. Chen Yuan got in his car and drove off. Just then, Chen Na called, saying, "Chen Yuan, I've learned everything about coffee. When are you coming?" He calmly replied, "Nah, I'm busy today. I'm planning to buy you a car. Go check some out." Chen Na said, startled, "We just bought a house not long ago. Why buy a car too, Chen Yuan? I already have a car. It's just for getting around. It's not necessary." Chen Yuan said gently, "Just listen to me. I like buying cars for my woman, and we're not short on cash. What kind of car do you want?" Chen Na couldn't dissuade him and could only say helplessly, "Then just a normal B-class car. No need for anything too expensive." Chen Yuan said, displeased, "No way. The car for my woman can't be less than 2 million. The girl quickly tried to stop him. 2 million? That's way too much. We bought a house last time. Now you're getting a supercar." Chen Yuan said leisurely, "Your birthday's coming up. This is your birthday gift. Don't be so stingy, nah. Your man's loaded." Chen Yuan suddenly asked, tense, "Nah, if something happened between me and Liu Menglu, would you mind?" In his heart, he thought, "This can't be hidden. I might as well take the initiative and confess. Better than letting Chen Na find out from someone else." Chen Na's eyes drooped, and she replied silently, "I would mind. But I know I can't change you. The fact that you're telling me means you care about me. But next time, if something like this happens again, you don't have to tell me. I'm afraid I'll be sad." Chen Yuan said softly, "Nah, don't worry. Your position in my heart is unique. No one can replace you." These words from Chen Yuan made the girl happily exclaim, "Really? You only say this to me, right?" Chen Yuan replied calmly, "Of course, only you. Never said it to anyone else." Chen Na, touched, wiped away her tears and said, "I believe you, Chen Yuan. I don't want much. Just one day a week where you come to my cafe for a coffee that I made, or if you're free, come over to my house for a meal that I cooked. I'd be happy with just that." He fiddled with the steering wheel, thinking to himself, "Na really is a rare find of a good woman, so good to me, always saving money for me." Finally, he concluded, "Want to hang out with me tonight? Let me make it up to you, Chen." Na cheerfully asked back, "For real this time?" "Right," Chen Yuan replied with a smile. "Definitely. You know my character." Chen Yuan's words made Chen Na burst out laughing. "Your character? All right, I'm not talking to you anymore. Gotta get back to work at the shop." As soon as Chen Na hung up, Chen Yuan, still driving, started scratching his head, thinking to himself, being a player is so hard. How do those other playboys juggle so many girls? Cut to Li Xiao's house, where she's carrying 2 big bags downstairs. As soon as she saw him, she greeted him. "Chen Yuan, you're here." He quickly went up to her, saying, "Teacher, let me help you." He took the box from Li Xiao's hands, saying, let me carry it for you." Unfortunately, the box on top lost its balance and fell open. Chen Yuan exclaimed in shock, "Oh crap." The things that fell out were Li Xiao's underwear, and just as they fell, a big gust of wind blew, sending them flying everywhere. At the same time, a bunch of suggestive images started popping into Chen Yuan's head. He just stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Li Xiao. She shyly picked up the items and put them back in. Chen Yuan stood there frozen, holding the box, thinking to himself, "If only it were true," Li Xiao said awkwardly. "Chen Yuan, I can pick these up myself. You go move the other stuff." A little later, the stuff was loaded into Chen Yuan's car. Li Xiao's younger sister, closing the trunk, said, "One trip won't be enough. We'll probably have to make 2 trips. You 2 go first." She went closer to her sister, staring intently at Chen Yuan with a super suspicious look. Li Xiao fastened her seatbelt and said to him, "Chen Yuan, set the GPS to Dongsheng apartment complex." He obediently replied, "Yes, teacher, let's go." After they'd been driving for a while, Li Xiao said apologetically, "Chen Yuan, don't take it to heart. My sister's always been like that. She's not being rude or anything." Chen Yuan casually replied, "It's nothing. She seemed friendlier than the last 2 times." Li Xiao leaned her head against the car window, looking outside, and quietly recounted. Actually, she wasn't like this at first. When she was in college, she dated a boyfriend. I saw his picture. He was pretty handsome, wore glasses, looked all sophisticated. They were really into each other, but it was long distance. One year for Christmas, Li Meng went to see him, but she saw him hugging another girl, about to go into a hotel room. Li Meng was really upset then, and after that, she gave up on men. After hearing that story, Chen Yuan said indignantly, That damn scumbag. Guys like that are the scum of society. Li Xiao was amused by his words and asked, "What about you? Aren't you a player too?" Chen Yuan blushed and replied, "Of course not. I'm the most innocent and naive kind of guy. What about you? What's your attitude towards men?" Li Xiao cheerfully replied, "Me? Just a normal attitude. Since I haven't been through what my sister has, I don't really have any issues." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan immediately asked, "So what do you think of me?" Chen Yuan's question made Li Xiao pause. Her face quickly flushed as she looked at him, her heart suddenly beating faster. Li Xiao was caught off guard by what he said, and immediately turned to ask, "Chen Yuan, what did you just say?" With a chill face, Chen Yuan cheerfully replied, "Nothing, just kidding. Why so tense?" Hearing that, Li Xiao felt a little disappointed. She leaned her head against the car window, thinking, so it was just a joke. If Chen Yuan really meant it, I wouldn't know what to do. A while later, they arrived at Li Xiao's new place. She handed Chen Yuan a bottle of water and said, "Finally moved. Thanks a bunch today. How about I treat you to dinner?" Chen Yuan straightened his back, wiping sweat, and said, "Actually, there are other ways to say thank you besides dinner." Li Xiao blushed shyly and hurriedly asked, "Then how?" Chen Yuan went straight for it, wrapped his arms around Li Xiao's waist, and quickly planted a kiss on her lips. Not stopping there, Chen Yuan's mischievous hand started wandering over Li Xiao's body, making her gasp. At the same moment, Li Meng was outside the apartment door, knocking and calling out, "Sis, open the door, I forgot my keys." Li Xiao was startled by the call, but quickly and hesitantly replied, "Coming, coming." She pushed Chen Yuan away and said, "Chen Yuan, I don't think I can move." Chen Yuan hugged Li Xiao mischievously and said, "It's okay, I'll help you." After Li Meng entered, she saw Li Xiao's flushed face and immediately asked with concern, "Sis, why is your face so red? Are you getting heat stroke?" Li Xiao reached up and lightly brushed her hair, hesitantly making excuses. "I'm fine. I'll be better after a rest," she thought to herself embarrassedly. Chen Yuan is so bold. Luckily, Li Meng didn't think of it that way, or I could jump into the Yellow River and still not wash myself clean. Li Xiao stuttered, "Chen Yuan, the youth league arranged for Deputy Sister Z to help me with the investment stuff, and the school is even setting up an office for me. I'll send you her WeChat ID. Remember to contact her when you get back to school." Chen Yuan went to the door and obediently replied, "Okay, I'll contact her. Well, I won't bother you any longer. I'll head out first." In his heart, he thought, wanted to stay with Teacher Li a little longer, but she's probably afraid Li Meng will find out and embarrass her. After Chen Yuan left, Li Meng sorted things out and asked curiously, "Sis, what do you really think of Chen Yuan?" Li Xiao shyly covered her flushed face and asked back, "What do you mean?" Li Meng put on a serious face and said, "Don't play dumb with me. Everyone can see what he's thinking. You two are so close. It's not just a normal teacher-student relationship." Seeing that she had been exposed, Li Xiao stammered, "Well, actually, I don't know, I'm not so sure." Li Meng, with an experienced expression, frowned and affirmed, "Oh no, I knew it, you're smitten. Actually, if you ignore his student status, his conditions are all pretty good, but I just have a feeling he's not trustworthy." These words from her sister surprised Li Xiao, who asked, "You're not against it?" Li Meng hugged Li Xiao and said frankly, "What good would it do if I opposed it? It's your life. I'm your sister. I can only remind you to be highly vigilant. Observe him more and see if this person is worth your love." Hearing these words, Li Xiao was very thoughtful and muttered his name in her mouth. Cut to an hour later, at the school cafeteria, a girl with a cute bow in her hair was sitting there. She was none other than Fu Yingzi, the head of the broadcasting station under the school's news center. As soon as she saw Chen Yuan approaching, she stood up and waved, calling out, "Chen Yuan, over here, over here." Chen Yuan walked over and politely asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Fu Yingzi also politely replied, "No, I just got here." He sat down and casually commented, "Your voice sounds different from when you're on the radio." Fu Yingzi enthusiastically explained, "When dubbing on the radio, people immerse themselves in the character. Based on the situation at the time, it's naturally different. Let's talk business. Secretary Liu instructed that someone will be assigned to help you clean up the office within the next 2 days." Chen Yuan happily replied, "Great. In the future, in addition to the work arranged by the Youth League, I'll also need your help with other things, okay?" Fu Yingzi said enthusiastically. "Of course," Chen Yuan said with satisfaction. "Then help me for the next 2 days." Before he could finish speaking, a boy carrying a paper bag walked over, interrupting him. "Yingzi, so you're here. I specially bought the Qing Qing Oolong tea you like." That dude glanced at Chen Yuan and asked, "Hey, Yingzi, who's this?" Seeing that look like he wanted to devour him whole, Chen Yuan thought, "This murderous gaze, he definitely sees me as his love rival." Fu Yingzi bluntly replied, "I'm cutting sugar these days, so no bubble tea, thanks." The guy still didn't give up, saying, Yingzi, I ran 5 kilometers and waited in line for 20 minutes just for this. Take it. Fu Yingzi impatiently repeated. Feng Zegi, how many times do I have to say it? I don't want it. Seeing that he was rejected so harshly, he bitterly pointed at Chen Yuan and questioned, Who the hell is he? Fu Yingzi retorted without missing a beat, What's it to you? Feng Zegi was deflated by her words and walked away dejectedly. The people around couldn't help but gossip. OMG, did you see that? Is there real drama going on? Are Fu Yingzi and Chen Yuan dating? Are Chen Yuan and Feng Zegi fighting over Fu Yingzi? Oh my gosh, Feng Minhui, who was with her friend in the cafeteria, happened to hear those rumors. She frowned and said, Chen Yuan and Fu Yingzi, no way. Her friend crossed her arms and commented, You've only dated Chen Yuan twice? They probably sensed his family's business isn't bankrupt anymore. Hearing that, Feng Minhui felt unwilling and stormed off, saying, Let's see how shameless she is. She went up to Chen Yuan, putting on a bright smile and greeted him. He looked over and exclaimed, Hui. Feng Minhui snuggled up to Chen Yuan and softly asked, Chen Yuan, are you heading to class? Chen Yuan casually replied, Nah, I'm just discussing some stuff with Fu Yingzi from the Youth League. Feng Minhui snuggled even closer to Chen Yuan, saying in a whiny voice, You haven't been to class in ages. Are you planning to fail all your subjects? Fu Yingzi, who was sitting opposite them, stood up, thinking to herself, Feng Minhui is declaring that she's Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Since when did those two get so close? Whatever. It's none of my business. She gently brushed her hair, coughed lightly, and said, Chen Yuan, I still have work at the radio station. I'll head out first. Chen Yuan didn't try to stop her, just politely said goodbye. The male students who witnessed everything erupted in excitement, their eyes wide as they gossiped. Holy crap, this is the ultimate drama. 2 goddesses fighting over one guy. Feng Minhui looks exactly like the main wife catching a mistress. Some people have it all while others get nothing. Who is that guy? When did our school get such a top-tier senior? Feng Minhui smiled sweetly and asked, Chen Yuan, what were you discussing with her? In her mind, she thought, Fu Yingzi is pretty and has a nice voice. I can't let a girl like that get close to Chen Yuan. He went along with it and replied, It's about the Youth League's entrepreneurship program. The Youth League asked her to discuss it with me. In his heart, Chen Yuan secretly thought, Hui's possessiveness is strong. How am I supposed to handle overseas work at this rate? Satisfied with his answer, Feng Minhui put her hands on her hips and said, Really? Okay then. I really wanted to stay with you for a bit. I haven't seen you in 2 days, but I have to go to class now. Just as she leaned down, Feng Minhui whispered suggestively into Chen Yuan's ear, Oh right, I want a big cup of cold drink tonight. After saying that, she cheerfully turned around and left. Chen Yuan just hummed in response, thinking to himself, Hui is such a cute, hungry girl. At the same time, his phone rang. Chen Yuan quickly answered, Hello, Coach Liu. What's up? Liu Menglu excitedly replied on the other end, Honey, I saw the car. They have it in stock right now. The final price after discount is 252 million. Chen Yuan didn't object and calmly replied, Send me the shop's account number. I'll transfer it right away. Liu Menglu happily said a few sweet nothings. Okay, honey. Love you so much. Sending hearts. Alright, do you want to come to Zhenyue tonight? I brought 2 different outfits that you like, and I want to wear them for you. Chen Yuan curiously asked, Which 2 models? How come I don't know about them? Liu Menglu mysteriously replied, You'll find out when you come tonight. As soon as he hung up, Chen Yuan was a little flustered, thinking to himself, But I already promised to hang out with Nana today, and Hui asked me to get cold drinks tonight. So, am I going to see Nana, Hui, or Coach Liu? Chen Yuan sat there blushing, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. These 3 are so hard to choose from.
Okay, so the scene shifts back to Li Xiao's place, and you could already hear Li Meng's voice from outside. Sis, let's cook dinner at home tonight, okay? Li Xiao's like, Sure, I'll go grab some groceries now. Then Li Meng asks, Should we ask Chen Yuan to join us for dinner? When Li Xiao heard her sister's question, she was totally caught off guard. Her face flushed red, and she just let out a little.
Seeing her sister's reaction, Li Meng continued, Send him a text and invite him over to show our gratitude. After all, he helped out a lot today.
Li Xiao awkwardly asks, What are you planning? She's thinking to herself. Just thinking about his sly and mischievous face makes me want to bite him. Speaking of which, Li Xiao immediately remembers what happened in the kitchen last time. Hearing her question, Li Meng stood up and replied, Sis, of course, I'm helping you test him out. What else would I be doing? Hearing this, Li Xiao took out her phone and replied, Okay, then I'll call him. Then she texted Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, Li Meng is also very grateful for your help with cleaning the house today, so she wants to invite you over for dinner. Come over, okay? He already had plans with Chen Na, Meng Lu, and Minhui tonight. Now with the Li Xiao sisters too, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think, What kind of romantic luck did I step on today? Why are so many girls looking for me? Even a master of time management couldn't handle this. Oh well, don't bite off more than you can chew, and no need to make my little bro Peter suffer. I'll just politely decline Hui Hui and Coach Liu.
Before he knew it, it was late afternoon, and Chen Yuan arrived at Li Xiao's house. As she opened the door, she blushed and said, "Come in and sit down, dinner will be a while longer."
With that, she hurried inside, avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "All right, then I'll make myself at home. You just do your thing."
Chen Yuan looked around the house, thinking to himself, "No wonder she's a consultant. She's turned this place into such a cozy home so quickly." Then he walked into the kitchen and asked, "Where's Li Meng?"
Li Xiao avoided his gaze and replied, "She's taking a shower," Chen Yuan oed, in response, and then he started inching closer to Li Xiao.
Seeing this, she blushed, and frantically waved her hands, saying, "Chen Yuan, don't come over here." Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "Why are you so worried? I'm just here to see if I can help with anything."
Seeing him inching closer and closer, Li Xiao quickly replied, "No need to come over, the food's almost ready. Just go wait in the living room."
Chen Yuan continued to inch closer, saying, "It's all right, I'll just come to the kitchen and chat with you." Li Xiao blushed and looked away, replying, "Okay, this distance is enough to talk."
Chen Yuan said with a sly look, "Is it really that close? We're still half a meter apart?" Seeing him getting closer and closer, Li Xiao became even more flustered. "Chen Yuan, what do you want to do now?"
Chen Yuan reached out and pulled her into his arms, grinning mischievously. Not doing anything, Li Xiao trembled, her voice faltering. My sister's here."
Chen Yuan leaned in close to her ear and said, "Isn't she taking a shower? Girls usually take longer showers. She won't be out anytime soon." As he spoke, Chen Yuan slipped his hand under Li Xiao's pants. His large hand squeezed her butt hard, causing her to panic. "No, Chen Yuan, not there, not there."
Ignoring her, Chen Yuan planted a silencing kiss on her lips, and his hand began to slip under her shirt. Li Xiao could only moan a soft, Just then, Li Meng, being the party pooper that she is, called out, "Sis, I'm done showering, isn't dinner ready yet?" Hearing this, Li Mengzhao panicked and pushed Chen Yuan away, her face as red as a beet. Chen Yuan smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, don't worry." Li Xiao adjusted her shirt, and said with dissatisfaction, "Don't do that again. If you do that again, I'll—" Before she could finish, Chen Yuan interrupted. "You understand my heart, consultant."
A moment later, they sat down at the table to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, Chen Yuan immediately started buttering her up. "Consultant, your cooking is amazing! Earth on the Tongue needs to film an episode here." Hearing this, Li Meng said unhappily, "Don't be a kiss-ass, my sister doesn't fall for that kind of thing." "Chen Yuan, I have a few questions to ask you." Chen Yuan replied. "Okay, go ahead," Li Meng asked seriously. "How many girls have you dated?"
Chen Yuan replied. "Why are you asking?" he thought to himself. "Sounds like a background check. But publicly, there are only two, a high school girlfriend, and Chu Wanding. The others would be hard to trace."
Li Meng said. "Oh, so you have quite the romantic experience," she thought to herself. "My sister has never even been in a relationship. It's easy for her to be taken advantage of by someone with so much experience." After hearing her say that, Chen Yuan was sweating bullets, thinking to himself,
"Two is already a handful. If she knew about Hui Hui and now Lulu, I'd be screwed."
Li Meng continued to ask, "Do you have any siblings?" Chen Yuan replied. "Yeah, a younger sister," Li Meng then asked. "How old is she?" Chen Yuan answered. "She's in her last year of high school, 18 this year."
10 minutes later, Chen Yuan sighed in relief, thinking, "Finally, the questioning is over. If Li Meng agreed to find out about my family, it means the teacher must have told her about me. Looks like Li Meng is slowly accepting me. Progress is looking good." Saying this, Chen Yuan glanced at Li Xiao, thinking to himself, "Teacher, don't you think so?" After thinking that, he stuck his foot out and gently touched her leg. Li Xiao was startled by this and started sweating, thinking, "Chen Yuan doing this in front of Li Meng, I really underestimated his guts." Thinking this, Li Xiao quickly stood up and said, "You two eat first, I'll go wash some fruit." Hearing this, Chen Yuan took out his phone to check messages and said, "No need to trouble you, teacher. It's getting late, you must be tired from cleaning the house, you should rest early. I'll leave after I eat, I don't want any fruit." Li Meng looked at her sister's expression, wondering, "My sister is acting so weird today, she's talking less, and her mood is off. Shouldn't a normal girl be happy when she's with the guy she likes?" Then she turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer?"
Chen Yuan stood up and replied, "Yeah, I have something to do," he thought to himself. "Gotta know when to stop so I don't piss off the advisor. Losing 1 to gain 10. Not to mention I still have another battlefield to conquer.
After Chen Yuan left, Liam Meng stretched and said, "Sis, I asked everything you should and shouldn't have asked for you. I advise you to seriously check this kid out."
Li Xiao recalled what happened earlier, thinking to herself, although Chen Yuan is more mature and independent than most guys, he's quite bold. We haven't even defined our relationship yet, but he already dares to do that. Me, him, Ugh. At the same time, at Chen Na's apartment, as soon as they entered, Chen Yuan dragged her straight inside. Chen Na asked in surprise, "Chen Yuan, didn't you say we were going to the cafe to try the coffee I made? Why are we rushing home?" Chen Yuan didn't answer. He anxiously asked, "Do you still have that gray office outfit and black fishnet stockings here?" Chen Na asked in surprise. "Huh? What do you want to do?" Chen Yuan replied while rummaging through the closet. "Guess." Hearing this, Chen Na said, "Didn't you say tonight was just a proper makeup session? You told me to trust your character. Have you forgotten already?" Chen Yuan replied, "It is a proper makeup session. I'm making it up to you with millions." Chen Na quickly said, I don't want that kind of makeup." A moment later, Chen Na was wearing the office outfit. She blushed and asked Chen Yuan, "Why do men like this kind of thing?"
Chen Yuan, with a perverted look, leaned closer and said, "You'll understand gradually." Saying that, he kissed her on the cheek. His hands also began to wander and explore. Chen Na blushed and softly moaned twice, "Ugh, An hour and a half later, Chen Yuan and Chen Na practiced their martial arts, going from immortal grandpa planting radish to Luo Han pushing a cart. Tired of Luo Han pushing a cart, the two switched to the carrying a plow across the mountain pose, and just as they were about to get into position, Chen Na's favorability suddenly increased to 90. Chen Yuan was shocked. Damn, it broke through 90. So this kind of exercise really helps increase favorability.
At this time, the system also popped up a notification. Detected that the host has a second girl with favorability reaching the favorability mission milestone, preparing to distribute rewards. Chen Yuan was looking forward to it, thinking to himself, "Let's see what the reward is this time." As soon as he finished thinking, the system displayed a notification. Reward, Peter's length growth, 5 million yuan for car shopping, exclusive skill card X1. Seeing the rewards, Chen Yuan was shocked. Wait, is the first reward real? Damn, can you even get that? Thinking about it, he clicked open the reward, thinking to himself,
"Let me see what kind of divine effect this exclusive weapon card for men has. Sorry, Nay, you'll have to bear with it tonight."
Immediately, inside the cave, Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jinggu Bang grew longer. Chen Na was horrified. Chen Yuan, what's going on? Inside. Chen Yuan replied with a smug smile. Nah, didn't you ask me earlier why men like women dressed like this? This is the answer. At this point, Chen Na's face was as pale as a pangolin, and she called out his name loudly. Chen Yuan. After that wild night, Chen Na was completely drained, her body still trembling from the afterglow of the men. Battle. She whispered softly. Hey Chen Yuan, why do you feel so different this time? It feels like my body's been hollowed out. Chen Yuan, hearing this, was smug as hell and edged closer, asking, Different how? Chen Na replied. Just different. At this point, Chen Yuan dropped the act and grinned, saying, I'm gonna keep surprising you. Chen Na, hearing this, smiled happily, her face flushed red, and replied, Then, drifted off to sleep. Chen Yuan finally turned over, pillowed his head on his arm, and thought, if I could level up a little more, that'd be awesome. Wonder if I can go Super Saiyan next time. Then, he remembered the system reward, muttering to himself, Alright, let's see what this special skill is. With that, he opened the system to check his reward. The system immediately announced, This skill card can be exchanged for any of the skills listed below. Takes effect immediately. List of skills. Novice cooking skill, novice electrical repair skill, novice haircutting skill, novice dancing skill, novice combat skill, novice racing skill, novice basketball skill. Not a damn thing Peter related. Chen Yuan, seeing this, thought in surprise, Huh? What the hell is this? Like electrical repair stuff makes sense, but haircutting? What the actual Looking over the list, he thought to himself, if I really had to choose, the combat skill would be alright. Even though this is a law-abiding society, now that I got money and women, if I ever run into the triads, a combat skill would still be useful. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Chen Yuan's eyes froze. But what if one day Li Xiao's got some broken appliances? If I have electrical repair skills, I can easily find an excuse to go to her place and get closer to her. In his head, he imagined himself and Li Xiao becoming the main characters in some Japanese film, like The Lucky Plumber And the damsel in distress with the broken oven? Li Xiao. It's fixed. Make sure you call me first if anything goes wrong. Oh my, you worked so hard, you're all wet. Come here, let me wipe you down. Then, Li Xiao approached, held a towel in her mouth, and reached out to slowly unbutton his pants, her eyes full of innuendo, saying, "Wipe everything down." Imagining this, Chen Yuan immediately changed his mind, his face full of excitement, muttering to himself, "Looks like the home appliance repair skill is better."
Then he lay back and thought dreamily, "Seems like I've figured out the system's pattern. This reward is more generous than the last one. In other words, the third NPC is likely to be even more generous than the first two. Who's the next one to hit 90 favorability? I'm kinda looking forward to it." Suddenly, Chen Na's phone rang. She jumped up, answered the call, and said, "Hello, Mom." Who knows what her mom said on the other end? But her eyes became full of worry, and she said in a panic, "What? It's that serious? Is there enough money? Do you need me to transfer some? I'll do it right away."
After a moment of listening to the other end, Chen Na said in a low voice, "Okay, well, let me know right away if anything happens." The phone hung up, and Chen Yuan finally spoke up, asking, "Nana, what's wrong? Can you tell me about it?" Chen Na replied with a sad voice, "My dad. He was hospitalized for a stroke from drinking. He already had high blood pressure." With that, she covered her face and burst into tears. "It's all my fault. They keep telling me to go home for blind dates, and I kept putting it off. If I had just gone home to see Dad, he wouldn't have gotten so angry that he drank so much."
Chen Yuan, seeing this, hugged her and comforted her. "Do you want to go back now? I can drive you."
Chen Na reached out to gently wipe away her tears and replied, "It's not safe to drive at night. I'll go back tomorrow morning," Chen Yuan replied. "Okay, I'll be here for you no matter what."
Hearing him say that, Chen Na remembered the image of Feng Minhui at the 4S store, thinking, even though Chen Yuan cares a lot about me, things aren't clear between us, and I'm not very careful with my words. Dad's in the hospital, so it's not convenient to bring him home. Thinking this, she replied, "It's okay, I can go back by myself."
Chen Yuan didn't push it. He said softly, "Okay, if you need money or need to transfer hospitals or something, tell me, and I'll figure something out." Chen Na replied, "Thank you, Chen Yuan."
Early the next morning, when Chen Yuan woke up, Chen Na was already gone. She left a note with a few hastily written words. "Breakfast is ready. I went home." After reading it, Chen Yuan smiled and muttered to himself, "She rushed home like that, and still made me breakfast." Not Nair isn't like Coach Liu, who's always asking for money. And she's not like Manhui, who's always trying to get her hands on my assets. She takes care of everything. She's really the best of the best. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he couldn't help but wonder, Fu Yingzi, what's up with her so early in the morning? As soon as he answered, Fu Yingzi on the other end rattled off, "Chen Yuan, the office has been cleaned up and I sent you a few styles of desks. Which one do you like? Once you choose, I'll go to the furniture store right away." Chen Yuan, hearing this, replied softly, "You decide. Anything's fine." Fu Yingzi, hearing this, said, "Okay, then I'll hang up now. I'll let you know when the office is set up." Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, "This girl's all right. Even if we don't talk about her workability, her positive attitude alone is already pretty good." Just after hanging up, behind Yingzi the little tail, Feng Zhaogi, asked, "Yingzi, what do we do next?" She said with disgust, "What do we do? Can you stop following me? Just now too. It's not like there wasn't anyone cleaning. I told you not to do it, but you still barged in and made a mess." Feng Zhaogi, hearing this, said awkwardly,
"Hey Yingzi, I just wanted to help you." Yingzi grabbed her bag, turned around, and walked out the door, saying, "What can you do to help with the student council? You're not even a member of the student council. And stop following me or I'll really get angry." Looking at her retreating figure, Zhaogi couldn't help but feel dejected, thinking, "I've been chasing her for 3 years, and it's not even as good as one day with some guy she just met." On this side, Fu Yingzi didn't care at all about his feelings. In her head right now, the only thing she cared about was Chen Yuan's family background. She thought to herself, that startup park is such a cheap place, and Chen Yuan was able to spend almost 10 million to buy it. That means he doesn't care about the money at all. So his family is worth at least 100 million, maybe even more. Behind her, Feng Zhaogi chased after her, calling out, "Yingzi, Yingzi, wait for me." Ignoring him, Yingzi continued her train of thought. "The important thing is, he's the same age as me. Only 21 years old. What even is that?" In her head, she immediately imagined Chen Yuan transforming into an overbearing CEO, caressing the firm assets of his secretary. That's her, the assistant secretary. Lost in her fantasy, she told herself, "Even if I can't be his girlfriend, I can still be a subordinate or a secretary or something. Anyway, with a background like his, he definitely has more than one business. I gotta show off my work skills and other unique and outstanding qualities so I can stay by Chen Yuan's side.
Meanwhile, at Chen Na's hometown house, the moment she got through the door, she grabbed her mom's arm and pulled her along, saying urgently, "Mom, let's go to the hospital. Didn't you say Dad had a stroke?" Her mom smiled brightly and said, "Nah, come inside first. Let's talk inside."
Then, she pulled Chen Na into the house, saying, "Nah, I didn't mean to trick you. It's just that you're almost 27 and still don't have a boyfriend. Your friends Xiao and Ting Ting, who are the same age as you, already have 2 kids. I'm so worried." Inside the house, there was an older woman and a strange man chatting and laughing with Chen's dad. As soon as she saw Chen Na, the woman said cheerfully, "Naka's back. Let me introduce you. This is Deng Kai-tao, who's drinking with your dad. He came all the way from the Zhu family. He's a close friend of your cousin." Hearing this, Deng Kai-tao stood up and gave a bright, nodding greeting.
Then, the woman leaned in close to Chen Na, acting all secretive, and said, "Let me tell you, Kai-tao started his own company, manages dozens of people, and makes tens of millions a year. He bought a car and a house a long time ago." Turning back to Kai-tao, she asked, "Kai-tao, what kind of car do you have?"
He pretended to be modest and replied, "It's nothing special, just a BMW 5 Series.
Hearing this, Chen Na smiled slightly and said, "Not bad." She thought to herself, "Good car or not, I gotta save face for the guy, at least a little." Meeting his blind date,
Deng Kai-tao didn't hesitate, and immediately made his move. He took out a small box and said, "Auntie, besides buying cigarettes and alcohol for Uncle, I also got you a little gift. I hope you like it."
Chen Na's mom looked surprised.
"Huh? You got me a gift too?" Kai-tao opened the box, revealing a glittering gold ring, and offered it to Chen Na's mom, saying, "I specially picked it out for you at an old jewelry store. It's real gold. It's not expensive, just over 3,000 yuan. Chen Na's mom responded, "Oh my, over 3,000? And you say it's not expensive?"
The auntie also chimed in, adding fuel to the fire.
"Look at that, Kai-tao is so thoughtful, he'll definitely be a filial son-in-law in the future, right?" Chen Na's mom laughed heartily, agreeing, "Haha, that's right, that's right." Chen Na's dad called Kai-tao over, saying, "Don't just stand there, come sit down." On the other side, Chen Na grabbed her mom's hand, pulling her inside, saying, "Mom, let's go to the bedroom, I have something to say." As soon as they were in the room, her mom said disapprovingly, "This girl, Xiao Dong, is still waiting outside. Saying stuff like that. Aren't you being rude to the guest?" Chen Na replied, annoyed. "Rude? You guys used this as a trick to get me home. Did you even think about how I feel?" Hearing this, Chen Na's mom said with worry and thought, "Aren't your dad and I worried about you? Look at Xiao Li upstairs, she's a year younger than you, and already has 2 kids. Chen Na looked unhappy, saying wearily, "Why do I have to compare myself to them? Forget it, Mom, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Then she took out her phone and texted Chen Yuan.
"Chen Yuan, I'm really mad at my mom. It turns out Dad didn't go to the hospital, they tricked me into coming back for a blind date. Don't worry, I'll be back this afternoon."
Chen Yuan immediately replied, "I'm about to get off the highway, send me your home address." Chen Na's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, Chen Yuan wants to come to my house?" She wondered. "What's he planning? Could it be that he wants to—"
Thinking this, Chen Na was instantly overjoyed, and turned back to her mom, saying, "Mom, I have a friend coming over later." Her mom asked in surprise.
"A friend, boy or girl?" The girl smiled mysteriously, revealing little. "You'll find out soon enough, Mom." Outside, the auntie was still trying to set them up, saying, "Brother, this Kai-tao and Nana are a great match, they have the faces of a married couple." Hearing this, Chen Na's dad raised his glass of wine, saying, "Drink, drink, it's all in the wine." Kai-tao raised his glass in response, "Here, uncle, I'll toast to you." Time flew by, and 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at Chen Na's house. Seeing him loaded with gifts, Chen Na asked, "Chen Yuan, why did you buy so much stuff?" Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "It's my first time visiting your parents, I can't come empty-handed." Chen Na's mom also asked, "Na, who is this?" Without hesitation, Chen Yuan carried the gifts over to Chen Na's mom, saying, "Hello, auntie. I'm Chen Na's boyfriend, my name is Chen Yuan, you can call me Xiao Chen. It's just a small token, I hope you'll accept it."
Hearing these words, the entire room fell silent. Kai-tao was speechless. The auntie couldn't believe her ears, asking again, "No way now, what are you saying?" Her dad's jaw dropped in shock, stammering, Boyfriend, why haven't I ever heard you mention him?" Her mom's eyes were wide with surprise.
"What?" After the greeting, Chen Yuan put the boxes of gifts on the table and opened them. Seeing the piles of glittering gold jewelry and gemstones, Chen Na's mom said politely. Xiao Chen, your coming is already a gift. Why did you bring so much? You're being too kind. Chen Yuan smiled and replied. I wouldn't dare be too polite with you. Nana is my girlfriend. We're practically family now.
Sitting and looking at the stuff in the box, Chen Na's parents' eyes lit up, and they couldn't close their mouths, stammering. This much? How much did it cost? Chen Yuan smiled and replied. Not much. Only around 300,000. Hearing this, all four people shouted in unison, around 300,000. In their hearts they thought, only, is that something a human being can say?